The committee will now come to order. I would note for the record that a quorum is present. Today we are meeting to vote on reporting the recommendations submitted to the Budget Committee pursuant to the reconciliation instructions set forth in Title II of S-Con Res 5, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021. We are holding this proceeding virtually in compliance with the regulations for committee proceedings pursuant to House Resolution 965, carried over to the 117th Congress via House Resolution 8. I would like to remind members that we have established an email inbox for submitting documents before and during committee proceedings, and we have distributed that email address to your staff. Consistent with regulations, the chair or staff designated by the chair may mute participants' microphones when they are not under recognition for the purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members are responsible for unmuting themselves when they seek recognition. We are not permitted to unmute members unless they have explicitly requested assistance. If I notice that you have not unmuted yourself, I will ask you if you would like staff to unmute you. If you indicate approval by nodding, staff will unmute your microphone. They will not unmute you under any other conditions. Members must have their cameras on and be visible on screen in order to be recognized. As a reminder, members may not participate in more than one committee proceeding simultaneously. Again, you will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to be recognized. During a voice vote, you will need to unmute yourself so we can hear your response. For a recorded vote, you will need to unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. And responding to the clerk, instead of just saying aye or no, please respond with a sentence similar to Yarmouth from Kentucky votes aye, or Smith from Missouri votes aye. This will provide additional time for the voting member to be identified and made visible on the platform so that the clerk records you properly. Finally, to maintain safety in light of the attending physician's new guidance and the speaker's announcement on January 4th, any members present in the hearing room must wear a mask at all times and are required to keep their masks on when seeking recognition and speaking. For those members not wanting to wear a mask, the House rules provide a way to participate remotely from your office without being physically present in the hearing room. Today, the Budget Committee is meeting in a ministerial role. Our task is to vote on reporting the recommendations submitted to the Budget Committee pursuant to the reconciliation instructions set forth in Title II of S-Con Res 5, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021. Under the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, the Budget Committee has the role of combining the recommendations submitted by the Committee on Agriculture, the Committee on Education and Labor, the Committee on Energy and Commerce, the Committee on Financial Services, the Committee on Oversight and Reform, the Committee on Small Business, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, the Committee on Veterans Affairs, and the Committee on Ways and Means, and reporting the bill to the House without any substantive revision. The Rules Committee has the authority to make substantive changes and report reconciliation bills as amended to the floor. I will start by describing the format of today's meeting. Under the agreement I've reached with the ranking member, Mr. Smith of Missouri, there will be 10 minutes evenly divided for the ranking member and I to each make an opening statement. Given time constraints, I ask that any other members who wish to make a statement submit their written statements for the record to the email inbox we established for receiving documents before and during committee proceedings. As I mentioned earlier, we have distributed that email address to your staff. I will hold the record open until the end of the day to accommodate those members who may not yet have prepared written statements. After the opening statements, there will be 10 minutes for a technical and factual question and answer session with staff on the reconciliation process and the recommendations submitted to the committee pursuant to the reconciliation instructions. There will then be 40 minutes of general debate, evenly divided, on the recommendations submitted to the committee pursuant to the reconciliation instructions. There will be 20 minutes controlled by the majority and 20 minutes controlled by the minority. The committee will then take up a motion to order reported to the House the recommendations submitted to us pursuant to the reconciliation instructions. Because the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 requires the Budget Committee to report the reconciliation bill to the House without any substantive revisions, the consideration of amendments to the bill is prohibited, and as such, motions to amend the bill will not be entertained. After voting to report the reconciliation measure known as the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to the House, we will move to consider a maximum of 12 motions to instruct on each side from the list of motions provided in advance by the chairman and the ranking member. These motions to instruct are non-binding and request that the chairman of the Budget Committee ask the Rules Committee to make certain amendments in order. On each motion, there will be a total of 15 minutes of debate, evenly divided. The proponent and opponent will be recognized for a total of 7.5 minutes each, which includes 1 minute reserved for the proponent to close. I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the chair be authorized to declare a recess at any time.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Ranking Member.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I understand that we have a long day ahead of us, given the time we have to debate this bill. And I ask that you consult with me prior to recessing the committee.
I'd be happy to declare. I'd be happy to consult with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. But anyway, without objection, so ordered.
I also ask unanimous consent that the first reading of the bill be dispensed with and that the bill be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. Does the ranking member have a motion at this time?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that consideration of this bill be postponed.
The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This motion postpones consideration of this legislation until such time as the acting director of the Office of Management and Budget provides a full accounting of what existing stimulus money has been spent, what outstanding funds remain unspent, and a timeline for when OMB expects the remaining enacted and unspent funds to be dispersed. Last week, I introduced a resolution of inquiry along with 31 of my colleagues on this committee and the Committee on Oversight and Reform, requiring the administration to provide the House with documentation on how much of the funds and past stimulus laws remain unspent. Additionally, several ranking members have written letters to the administration requesting this information. This was also raised during our organizational meeting just 2 weeks ago, and I have directly asked the White House for this information. I'm not trying to kill your legislation. I'm just urging you to consider having the administration document and show us the amount of enacted stimulus funding that remains unspent before we use hard-working American taxpayer dollars to spend another $1.9 trillion in stimulus funding, and support my motion to postpone. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I yield myself 5 minutes in opposition to the motion. Today, we passed a milestone none of us could have imagined nearly a year ago when the first U.S. COVID infection was reported. 500,000 Americans have now died from this virus. It's hard to even comprehend that level of loss, but it's an undeniable fact. And the suggestion that Congress do nothing and let relief run completely dry before taking additional and necessary action is just reckless. Because we know what happens when you wait and see, when you do nothing. That's what Republicans did for most of last year. They sat on their hands instead of making the investments needed to ensure a successful vaccine rollout. They sat on their hands and let unemployment benefits lapse, cutting off the only source of income for millions of families. They did nothing as small businesses and entire industries buckled under the economic strain. Congress finally enacted a short-term bipartisan relief bill in December. Thankfully, there were 2 Senate races in Georgia that provided Republicans with some motivation. But it was always clear that this was just a long-delayed down payment. Now Republicans are mischaracterizing those relief funds as another excuse for inaction. But the truth is, the funding Congress has provided so far has either been spent or is making its way through the pipeline as planned right now. Funding for vital relief efforts like direct checks, unemployment insurance, PPP, food assistance, coronavirus testing efforts, and more are either entirely dispersed or are being dispersed and will be entirely used up in just weeks. Some funds have already been spent, but slow reporting processes give the illusion that they have not. Other funds spend out more slowly, but they are obligating on schedule as planned. That's how all of this works. The bottom line is that the resources Congress has provided to date are being put to good use, but they are not nearly enough. That's why we need the American Rescue Plan. It is tailored and targeted to respond to the urgent needs of the American people. It factors in the funding that Congress has already enacted, fills crucial gaps in relief, and makes the investments needed for a strong, inclusive recovery. And most importantly, it will save lives and livelihoods. I strongly oppose this motion and any further delay in these proceedings. Question is on postponing the consideration of the bill indefinitely. All those in favor say aye. Everybody
Aye.
on mute, say aye. All those opposed say nay.
No.
Nay.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Ranking members recognized.
I request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote is requested on the question of agreeing to postpone the consideration of the bill indefinitely. A roll call vote is ordered. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jeffries,
No.
Nay.
Mr. Jeffries, no. Mr. Higgins,
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins, no. Mr. Boyle,
Boyle of Pennsylvania, no.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett, Mr. Price,
No.
Mr. Price, no. Ms. Schakowsky,
Muted, Jan.
So sorry. Chakowski from Illinois votes no.
thank you. Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Kildee,
Kildee of Michigan, no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli of New York votes no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Horsford,
Horsford of Nevada votes no.
Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Lee,
Lee of California, no.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu, Ms. Chu, Ms. Plaskett,
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton,
Wexton of Virginia votes no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott,
Scott of Virginia votes no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee,
Jackson Lee of Texas votes no.
Chu votes no.
Did you
Ms. Chu,
get
can you
Jackson
please,
Lee?
Ms. Jackson Lee, no. Ms. Chu, can you please repeat your vote so that I can see your video as well?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Mr. Cooper,
Votes no.
Mr. Cooper, no. Mr. Sears,
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sears, no. Mr. Peters,
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton, Mr. Moulton, Ms. Jayapal,
Jayapal of Washington votes no.
Ms. Jayapal, no. Mr. Smith,
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes yes.
Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly,
Kelly of Mississippi votes
Chu
yes.
of California votes no.
Ms. Chu, I've recorded you as a no. Mr. Kelly,
Kelly of Mississippi votes yes.
Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. McClintock,
Flintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman,
Aye, Grothman.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker,
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Jacobs,
Jacobs, aye.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Burgess from Texas votes yes.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Carter,
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein, Mr. Klein, Mrs. Boebert,
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert, aye. Mr. Donalds,
Donalds votes yes.
Mr. Donalds, aye. Mr. Feenstra,
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Good,
Good from Virginia, aye.
Mr. Good, aye. Mrs. Hinson,
Mrs. Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Obernolte,
Obernolte from California votes aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Chairman,
Yarmouth from Kentucky votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth, no.
Are there any other members wishing to vote or wishing to change their vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the noes are 19 and the ayes are 14.
The ayes being 14 and the noes being 19, the motion is not agreed to. We will now move to the opening statements. Without objection, I would ask to submit extraneous materials for the record. Without objection, so ordered. Before I begin my opening remarks, I would like to correct a statement I made on the House floor. Mr. Obernolte, I apologize. During floor debate, I said members would have the opportunity to offer amendments today instead of motions to instruct. That was my error, and I apologize for that. I now yield myself 5 minutes. Members of the committee, the bill before us today has the power to save lives and save our nation's economic future. I kicked off the reconciliation process with the introduction of the 2021 budget resolution 21 days ago on February 1st. From the start, we have been upfront that the sole purpose of the budget resolution was to provide the option of using reconciliation to deliver critical relief and enact the American Rescue Plan. That process has not precluded us from reaching a bipartisan agreement, but it has ensured that Congress can move forward and meet the needs of the American people with or without Republican cooperation. 2 weeks ago, 9 different House committees marked up their portions of this rescue plan. In total, these committees deliberated for more than 94 hours and debated more than 400 amendments. We will add at least another 5 hours of deliberation today, as well as debate on 13 motions to instruct. We have been thorough, but this has been by no means a normal reconciliation process. Yes, we have followed all the House rules and proper procedures, but we have done so knowing the devastation that is happening in and to our communities every day. This February, an American has died of COVID every 32 seconds. So while debate is important, we also need to get on with it. This virus is evolving. Multiple variant strains of the novel coronavirus are already infecting Americans across the United States. Researchers and health professionals are bracing for a new wave of cases from the B.1.17 variant, which is more contagious and highly infectious for both adults and children. We are in a race against time. Aggressive, bold action is needed before our nation is more deeply and permanently scarred by the human and economic costs of inaction. We have the plan to beat the virus, to safely reopen schools, to quickly and equitably distribute vaccines, to deliver immediate relief to working families and small businesses, to support communities struggling with the economic fallout. We have ample fiscal space to provide the resources necessary to end the pandemic, mitigate its economic damage, and build a stronger and more inclusive economy in its wake. We also have the backing of the American people. 7 in 10 Americans support this aid package, including 50% of Republicans. The American people understand that COVID-19 is not a red state or blue state issue. It's an American crisis. Now we have the bill to get it done, and we will. I know we will hear arguments today that we should wait and see if funds currently in the pipeline are enough to get us through these crises. But we already know they're not enough, not even close. And to be clear, this is not a wait and see moment. And this is no longer a wait and see Congress or White House. In the United States of America right now, previously healthy people are dying from a preventable virus because COVID tests and vaccines are unavailable to most Americans. The Biden administration has made progress, but without additional resources, we will never get to where we need to be. There are parents right now waiting in food lines that are miles long. They used to donate to the food banks. Now they depend on them to feed their children. Millions of Americans who've lost their jobs or can't safely return to work will lose their only source of income, their unemployment benefits, in just a few weeks. Rental assistance is set to expire too, and each day, more small business owners close their doors for good. These Americans can't wait. We aren't going to wait. We are going to pass this legislation, and we are going to turn this pandemic and economic crisis around. Thank you. I yield back, and I now.
It's frozen.
I just talked to the chairman. He's having technical difficulties, but he should rejoin us in a few minutes. He said the ranking member is recognized for opening statement of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle, acting chairman, I guess. So,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for. I think he needs to be on mute. Mr. Chairman. Okay,
He's calling.
I'll go. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you for convening today's markup. I look forward to a thoughtful and productive discussion today, particularly given that this is the first opportunity this committee, as a committee, has had to participate in the fiscal year 21 budget process. But turning to the legislation before us today, simply put, this is the wrong plan at the wrong time and for all the wrong reasons. It's the wrong plan because this bill will directly harm America's working class. It sends $510 billion to state and local governments that only further rewards state lockdowns. These lockdowns do not just hit a business's bottom line or a family's pocketbook. When you board up local small businesses, you force kids out of school and parents out of work, closes houses of worship, that can do real harm to the physical and mental health of individuals and families. It is the wrong plan because this bill spends $471 billion on policies that will reduce employment and destroy jobs. There has been a lot of attention paid to the $15 Washington mandate in this bill and whether Democrats will shred the reconciliation process in order to force it through. That is certainly concerning, but also concerning is how this policy would destroy millions of jobs, at least 1.4 million, according to the Congressional Budget Office, and disproportionately harm low-wage workers, disabled workers, and less educated workers. It is the wrong plan because also packed into the $471 billion is an expansion of unemployment insurance to the point where more than half of Americans would earn more money from unemployment benefits than working. More Obamacare subsidies that CBO has said will lead to fewer hours worked. This bill would even establish a form of universal basic income, which will again lead to Americans working less. It is the wrong plan because it will raise consumer prices, hurting millions of working class Americans and those living on fixed incomes, especially the 31 million seniors who get half or more of their income from Social Security. This bill will force those seniors to have to decide between necessities like food and heating their homes are the medicines that they need to stay healthy. This is the wrong plan for America's working class. It also comes at the wrong time. CBO tells us that absent any further stimulus spending, the US economy will return to a pre-pandemic level of real GDP growth by the middle of this year. Unemployment will also continue to steadily decline. And this year, we are poised for the largest economic growth in more than 15 years. Again, this year. It is a wrong time for this plan because the sheer size of the spending has even Democrat economists questioning the wisdom. Larry Summers, the Treasury Secretary to President Clinton and the economic advisor to President Obama, has raised concerns, noting that the level of spending would be at least 3 times the size of the output shortfall in our economy. It is a wrong time because if this bill becomes law, Congress will have enacted almost $6 trillion in stimulus. That is greater than the GDP of every nation on earth, except the US and China. And of what Congress has already enacted over the past year, an estimated $1 trillion has not even been spent. $1 trillion has not been spent. So now we know it is the wrong plan at the wrong time, but it is also for all the wrong reasons. Let's be real, less than 9% of the spending in this bill goes to crushing the COVID-19 virus and putting shots in people's arms. The real reason for this bill is to send billions to bail out blue state governors and reward their harmful lockdown policies. Billions for policies that satisfy the president's political allies and their agenda. Even the billions they have put in here for schools, which they say are needed to reopen schools, less than 5% will be spent this fiscal year. So when do they plan to reopen schools? Mr. Chairman, this is the wrong plan at the wrong time for all the wrong reasons. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
John, you're muted.
Unmute.
Thank you. I apologize. I haven't used a computer in years. I've been dealing with my iPad and it's befuddled me. But I want to thank you, Mr. Smith, for your opening remarks. I'm glad that my computer failed on my time and not on yours. But all time has expired for opening statements. Following this committee's usual practice, I ask unanimous consent that members have until the end of the day to submit their statements for the record. We will now proceed to 10 minutes of technical and factual questions and answers. As witnesses, we will have Ellen Bayless, Staff Director of the Budget Committee, and Raquel Spencer, General Counsel of the Budget Committee. Ms. Bayless and Ms. Spencer are available to answer technical or factual questions related to the reconciliation bill. In that regard, I ask that members refrain from any comments unrelated to technical or factual questions. There will be time for other commentary during the 40 minutes of general debate. With that, do any members have questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a few questions.
Go right ahead, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Democrats have moved quickly to enact $1.9 trillion in spending through the fiscal year 2021 reconciliation process. According to CBO, of the $1.9 trillion total cost of the bill, how much of the deficit impact occurs in 2022 or later?
According to the CBO score, 1.2 trillion, or 64% of the spending, will occur before the end of September 2021. The remaining 0.7 trillion will be spent in 2022 and beyond, with the bulk of that in FY 2022.
So based on the CBO score, if you exclude spending for the direct checks to individuals, how much of the cost of the bill occurs this year?
I assume you're referencing the recovery rebate checks. That represents 0.4 trillion of the 1.2 trillion that is estimated to be spent in 2021. There are other direct checks to individuals like unemployment compensation. That I don't have a total for that, however.
Okay, so when I look at the CBO score, some concerns I have include the $130 billion provided for K through 12. How much of this funding is spent this year?
CBO estimates that 6.4 billion will be spent before September 30, 2021, but it's important to remember that outlays lag behind spending. Obligations, signed contracts, and commitments of funds by institutions occur earlier and are typically larger than the initial outlays. Examining outlays only underrepresents the economic activity and resources acquired by the school systems.
Okay, so if the White House has said their goal is to get kids back in school as quickly as possible, why would only roughly 5% of funding for schools be spent in 2021, since 95% of this funding is not even spent this year? That must mean either this much money is not needed to reopen schools, or states do not plan to reopen schools this year or next. I want to explore why this funding is spent so slowly. Am I correct that the $129 billion of elementary and secondary emergency relief funding money is all appropriated in 2021?
Yes, the money is all provided for 2021.
So what in the bill acts as a barrier to prevent the K through 12 spending to be used more quickly?
There's no barriers in the bill, except there's just the normal routine operations of the government where we obligate money, contracts have to be written, et cetera. We're all through the year.
Okay. So from a technical perspective, is there anything in the bill that denies the administration the flexibility to spend appropriated 2021 money expeditiously?
They will be spending it expeditiously.
Okay, so the bill gives that freedom. Thank you. According to CBO, how much of the $5 billion provided for homeless assistance is being spent this year?
According to CBO, none of it will be spent this year. They indicated in their cost estimate that they're using historical spending patterns.
So zero
reflect implementation during the public health emergency. likely it'll
Okay.
end up spending a bit quicker because of expanded
Okay, so-
eligibility to include things such as hotel acquisition for rapid housing. That's different
Okay,
than what's been used for. in
Thank
the
you.
past.
So zero money for homeless spending. Clearly, it seems like they really care about the homeless in this legislation. So, and how much of 50 billion in emergency funding for FEMA is spent this year? The 50 billion they're asking for, how much is spent this year?
CBO estimates 11.5 billion will be spent this year.
So roughly 23%. So approximately 160 billion or less than 9% is spent on public health, such as national vaccination programs, diagnosing, tracing, testing for the virus, shots in arms. According to CBO, how much of the total spending in this bill is for the stimulus checks to individuals?
423 billion is for that. So
So
20.
22%. Okay. Now let's talk about some other spending in the bill. How much of the bill goes to foreign aid?
There's a very small amount that goes for international assistance, 750 million for emergency food needs, and another 750 million for Center for Disease Control and Prevention to combat AIDS, COVID globally, including global health.
Do you have the total number? Do you have just the total number of foreign aid?
It's like 1.5 billion.
12 billion or 1.5 billion? Oh, my records show 12 billion. I would like to see if that's accurate. You're saying 1.5 billion?
That's what's in the bill before the committee today, yes.
So not 12 billion. Okay. Well, we'll check on that. According to the CBO score, how much of the bill goes to the Institute of Museum and Library Sciences?
They would be provided with $200 million.
200 million. According to the CBO score, how much of the bill goes to the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for the Humanities?
They each would get 135 million. Most of that.
So 270 million for both of them combined?
Yes, it's going to support
Okay.
grants and expenses to support costs of programs to prevent, prepare for, respond to, and recover from the coronavirus.
You know, I'm apprehensive that this bill would trigger automatic cuts in existing federal spending that millions of people rely on. According to the CBO cost estimates, how many of the titles in the reconciliation bill would trigger a statutory pay-go sequester?
Under the statutory PAYGO Act, sequestration is determined by the total deficit effects added to the scorecard over specified time periods. As instructed in the concurrent resolution on the budget for 2021, all the titles in the bill increase the deficit, and this reconciliation bill is therefore PAYGO legislation.
So is that 9 titles?
The tax reconciliation bill enacted in 2018, a subsequent piece of legislation can address this issue. The PAYGO scorecard has been adjusted whenever necessary to avoid automatic reductions.
Okay, well, thank you. I would like to state for the record that under current law, in order to prevent runaway deficits, this bill will trigger the process to cut approximately 30 billion to the Medicare program starting in 2022 and every year thereafter for the next 10 years. It will also trigger major cuts to farm subsidy programs, which our nation farmers rely on to feed Americans.
Does the gentleman have a question? This is an argumentation element.
I'll,
questions.
Yeah, I think I'm done with questions. I'll yield to Mr. Burgess to finish up.
No.
But I thank the ranking member. I do have a few questions. So we've talked about a little bit about, Mr. Yarmouth, you talked about the ability to amend this bill, and that will not occur at this markup. But we're also looking at several changes that could be made to the bill in the Committee on Rules through a self-executing amendment in the rule prior to the House actually debating our budget resolution. So with that in mind, I do have a couple of questions. This was a very quick process. Committees had less than 2 weeks to submit reconciliation bills to this committee. 12 committees received instructions, 9 responded. So we still seem to be missing Foreign Affairs, the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, and the Committee on Natural Resources. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. That is correct. We received 9 committee submissions to the Budget Committee, and the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021, as you noted, included reconciliation instructions for 12 committees.
And I guess we could speculate on why these committees didn't submit, but if they didn't have recommendations to debate publicly, I guess the bigger question is, why were they instructed to in the first place?
They were instructed pursuant to S-Conres 5, the concurrent resolution on the budget, and
Well,
that's the question for those committees.
Then here's the problem. According to the Congressional Budget Office, this bill likely would exceed the Senate's reconciliation instructions of 1.9 trillion. And the fact that these committees, these authorizing committees, did not mark up, and more changes are still need to be made in the process. Why would we believe that this process has been transparent and not just completely partisan?
We're following the process outlined under the Congressional Budget Act. Today, as you know, the legislation before us is inclusive of the 9 committees that did indeed submit to us. As you note, the bill stands, the total of the bill from those 9 committees is slightly above the reconciliation instruction total. I would also note that the 3 committees for whom we did not receive submissions, the amount of their instruction in the budget was about $11.75 billion. Also, as you know, the Congressional Budget Act provides a mechanism by which compliance can be addressed, and that is through the Rules Committee.
Right, but this is going to be a self-executing amendment when the House votes on the rule, come out of the Rules Committee. So again, $11.7 billion, still a significant sum of money. I don't think you could argue that this process is transparent.
Dr. Burgess, all time has expired for the question and answer period. You will have ample opportunity in the general debate portion, which we're now going to turn to. We will now proceed to 40 minutes of general debate on the recommendations submitted to the committee pursuant to the reconciliation instructions. There will be 20 minutes controlled by the majority and 20 minutes controlled by the minority. I now yield the majority 20 minutes, and I now yield 2 minutes to Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for organizing this markup. We on the Budget Committee have the great honor of being part of this historic debate on a historic piece of legislation, the American Rescue Plan Act. I was going back and looking at the Gallup database of polls over my lifetime, and this is actually the single most popular major piece of legislation for an incoming president over the course of my lifetime. You think back to Bill Clinton's in 1993, the George W. Bush tax cuts in 2001, President Obama's stimulus in 2009, as well as the Trump tax cuts in 2017. None of those proposals, whether you supported them or opposed them, whether you think they were good or bad, actually none of them come even close to having the full support of the American people as this act. Indeed, as Chairman Yarmouth pointed out in his opening, even a slight majority of Republicans support this plan. That's because the American people know, regardless of party, that it is badly needed. We just marked yesterday 500,000 American lives lost to COVID. That is obviously the starkest way to measure the damage. But make no mistake, there has also been severe economic damage, and we continue to see that. Now, I pointed out, and it looks like I only have 20 seconds, so let me just say in closing, before I yield back this, it's not just the American people. Economists across the ideological spectrum support it as well, including even President Trump's economist, Kevin Hassett. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and look forward to being part of this historic debate.
I thank the gentleman. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For weeks, we have been deliberating on legislation to give American families needed relief from the economic and public health consequences of the coronavirus pandemic. We have crafted a bold and ambitious plan that must be considered with speed and urgency. The American people cannot wait for help because they need help now. No effort should be spared by Congress in crushing this virus. COVID-19 has fundamentally altered how we live, work, and relate to one another. The greatest burden of all has fallen on American families. Loved ones were lost, unemployment hit record highs, jobs and wages gone. The House Ways and Means Committee has set forth a series of recommendations to respond to this urgent crisis. Our bill will enact another round of stimulus payments to struggling Americans. It extends unemployment benefits, which have been vital in terms of economic support for millions of Americans. To support families, we enhance the child care funding and expand the child care tax credit, making it fully refundable at $3,000 per child. This policy alone will reduce child poverty in the United States by 54%, more than half. We give certainty to many frontline workers by stabilizing their pensions, making critical investments in retirement security through the passage of the Butch-Lewis Act. And we improve access to health care for millions of Americans who have been priced out due to job loss or sticker shock. This bill is pro-growth, pro-jobs, pro-worker, and pro-family. It confronts the pandemic head-on, affirms the dignity of work, and protects the health of American workers so that we may have an equitable recovery. The American people are depending on us to act. I ask my colleagues to consider their needs and encourage this committee to pass this measure fully and swiftly. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia and Chairman of the Education and Labor Committee, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership. Education and Labor Committee's portion of the American Rescue Plan makes critical investments to support students, workers, and families. In education, it invests nearly $130 billion to help K-12 schools reopen safely, protects students and staff, and makes up for lost time in the classroom. It also provides nearly $40 billion for institutions of higher learning, half of which is directed to help students facing hunger, homelessness, and other hardships due to the pandemic. This bill preserves access to child care services by investing $39 billion for such providers through the Child Care and Development Block Grant Program and another $1 billion for the Head Start program. To support workers, the bill gradually increases the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2025. This will put more than $300 billion in the pockets of workers and families. This bill also provides $320 million to expand workers' compensation coverage for COVID-19 to maritime workers and public servants, and directs $150 million to the Department of Labor to better protect workers from the virus. The bill also includes emergency support for struggling families and adults. It addresses unacceptable surges in child hunger by providing $5 billion through the pandemic EBT program, invests $800 million in the WIC program, which supports low-income women, infants, and children, and puts another $800 million towards addressing domestic and gender-based violence. Finally, the bill invests more than $1.4 billion to strengthen programs for older Americans, including food assistance and vaccination support. And it expands access to affordable health care by subsidizing COBRA for workers who've lost their jobs, their job-based coverage during the pandemic, during this global health pandemic. Mr. Chairman, all of these provisions are critical to providing the American people with support they need and deserve so that they can survive the pandemic. I thank you for your leadership and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffrey.
Thank you so much, Chairman Yarmouth, for your extraordinary leadership as we've endeavored to address the COVID-19 pandemic. Approximately 500,000 American lives have been lost. More than 27 million Americans have been infected by the coronavirus. Over 100,000 small businesses have permanently closed. Tens of millions of Americans have been unemployed at different points in time. Many are food insecure. Some are on the brink of homelessness. There's extraordinary pain and suffering and death that has been visited upon the American people. The Oversight and Reform Committee recognized that the COVID-19 pandemic is a once-in-a-century crisis, and it therefore requires a comprehensive, continuing, and compassionate congressional response. That is why $350 billion has been allocated in support for state and local governments, territories, as well as Indian country. State and local budgets have been devastated, not simply Democratic budgets or Republican budgets, but all budgets, as a result of a COVID-19 pandemic through no fault of their own. The dramatic decline in revenue, the lack of economic activity, the high rates of unemployment have had a significant impact on the ability of our state and local governments to provide for public health, public safety, public housing, public transportation, and the general provision of the public good, including public education. COVID-19 pandemic has adversely impacted certain communities, and these are the very same communities most likely to be adversely impacted by draconian cuts to state and local budgets. That is why it's important that we act and act decisively to help make these state and local governments whole, to ensure continuity and emerge from this storm, building back better. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman, and now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Caucus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Energy and Commerce Committee provisions rise to meet the great challenges that we face today. We are investing $46 billion in a national testing strategy that includes funding for rapid tests, community-based tests, and test sites, and expands lab capacity. This will ensure that we can quickly detect, diagnose, trace, and monitor COVID-19 infections across the country, and will actually allow us to get our kids back to school sooner. Our provisions also include $7.5 billion in improved COVID vaccine distribution and administration throughout the states, allowing them to create vaccination clinics, mobile vaccine units, and vaccine awareness campaigns. This will ensure that everyone knows when, where, and how to receive the vaccine. This pandemic has been decimating for our frontline workers. Our provisions also include over $7 billion in the public health workforce, and will allow public health departments to hire 100,000 new full-time workers to help with outreach and contact tracing. We also invest $5 billion in energy and climate efforts, including $100 million to address health outcome disparities from pollution and COVID pandemic in certain communities. Finally, this bill provides $5 billion to ensure low-income Americans can keep their lights on, the heat working, and their water running. the American people need relief now, and we must pass the American Rescue Plan right this minute. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Steers, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to focus on the portion of the bill that was handled by one of my other committees I sit on, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. The committee, under the leadership of Chairman DeFazio, advanced nearly $100 billion in much-needed relief to aid the millions across the country, in urban and rural communities alike, that are continuing to struggle with the economic impacts of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically, we passed $50 billion for FEMA, Disaster Relief Fund, to reimburse governments dealing with the ongoing response and recovery activities, including vaccination efforts, deployment of the National Guard, providing PPE for critical public sector employees, and disinfecting public facilities. $30 billion to help assist transit agencies with operating costs, including payroll and providing life-saving PPE for transit workers. The $1.5 billion for Amtrak to recall and pay employees who were furloughed due to the pandemic and to restore daily long-distance services. $8 billion for airports, heavily focused on retaining workforce and combating the spread of pathogens and covering costs related to the operations and personnel. $3 billion for the creation of a temporary payroll support program to retain or rehire workers in the aerospace manufacturing industry. And finally, $3 billion for the Economic Development Administration to provide economic adjustment assistance to help prevent, prepare for, and respond to economic injury caused by the pandemic. COVID-19 has impacted every corner of our nation, and the numbers I mentioned are just a few of the many important provisions, including in the Transportation and the Infrastructure Committee's portion of the bill. I urge my colleagues on this committee to join me in passing this relief package so that we can get this desperately needed aid to the American people. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
I strongly support this legislation and the title reported by the Small Business Committee, which will deliver for the millions of small businesses that are still facing near impossible circumstances due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The American Rescue Plan builds on the strong foundation of support laid by Congress since we passed our first COVID response bill in March of last year. Since those early days of the pandemic, Congress has heard from struggling small businesses, community lenders, SBA's resource partners, and SBA and Treasury leadership. Each of us has heard from countless small businesses in our own districts who've informed us as we made bipartisan improvements to our relief programs. In my district, there are many small businesses owned by underserved populations, women, Asian American, Black, and Latino. They were among the country's first to feel the impacts of the pandemic, but they couldn't find banks to process their PPP applications when the program first launched. Stories like theirs helped Congress to establish set-aside lending authority for community financial institutions, and now this legislation takes another step in the right direction by creating a new Community Navigator program to directly connect underserved businesses to COVID relief. It also expands PPP eligibility to all struggling nonprofits, and I'm so pleased that this legislation includes $25 billion for a new restaurant revitalization fund. Like live venues, restaurants and bars simply can't operate at full capacity safely, and that is through no fault of their own. Finally, by ensuring that all eligible businesses who took out an economic injury disaster loan can receive the full $10,000 advance grant, this bill fulfills the promise that Congress made in the CARES Act. Our rate of vaccinations is improving every day, and we can finally see a light at the end of the tunnel. But to get there, we all must do our part to limit spread of the virus. This bill provides small businesses with the tools and assistance to do just that without closing their doors for good. I strongly support the small business title and the underlying legislation, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from the U.S. Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The agriculture sector has been dramatically impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, with supply chain disruptions initially leading to the dumping of farm products while lines for food banks stretch for miles. In response to the ongoing crisis, as well as a history of discrimination at USDA, the House Committee on Agriculture, which I also serve on, passed provisions totaling over $16 billion with the goals of increasing resiliency and establishing equity within USDA and the broader agricultural sector. Of that $16 billion, we have $3.6 billion to improve the agriculture supply chain, which was crippled by the pandemic. This is for commodity purchases and distribution, grant and loans for processors, farmers markets and producers, and protections for food and farm workers who have disproportionately been impacted by the virus. This bill also includes a further $100 million for overtime cost relief to small meat and poultry processors who have been working around the clock due to the pandemic. We have farm loan assistance for socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. $1 billion is to support these producers with expanded access to credit, financial training, technical assistance, and legal services to address issues like heirs property. In this bill, we support research, education, and extension, including at minority-serving institutions, 1890 land-grant universities, and insular area institutions like the University of the Virgin Islands, to see our recovery efforts are equitable and that relief touches historically underserved communities. We have provisions for community facility grants. $500 million is targeted for rural healthcare infrastructure and distribution to assist our rural communities in the fight against COVID-19. Furthermore, regarding the food security of American people enduring this pandemic, we extend a 15% increase in SNAP benefits through September 30th. We include $25 million for the Commodity Supplement Food Program to support low-income seniors. We continue to fight for hungry Americans to have access to nutritious food during this public health emergency. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, outside of agriculture, I'm proud to briefly note the inclusion of provisions in this bill for the U.S. territories that I've been fighting for since I came to Congress. This bill creates equality in the child tax credit, the earned income tax credit for the territories, including by providing federal reimbursement to the Virgin Islands for the cost of those credits, and for educating preparers to encourage more workers to elect the credits. This is very important to raise wages, reduce poverty, and improve the economic standing of low-income Americans in the territories as we fight this pandemic. Thank you, and I yield back.
All of our time has expired. I want to thank my colleagues for their contributions, and I will now yield 20 minutes plus an extra minute to the ranking member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We love the extra minute, so we appreciate that. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Smith. There is a difference between acting quickly and decisively and acting recklessly and rashly. And in this instance, we are acting recklessly and rashly. There has not been any debate. There has not been any discussion. This is being rammed through. Schools need to be reopened. Our current president promised that schools would be open within 100 days of him taking office, yet now we are pushing that timeline back. And only 5% of the money allocated in this bill will go to our schools this year in 2021. We need to reopen our schools. In Mississippi, we are doing that. It is not from lack of resources. It is from lack of wanting to open the schools. Almost none of this money in this budget reconciliation is focused on vaccine distribution, testing, PPE for the people who need it, things that we need to get it. Rural broadband is not addressed in there. I have people in rural Mississippi who cannot access distance learning. They cannot access distance telehealth to get treatment from their doctors and physicians because they don't have rural broadband. Where is the money for rural broadband? What I see is a bailout for poorly run, already existing, state and local for big cities and big states who have poorly managed their money beforehand, not money that is going and earmarked for those who have discovered losses based on COVID. I also am very concerned that we have a farm payback program for USDA that pays 120% of the outstanding loan for only certain individuals. Under USDA policy, we may even have non-citizens who get their whole loan plus 20% paid back, while American citizens are not eligible for the same program. We should never discriminate based on race, culture, sex, or anything else. And that goes both ways. And I'm just really hope someone can answer me. Why are we excluding United States citizens who are farmers from USDA payback when we are paying back others? And why should the color of your skin be the measure of whether or not you get a payback program? Finally, I just want to say this bill rewards states who enforce shutdown of hundreds of thousands of businesses. The minimum wage will be job killing and business shutting in places like Mississippi. It will not result in more jobs or better pay. It will result in businesses closing and jobs being lost. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, the gentleman from Mississippi. Being the newest member to the committee, you did a wonderful job, and we are glad to have you. I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from Iowa, Ms. Henson.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and to my colleagues, both here in the room and joining us virtually. I have just returned from visiting all 20 counties in Iowa's 1st Congressional District. And in my conversations throughout the district, there's one theme that really prevailed. It's that we need targeted pandemic relief, targeted. And we had a really important opportunity here, an opportunity to give Americans just that targeted COVID-19 relief. Instead, I'm disheartened to see this massive 591 behemoth of a bill that fails to focus on what Americans need and instead includes radical agenda items like things that have been pushed long before the pandemic, like a $15 federal minimum wage hike, a mandate there. So instead of including all of these divisive policies like a one-size-fits-all minimum wage mandate and a blue state bailout that have no place in a COVID-19 relief package, we should instead be focused on ensuring that Americans across the country have access to vaccines. Let's get those shots in arms, getting kids back to school safely, and supporting our families. They're working to recover financially, emotionally, physically from this horrific virus. And I think we're missing the mark here. We're going to have plenty of opportunities to talk about what is a monstrosity of a bill. But right now I want to tell you what's not in this bill, but it should be. No requirement in this bill for schools to use this money on safety measures to reopen. And for that matter, I don't believe that the money in this bill is even required to be spent this year. That's concerning to me when we have $54 billion that just went out to schools with no lanes on that funding. There are no vaccines for America's forgotten essential workers in the heartland, like our truckers who have continued to keep our supply chain up and running in the midst of the pandemic. And most troubling to me as a mother of 2, there are no protections to prevent this money from being used to attack our unborn in this country. That's right, this bill drastically expands government health coverage for those affected by the pandemic, but it's been stripped of the longstanding Hyde Amendment protections to prevent your taxpayer dollars from funding abortions and lining the pockets of abortion providers. So this package should be about saving American lives and livelihoods, not ending them before that they have a chance to begin. I'm appalled. This package spends nearly $2 trillion of taxpayer money without a single protection in place to prevent my constituents' hard-earned money from paying for abortions. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, I hope that we can all agree this is unacceptable and it must be fixed before this bill can move forward. And with that, I thank you for the time and I yield back.
I want to thank the lady from Iowa. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Ranking Chair. I am strongly opposed to this bill, which is a blatant attempt by Democrats to politicize this pandemic. 91%, that's how much this $1.9 trillion bill is being spent on items completely unrelated to public health. $500 billion in bailouts for blue state governors, another $500 billion on policies that will reduce job creation, implementing a $15 an hour minimum wage, which the CBO projects will eliminate 1.4 million jobs, raising taxes on private companies, hurting investments and growth in the long run. It's clear Democrats are using a global pandemic as a vehicle to pass their far left agenda, an agenda that will stymie, not stimulate economic growth. The fallout from this reckless spending policies will hurt American workers, seniors, and future generations. Just last week, the CBO projected public debt will surpass 200% of GDP in the next 30 years. Interest payments alone are projected to skyrocket to 7% of GDP, which is more than what we spend on Social Security. But it won't take that long before seniors start feeling the effects of Democrats' out of control spending. Since we are spending much more of our country's money than we take in, pay-go rules will kick the trigger to a $30 billion cut to Medicare starting in 2022 and continuing for the next 10 years. Democrats are completely ignoring the grave consequences of plunging our country into further debt and not for COVID relief. It's an advance, it's all about their out of touch agenda. We have a responsibility to spending people's money wisely and in a serious manner, not one that treats money like a game of Monopoly. And that's why I'm a firm no. Thank you, and I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Iowa. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte.
Thank you to the ranking member for yielding. Colleagues, I strongly urge caution in the adoption of the legislation that we're considering today. If adopted, this will be one of the largest spending package enacted in the entire history of Congress. And although I think we are all united in our belief that we need to quickly respond to this crisis and get our economy back on its feet, this is the wrong way to go about it. First of all, as you heard in the testimony, by most estimates, over $1 trillion of the stimulus that's already been appropriated by Congress remains unspent. Last week, I joined the ranking member and a large number of my colleagues in co-sponsoring HRES 127, which simply asks for an accounting of where that money is and how it can be more quickly gotten to the Americans who are desperately in need of that relief. If our goal as a body is to enact relief for Americans, this would be a far quicker way of doing it, rather than passing new stimulus money. Also, as you heard in the testimony, only about 9% of this legislation would actually go towards directly combating the spread of the coronavirus. The other 91% of it falls into a broad category of relief and stimulus. And the problem with that is the amount of relief and stimulus is about 6 times as much as that recommended as safe by economists. We run the real risk of overheating our economy with this stimulus, of getting us back into a hyperinflationary environment of rising interest rates. And although most Americans might not remember what it was like in the late 1970s and early 1980s to have double-digit mortgage rates and high inflation, I can assure you that is not where we want to put America today. And I also must object in the most strongest terms to the inclusion of an increase in the federal minimum wage in this relief package. Most economists agree that raising this minimum wage, especially at the tail end of an economic recession, will only have the effect of decreasing access to entry-level jobs. This will have the effect of hurting the very people we are trying to help. So, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I strongly urge a no vote on this legislation. I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from California. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from Colorado, Ms. Bober.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Smith. Mr. Chairman, if the goal of this so-called COVID relief bill is to address COVID-19 and support economic recovery, goals I support and think Congress could do some things to help with if done correctly, this bill does not even come close to hitting the mark. In fact, the nearly $1.7 trillion of this $1.9 trillion bill has nothing to do with getting out vaccines or policies that directly address the China virus. Instead, this Democrat bill spends way more than is even conceivably necessary and in so many wrong places. It's no wonder very little of it will actually get out the door in 2021. The government bureaucrats who will have to write these checks won't even know where to start. Look no further than the previous 5 COVID relief bills already signed into law. Totals of those bills reached $4 trillion, and to date, some $1 trillion remains unspent. So much for COVID relief. Frankly, I call bullcrap on all of this. Let's call this bill what it really is: a partisan wish list filled with progressive promises to Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi's closest friends. $500 billion is included for bailing out the blue states and localities that mismanaged their budgets. $500 billion for policies that actually reduce employment, including $260 billion so people can sit on the couch at home through August. I'm a small business owner. I know how hard it is to hire people during this pandemic because of these poor unemployment policies. Postal and federal workers receive an additional 600 hours of paid leave in this bill, when many federal workers have been working from home and never even lost their job. What does a bailout for state pension programs have to do with ending a pandemic? The bill increases the minimum wage to $15 an hour, which will crush already hard-hit small businesses in rural America, killing another $2.7 million jobs in the process. The political nature of this whole thing is sickening. The billions are not all targeted to those who truly still are in need and will go out to the households of governments that have experienced no financial hardship during this crisis. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, all of this extra non-related political payoff spending comes at the expense of hardworking Americans, many of whom are still suffering and under some sort of government restrictions. Our economy is expected to grow 3.7% this year without this bill or any other stimulus. We need Democrat politicians to allow our small businesses and schools to reopen. We need vaccines distributed to those who want them. We need to get the remaining $1 trillion from previous COVID packages out the door. Reopening America is the economic relief we need, not just flushing another $2 trillion of taxpayer money down the toilet. I urge a strong no vote on that. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
I want to thank the gentlelady from Colorado, and I'd like to yield 3 minutes to Mr. Klein from Virginia.
As a new member of the Budget Committee, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be part of the committee. I'll use my service here to advocate for getting our fiscal house in order. Unfortunately, what the majority of today does anything but that. It's mostly liberal wish list masquerading as COVID relief is the wrong plan, the wrong time, for the wrong reason. Among some of its worst provisions, $500 billion is included to incentivize continued state and local lockdowns and to bail out governors whose policies have led to the closure of more than 100,000 small businesses. Here in my home state of Virginia, it was recently announced that even during the pandemic and in spite of the unnecessary lockdowns and the poor performance of Governor Northam's administration in distributing both testing last year and vaccines this year, the Commonwealth recorded a budget surplus of over $700 million. Virginia, rather than a bailout for states like California and New York, Virginians need for the economy and for our schools to reopen. Even worse than bailing out states that don't need a bailout is the fact that less than 9% of the package before us actually goes toward programs that combat COVID-19 through public health spending yet been spent. If any additional relief is passed, it must be targeted, temporary, and tied to COVID. By continuing to spend more money on less targeted COVID aid, the majority is setting us on a course that poses serious threats to the long-term viability of our economy. For these reasons, I oppose the spending package, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia, and I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank you for recognizing me to speak on this incredibly consequential piece of legislation. We in Congress have the responsibility to respond to our nation's crisis, and I'm proud of the work we've done already to get us through this pandemic. But we just can't consider legislation in a vacuum, especially here on the Budget Committee. We must weigh our obligations to our long-term fiscal health and the future we leave to our children and our grandchildren. This package fails to consider the consequences it will have on our future fiscal well-being. This package comes after Congress has already passed roughly $4 trillion in COVID relief. However, an estimated $1 trillion of those funds is yet to be actually spent. Further, CBO projects the economy to return to the pre-pandemic level of real GDP growth by midway through this year, and for unemployment to steadily decline without additional spending. Why do we need to spend an additional $2 trillion of money that is being taken from future generations? Unfortunately, it has become the norm to avoid our fiscal responsibility as of late. What's worse, though, is that this bill is so clearly a partisan wish list than sincere bipartisan effort to actually help Americans overcome the COVID pandemic. Less than 9% of total funding is directly related to combating COVID, almost half of which won't be spent until 2022 or later. What is it? What is it not? So what does the remaining 90% cover? More than $500 billion to incentivize lockdowns that have ravaged our economy and bail out governors whose policies have hurt school children and small businesses. There's a $15 minimum wage mandate that will further damage small businesses and disproportionately harm low-income workers. Also, millions in spending for the National Endowment of the Arts and Humanities has had nothing to do with the pandemic. We have a responsibility to respond to this pandemic, yes, but not one to fund partisan dreams. Even the Washington Post editorial board has come out saying that this bill should focus on COVID and not include other priorities. This package will damage our long-term national fiscal health, is harmful to workers, and built for political gain rather than benefit the American people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this package, and I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia, and I'd like to yield the remaining time to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. My dear friend, Congressman John Yarmouth, who I have such a high opinion of, I would like you to take a break here and think a little bit about what you're doing. I would encourage you even to have a separate hearing on the monetary supply, which we have thrown so much money. We have printed so much money over the last few months. The increase in both M1 and M2 are just historically at very high levels, and this is not going to end well. So I encourage you to look at that. But secondly, a lot of this money is going to state and local units of government, and I ask you to talk to your mayors and county execs and ask them where this is necessary. I will give you two anecdotes. I have talked outside of my district to both a mayor and a county exec. One of them tells me they need about $1 million, and one of them tells me they need about $800,000 to make themselves whole. One wants to go it alone, one wants the help. Both of them in this bill are getting over $20 million. Now, when a county is losing about $1 million from the COVID, and we are giving them $20 million, and we have the money supply going through the roof, this is just preposterous. I can only think that the bill was slapped together with people just thinking the more we give, the better, without realizing we are giving unnecessary money and destroying the value of the dollar. We already see how this is going to hurt the middle class and the lower middle class as the value of housing goes through the roof, as the value of oil goes up, as the value of food goes up. When we debase the currency, the hyper wealthy will always be able to handle it. They will be able to work around it. But the young couple who wants to buy a house, the average couple buying their own food, is going to pay a horrible price for this bill. So I beg you, John Yarmouth, before this thing comes to the floor, take a break, talk to some economists, and talk to your own mayors and county execs and see if they are really out this amount of money, because they aren't. Thank you.
The minority's time has expired. We'll now proceed with ordering reported to the House the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. I want to remind the members that we will consider any non-binding motions to instruct after the conclusion of the vote on this measure. The clerk will now report the title of the measure to be reported.
A bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of S. Con. Res. 5.
Pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read. Section 310 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 requires the Budget Committee to report the reconciliation bill to the House without any substantive revisions. This means that the consideration of somebody's got their mic, somebody's not, thank you very much. I'll start that paragraph over. Section 310 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 requires the Budget Committee to report the reconciliation bill to the House without any substantive revisions. This means that the consideration of amendments to the bill is prohibited, and as such, motions to amend the bill will not be entertained. I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, for a motion to order reported the reconciliation bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee on the Budget to order reported the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 with the recommendation that the bill do pass.
All right, now everybody can unmute. The question is on ordering the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Do I call for a roll call? Do I call? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jeffries.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries, aye. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins, aye. Mr. Boyle.
Boyle, aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Price.
Price, aye.
Mr. Price, aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky, aye.
Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Kildee.
Kildee votes aye.
Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli votes aye.
Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Horsford.
Horsford votes aye.
Mr. Horsford, aye. Ms. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Chu.
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu, aye. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Wexton.
Wexton votes aye.
Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Scott.
Scott of Virginia votes aye.
Mr. Scott, aye. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Jackson Lee of Texas votes aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee, aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper.
Cooper votes aye.
Mr. Cooper, aye. Mr. Sears.
Mr. Series votes aye.
Mr. Sears, aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal, aye. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, Missouri votes no.
Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. McClintock.
McClintock, no.
Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman.
Rothman is no.
Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker, no.
Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Jacobs.
Jacobs, yes.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess from Texas votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Carter.
Carter from Georgia votes no.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein.
Klein from Virginia votes no.
Mr. Klein, can you please repeat your vote? Mr. Klein, no. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert, no.
Mrs. Boebert, no. Mr. Donalds.
Donalds votes no.
Mr. Donalds, no. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, no.
Mr. Feenstra, no. Mr. Good.
Good, Virginia, no.
Mr. Good, no. Mrs. Hinson.
Hinson from Iowa votes no.
Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte, no.
Rep. Jacobs changed his vote to no, please.
Sorry, Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth of Kentucky votes aye.
And did a member request to change their vote?
Yes, Chris Jacobs, no, no vote, please.
Mr. Jacobs, no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote who have not voted or who wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 19 and the noes are 15.
Yes. Did somebody seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Doggett. Just was seeking recognition to be recorded, to find out how it was recorded in the vote.
Mr. Doggett, you have not been recorded.
Doggett votes no.
Doggett, no. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 19 and the noes are 16.
With the ayes being 19 and the noes being 16, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. The American Rescue Plan of 2021 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives with a favorable recommendation. I note for the record that a quorum is present.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, the ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask the requisite number of days for the minority to file its views.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that on the measure just ordered reported, the staff be authorized to make any necessary technical and conforming corrections prior to filing the bill, that the motion to reconsider be laid on the table, and that the chair be authorized to offer motions to go to conference pursuant to Clause 1 of House Rule 22 on the bill just reported, or any companion measure from the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. With the bill having been ordered reported to the House with a favorable recommendation and consistent with our agreement, I ask unanimous consent that the committee follow its longstanding custom and entertain the non-binding motions in the list provided in advance by the chairman and ranking member. The list of motions has been distributed to the members of the committee. I also ask unanimous consent that roll call votes be rolled and voted on in groups. After the first 6 motions have been offered, the clerk will call the roll for any recorded votes requested for those 6 motions. After the final 7 motions have been offered, the clerk will call the roll for any recorded votes requested for those 7 motions. The ranking member and I have agreed that debate on each motion will be limited to 15 minutes per motion. Debate time will be evenly divided between the majority and the minority. The total 7.5 minutes provided for the proponent of the motion will include 1 minute for the proponent to close. The designated proponent and opponent of the motion will each be allowed to control their time. Without objection, it is so ordered. I would like to remind members that these motions do not amend the bill we just voted to order, reported to the House, and that they are not binding on the Rules Committee. I now recognize Mrs. Hinson for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion at the desk.
Staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Hinson and Feenstra. Mrs. Hinson and Mr. Feenstra move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule providing for consideration of the bill make an order and amendment to prohibit any provision of the bill from taking effect until 1, the Congressional Budget Office provides a full and detailed report on the impact the overall legislation will have on private sector jobs, including analysis on provisions already reported by CBO to reduce jobs and hours of work for Americans, especially low-wage workers, non-college educated workers, those more likely to work hourly jobs, and disabled workers. And 2, the Government Accountability Office provides a study on the impact of this legislation on small businesses.
Thank you. Let's see, the member from Iowa, Ms. Hinson, is recognized for 6.5 minutes. The member will also have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion today here is very simple. It prevents this bill, which should be focused on targeted COVID-19 relief, from attacking working Americans. I think the statistics are very telling here. Almost $500 billion of this, or 25% of this $1.9 trillion bill, would support provisions that frankly would kill American jobs. They would kill Iowans' jobs. This package would impose a one-size-fits-all government mandate to more than double the minimum wage. I've heard straight from Iowans that this would destroy livelihoods in our rural communities. According to CBO's analysis on this bill, it would result in 1.4 million jobs lost, and that's at a minimum. It could put as many as 2.7 million people out of work. That means we're spending $54 billion of taxpayer money to strip millions of Americans of their livelihoods at a time when we need them back to work the most. We already saw the impact of this exact thing in practice when Seattle raised its minimum wage by only $2 an hour, not doubling it, just $2. This led to 5,000 people losing their jobs. And that's in a city like Seattle. Imagine if an even bigger increase was forced on rural Iowa. The data shows young workers under the age of 25 comprise about 40% of all current minimum wage earners. These young people will be robbed of their opportunity to enter the workforce. Workforce gaps like this harm rural communities like the ones I represent in Iowa at an alarming rate. Raising the minimum wage in this artificial way hurts the non-working poor more than any other group. Senior citizens on a fixed income are especially at risk. This artificial wage increase will drive up the prices of daily goods, your groceries, your milk, your bread, to the point that our seniors won't be able to afford necessities. That's concerning to me. And additionally, this minimum wage increase is an attack on parents. Prolonged school closures have led 3 million women to drop out of the workforce over the last year to stay home with their children who are learning from behind screens, much like how we're meeting today. When these women try to enter the workforce after the pandemic, they won't have jobs to return to if employers are forced to cut positions and forced to cut hours as a result of a mandate like this. Our motion to instruct here today would require CBO to quantify the impact of job-killing provisions in this bill, specifically on private sector employment, as well as any dollar cost per job from the overall bill before it could take effect. We need a pause on this bill. There needs to be accountability here for taxpayers, and there needs to be transparency for every taxpayer dollar spent. This motion would also require the Government Accountability Office to complete a study on the impact of this legislation on our small businesses before this law could take an effect. And now I would like to yield 3 minutes to my friend and good neighbor from Iowa, the gentleman from the 4th District, Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Congresswoman Henson. I strongly support this motion, which will put a pause on this massive spending bill and give Congress more time to study the effects it will have on American workers and Main Street businesses like the ones in rural Iowa. In their attempt to fast track this bill and jam it through Congress, I'm deeply concerned that Democrats are leaving working class Americans in the dust. They clearly have not taken adequate time to study the potential long-term effects of this bill. Committees rejected all attempts to include long-standing federal policy protecting life by allowing federal dollars to be spent on abortions. It's chock full of job-killing policies that will prevent our economy from getting back on track. It drastically expands unemployment benefits, meaning more than half of Americans would be incentivized to not return to work when these benefits pay more than their jobs. In rural America, we are fighting for workers. Continuing these expanded benefits only slows down economic growth. This measure is bailing out states whose own policies have shuttered businesses and damaged their own economies. States like Iowa, who have been fiscally responsible, will be on the hook for high tax states that were fiscally bankrupt before COVID even began. Finally, this bill forces a national $15 an hour minimum wage hike, which the CBO estimated would cost 1.4 million jobs. This will be a crushing blow to rural Main Streets, shutting down bakeries, hardware stores, grocery stores, and theaters. This bill will be a crushing blow to our economy. The bill also does not consider our growing national debt crisis, which will soon present numerous challenges that our country will have to confront. As members of the Budget Committee, we should be incredibly concerned about this. In the debt we passed to start reconciliation, Democrats have set their recommended levels and amount of the national debt to be an astonishing $41 trillion by 2030, as noted in their shell budget. This is out of control spending, will eventually lead to skyrocketing interest rates, making it more difficult for federal governments to fund critical programs like Social Security, Medicare, national defense, infrastructure, and more. I promised Iowans I would deliver results for our Main Street businesses and working families, but this bill goes completely against their interests. I urge the adoption of this motion, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to claim time in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Morelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask the opportunity to speak on the motion before us in opposition.
Member from New York is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. What we are about today and what this motion will erode is the opportunity to provide real leadership in America. And I want to just take a moment, if I can, to just remind people the state of play in America today. Today, we will probably pass 500,000 Americans dead of the COVID virus. That's more than the lives lost in World War I, World War II, and Vietnam combined. It's an extraordinary number. The state of Wyoming has 580,000 people who live in it. We have essentially lost almost the state of Wyoming in population. We have 18 million Americans on unemployment and countless numbers of people who have given up the opportunity to even look for work as the dislocation from the virus through, as someone said earlier, no fault of their own, businesses impacted, employees impacted. 24 million Americans report being hungry at any time in the last week. 40 million Americans are in danger of being evicted from their apartments or foreclosed on their home. It is unparalleled, the danger that Americans continue to face, even though we hope that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but it is months and months away. So the question is, what is our vision? I think this package and I think this motion would undermine our desire to provide real leadership. We've heard some pretty extraordinary claims that we'll have double-digit inflation. I find that, frankly, a little ironic. You didn't hear any talk about that when our colleagues just 2 years ago were passing a nearly $2 trillion tax cut, which results in $1.9 trillion added to the deficit over the next 10 years, and the benefits of which were felt by the top 80% of the benefits afforded to the top 1% of wage earners in this country. No talk of double-digit inflation. And leading economists on the left, the center, and the right all suggest that the worst mistake we could make economically would be to invest too little in those Americans who are suffering today. So it's not a far left agenda. It's hardly an out of touch agenda. It's an agenda that Americans desperately need. And frankly, the American public agrees with us. According to various public opinion polls, 7 out of 10 Americans, Democrats, independents, and a sizable chunk of Republicans around this country think that what we're talking about today, what we're passing today, is the right thing to do. And it is happening at a time when it is desperately needed. Frankly, the idea that unemployment will be a better idea for people than going back to work is not only laughable. If you can't do it under law, you have to be unemployed to do it. And if you have an opportunity for a job, you can't receive unemployment benefits. But it also suggests that people don't want to work, which is this fallacy that continues to be repeated by people as though the act of the federal government is going to deny people the desire to want to work. Most everyone I know of any background wants to work, wants to have gainful employment, wants to have the self-esteem associated with employment. But I do want to take just a moment, if I may, Mr. Chair, to just talk about the minimum wage, something that we talked about at length in the Ed and Labor Committee, on which I'm privileged to also be a member. So I just think back to 2007. I said this in our Ed and Labor conversation. I wish I was there for apparently the perfect bill to be passed, the minimum wage bill, 2007, which was fully implemented in 2009, because the colleagues on the other side of the aisle apparently think $7.25 should be etched in stone somewhere, that every attempt in the last 11 years to change the minimum wage so that it doesn't continue to degrade by virtue of inflation the purchasing power of $7.25. Every time we have tried to do it, there have been arguments against it. Since its inception in 1938, there was an expectation that we would continue to adjust the wage so it would make up for the loss of purchasing power by inflation. In fact, 22 different times we have increased it. This 11-year period represents the longest period in its time since its inception that we have not adjusted the minimum wage. So frankly, the comments from folks on the other side of the aisle suggest not only do they think $7.25 is the perfect minimum wage, from some of them, if you took them to their logical conclusion, we wouldn't have a minimum wage at all. Maybe workers, we could really expand the number of jobs if we just paid workers $2 an hour, or maybe $1.50. Wouldn't pay for anything, but we could certainly expand the number of jobs if you listen to their argument. I find it astonishing, the notion that here we are in 2021, and if you worked 40 hours a week for 52 weeks a year, you would earn $15,080. I don't know what that would pay for in the modern world. You'd have to make decisions between eating or paying rent. You'd have to make decisions between getting health care for your family or paying for education. It simply isn't enough in the modern world. In fact, it really, in order to meet the most of our needs, would have to be double what it is. We want to be in America, and I think this is the big decision between our vision for America and our friends on the other side of the aisle. We want to use what people often say, a rising tide lifts all boats. All Americans should share. All Americans should be able to get resources in the federal government to deal with the greatest public health crisis of our lifetimes, the greatest economic crisis of our lifetimes. And that's what increasing the minimum wage will do. It gives every American a fighting chance. And so I strongly oppose the motion before the House, and I would like to yield a minute to my great friend from the state of Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli, for yielding. I just felt I needed to respond to my colleague across the aisle from Iowa when she talks about Seattle. That is a city that I represent. In fact, I was on the committee that crafted the agreement among business, labor, and community back in 2014. We implemented our phased-in minimum wage in 2015, and my colleague, I'm sorry to say, is just wrong about what she cited. In fact, as we increased the minimum wage over the years, by 2019, we still had, in 2020, right before the pandemic hit, we had one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. Forbes had ranked Seattle as #1 for both businesses and careers 2 years in a row, 2018 and 2019. And many of the studies that came out in the early years saying that minimum wage was going to lead to loss of jobs were in fact reversed 2 and 3 years later. And what we found is the thing that we find when we raise the minimum wage everywhere. Washington State was in fact the first state in the country to tie minimum wage to inflation. That was back in 1998. And the same arguments that we heard then were the same arguments that we heard when Seattle raised the minimum wage, were the same arguments that we heard when Washington State raised the minimum wage. And they are the same arguments that we're hearing today. They have been disproven over and over again. What we know is that when you raise the wage of the lowest wage workers, we're talking about people who are earning $15,000 a year. And I just need to make sure people understand that gets plowed right back into the economy, and it helps businesses, it helps workers, and it helps the economy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Time is the opposition has expired. I now yield a minute to close to the gentlelady from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge adoption of my motion here today because we, again, need to be focused on helping get Iowans back to work, helping get Americans back to work, not hindering them. There are lives and livelihoods at stake here. And Iowans, like all Americans, have suffered enough during this pandemic. So I invite my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this motion. My vision today is to prevent more suffering through loss of work, income, and dignity. And I think that's what my motion does. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. All time for debate on this motion has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the member from Iowa. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote, please.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement, we will hold the roll call vote after debate has been completed on the first 6 motions. I now recognize Ms. Jackson Lee for the purpose of a motion.
I need to hang up. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Jackson Lee.
You have called on me? I'm
Yes.
sorry. All right.
Yes.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, and to my colleagues, let me thank you for this time.
Do you have a motion? Do you have a motion at the desk?
I'm sorry. I have a motion at the desk, a motion to instruct at the desk.
The staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representative Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee moves that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule for consideration of the American Rescue Plan not make and order any amendment that would strike or modify the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund provided in Title V, Section 5001, including Section 603, which creates the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund and authorizes direct payments to metropolitan cities.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 6.5 minutes. The member will also have 1 minute to close.
I thank the chairman and my colleagues as well. I would like to think that this is something that we have long since fought for, We fought for this through the HEROES Act. We fought for this in the last administration, and that is direct payments to our local jurisdictions who have literally been crumbled and crushed under the burden of COVID-19. We have seen first responders die, police, deputy counsels, deputy sheriffs, deputy constables is a concept in Texas. We have seen health providers die under the brunt and the efforts that they've made to save lives. These have all been municipal and public workers. And that's why we're desperate to have this language in this particular legislation. Pages 291 to 292, subtitle A, Coronavirus State and Local Fund, Fiscal Recovery Funds. And it says in particular, authority to pay payments or make payments to metropolitan cities directly. That is what we've been trying to do in order to bring relief to so many people who have been fighting on their own. As the author of this legislation, I'm pleased to give strong support to this motion to instruct, which instructs the Budget Committee Chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule for consideration of the American Rescue Plan not make in order any amendment that would strike or modify the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund provided in Title V, Section 5001, including Section 603, which creates a Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund and authorizes direct payments to metropolitan cities. The purpose of this common sense motion to instruct is to protect and preserve the program for providing for direct payments to major metropolitan cities like my own, Houston, and counties like Harris, as opposed to the county having to receive an allocation from the state, so that local governments are in the best position to identify and respond and will be able to tailor the funding to meet the urgent needs of their communities, including schools. For example, under the direct payment provisions in the CARES Act, Harris County received more federal funding relative to amount that would have been received through the state program and had the flexibility needed for more efficient use of their funding. By directly allocating funding to metropolitan cities in areas like Houston and Harris County and many other jurisdictions and small cities that will be worked on by the federal government, we were able to work with the community to determine the specific needs of the residents, such as child care assistance, court evictions, direct assistance program, to fight the increase of domestic violence, which increased with COVID-19, the enormous burden of rental assistance programs where so many were getting evicted and needed desperate help, small business loans, small business relief funds, student digital services, which I heard one member mention, and UT Health Community Spread Survey Program to determine and track down COVID-19 cases. In addition, without direct payments to major metropolitan cities, state governments, as we saw here in Texas, would not have permitted CARES Act funding to be used to create or support any of these programs. Without direct payments to major metropolitan cities and government units, states invariably will succumb to the temptation to place onerous conditions on funding over and above those required by the federal government. And yes, put those money in the rainy day funds and the local governments will never see them. For example, in Texas, only $55 per capita was allocated to the non-direct allocation entities instead of the $174.49 per capita that was allocated to them by Congress. That is simply a shame. How many other jurisdictions face the same? Additionally, only 20% of the allocation made available immediately to local entities instead of 100%. Third, the instruction contained in this motion is necessary to prevent state governments from creating specific categories limiting eligibility for medical expenses, public health expenses, payroll expenses for employees, instead of having local jurisdictions on the ground, as we have been in Houston with the freeze, giving out water, helping people survive. That is why we need these direct payments to major metropolitan cities. And I ask that no amendment be put in place that removes this particular language from the COVID-19 package that we have. With that in line, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Lee.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding and for this motion. I think it's extremely important, and I think first let me just say to you, Congresswoman Jackson Lee, that we are in total support of the people of your great state and whatever is needed from my congressional district, and I know all of our members would want to help recover from this latest terrible, terrible disaster that has taken place. And having said that, I think that local governments, as you said, provide the direct connection to the people, to community-based organizations, and to the needs of people, especially during this pandemic. This is an emergency. It's a national emergency. And many of our communities are faced with a pandemic upon a pandemic. And so we have to get the resources to local governments so that they can get the resources to people. And that's what this is about. And so I hope that we will support this motion because, of course, our local governments and our local essential workers and our community-based organizations have been, which deliver many of the services that are needed, have been hit the hardest. And so thank you very much for this motion, and I yield the balance of my time back to you.
Does the member from Texas have anything additional? You have 17 seconds left.
This reimbursement process, this is from the state and a complaint by a state citizen. This reimbursement process requires cities and counties to accept terms and conditions that agreeing that a minimum of 75% of its allotment will be spent in categories designated by the state. While I applaud the state's efforts to be a prudent steward of taxpayers' dollars, many of my local elected officials in rural East Texas have expressed a frustration with this policy, holding dollars and preventing them from getting to local communities. Mr. Chairman, may I submit some items in the record? Or
without objection. Without objection. And your time has expired. Sorry. You will have 1 minute. You will have 1 minute to close. Does any member seek claim time in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, I would claim the time in opposition.
The ranking member is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While there are numerous objectionable provisions in the legislation, this motion seeks to protect one of the aspects which harms rural America the most. It doesn't only harm rural America the most, it punishes the people that voted for Donald Trump the most. This bill replaces the bipartisan formula used for state and local funding in the previous 5 COVID bills, and instead uses a new radical one to reward some of the worst acting governors during this pandemic. Let's look at the numbers, and let's be serious about this. Under the new formula in this bill, Virginia will lose $1.1 billion versus all the prior CARES allocations. North Carolina will get almost $60 million less. If you're from North Carolina and a representative from North Carolina, you cannot support this because you're going to lose $600 million less. Guess what, Mr. Chairman? In the state of Kentucky, you will lose $300 million in aid under this new formula. Your state's going to lose $300 million more. And guess what? If you're from the state of Tennessee, I don't know Texas or Tennessee, if you're from the state of Tennessee, you're going to lose $164 million. And if you're from the state of Missouri, my home state, you're going to lose $800 million compared to a non-biased formula that has been used by population in all the other packages. This formula change that Miss Jackson Lee's defending rewards states that have underperformed. It rewards states that shut down small businesses, 100,000 of them. While my state will lose 800 million, California will gain 5.4 billion. Of course, everyone from California supports it. Of course, Speaker Pelosi supports it. This is about particularly as California Governor Newsom is currently facing the threat of a recall vote because residents are tired of his poor handling of this pandemic. I don't blame them. New York, a state whose governor intentionally withheld nursing home data from his own state legislators, his own Democrat state legislators, and the federal government in order to provide misleading information about COVID-19 related deaths, will be receiving $2.1 billion more. than what it otherwise would have under all the other non-biased population-based formulas. This is hogwash. This is unacceptable. And this is rewarding your political allies with corruption more than most items in this legislation. And there's a lot of them. With that, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. Under the previous bipartisan CARES Act, the formula for distributing funds to states was based on population alone. This was unbiased. But by contrast, the bill before us today changes the formula that's used to distribute, or will be used to distribute, $195 billion to state government, and it will reward those states who, through previous lousy economic and fiscal policies, have had historically high unemployment, even during the record low unemployment of the Trump administration. But it will also reward them from having the most severe and extensive lockdown policies that have caused the closure of thousands of small businesses and hurt millions of working class families. Under the formula change that this motion seeks to protect, Texas would be one of the big winners, with an additional $1.4 billion received under this formula, which includes unemployment along with population, while my home state of Virginia would be the third biggest loser with a reduction of $1.1 billion in funding using unemployment as well as population. So I think my colleagues on this committee from Virginia, Representative Klein and Representative Wexton, would join me in saying that Virginia and other states should not be punished by this new change in formula calculation. And I'm sure that Senators Kaine and Warner will agree when this moves to the Senate. So I urge all of my colleagues to reject this motion, and I yield back my time.
How much time do we
have? A gentleman from Missouri has 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to reiterate, whenever this piece of legislation, if this is not amended, goes over to the United States Senate, I think a lot of the Democrat senators, the two from Virginia, definitely won't be happy about losing all this additional money. The two Democrat senators from Georgia should not be able to support this bill. And whenever it's a 50-50 vote over in the United States Senate, this is the time that they can make sure that they take care of their constituents, that they don't allow all of the money to go to California and New York. So those Democrat senators in Georgia, those two Democrat senators in North Carolina, those Democrat senators in Minnesota better be paying attention to this, because this is directly taking money away from their constituents and giving it to California and New York. With that, I yield the rest of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields the rest of his time. I'm sure that all of those Democratic senators will appreciate the political advice he's providing. The proponent of the amendment, the motion, the gentlewoman from Texas, has 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remind my members, 500,000 dead. This is what we fought for. This language is in the bill. We do not want it removed. This is the language that says our metropolitan jurisdictions will get direct payment. They will not be interfered with politically by states that want to chop their money in half. We will be able to help for rental assistance. We'll help our first responders, many of whom have lost their lives to COVID-19. We will do what we tried to do with the HEROES Act, and we will fought over and over again. This is the kind of amendment that we want to, a motion to instruct, is to ensure that that language is not removed, that we do protect our cities, we do protect our first responders, and we do respect the local jurisdictions who don't have to fight states in some instances to be able to get their money. Of course, this money will go directly to states as well, along with metropolitan jurisdictions and local jurisdictions. This is what we've asked for. Let's protect it. I ask my colleagues to vote aye on Jackson Lee's motion to instruct to preserve this language to help our metropolitan local jurisdictions getting direct funding. I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Time for debate on the motion has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the member from Texas. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. To demand for roll call?
Mr. Chairman, could we have a roll?
Yes, sir.
Recorded vote?
You certainly may. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will hold the roll call vote until after debate has been completed on the first group of 6 amendments. I now recognize Mr. Donalds for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion seeks to incorporate an amendment to the bill or instructions to the bill that would strike all provisions that would result in an increase in the cost of living for Americans, especially seniors on fixed incomes and low and middle income working class
Your time hasn't started, Mr. Donalds, yet. Do you have a motion at the desk?
I do have a motion at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representative Donalds and Grothman. Mr. Donalds and Mr. Grothman move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule providing for consideration of the bill make an order an amendment that would strike all provisions of this bill that would increase the cost of living for Americans, including but not limited to seniors on fixed incomes and low and middle income working class Americans who have to abide by strict budgets to stretch every dollar they earn, and for which a rise in the prices of basic necessities like food, energy, and clothing can be devastating to their well-being and peace of mind.
The member from Florida is recognized for 6.5 minutes. The member will also have 1 minute to close.
Sorry about that from earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the clerk for summarizing my amendment so succinctly. Maybe I'll give the rest of the time back. I'm quite sure the committee will be happy. Just kidding. The amendment as stated by the clerk is actually quite clear. Increasing the minimum wage, particularly in the middle of a global pandemic, when so many small businesses are struggling, would do nothing further than damage the economic welfare of low-income families. We know that when government raises the cost of doing business for small enterprises, such as through arbitrary minimum wage increases, the workers at the bottom actually get fewer working hours and fewer job opportunities. This is not a political statement. This is a factual statement based upon what we have seen when minimum wages have been increased. I've been contacted by many of the businesses in my district who have expressed concern about the hugely consequential impact that raising the minimum wage would have on their businesses. These business owners aren't just worried about the little profits that they do receive, because many of these businesses, their margins are actually quite small. They are also trying to find a way to limit the impact it will have on their employees. These businesses in my district, are trying to find every possible way to hire more people in their businesses right now. One of the reasons why is because in Florida, under our governor's leadership, we've actually reopened our economy for quite some time. And so our business owners are trying to find a way to bring more people to come to work. This bill is currently written would ensure that business owners, especially small and micro enterprises, fire rather than hire and limit the hours that they can pay their employees. One of my own business owners here, Mr. Willis, here in Fort Myers, he stated that his concerns are that with an increase in the minimum wage, it will do to the students that actually work at his enterprise. These students rely on minimum wage jobs. He said that the increase in the amount he must pay workers above a fair market value, which is what the minimum wage would do, would mean that he has to cut, as some of his staff members, cut the entry-level employees and cut their hours as well. It creates an undue burden on the rest of his staff because that work still has to be made up. Just because some members of the workforce lose hours or lose their jobs altogether does not mean that the work of the business just simply stops. Other workers would have to increase their duties and their workloads. But I have no doubt that the sentiment from the businesses in my district are just as similar to the sentiment from tens of thousands of businesses all across our country. These are the reasons why I strongly recommend that the committee adopt my motion to instruct. And I would now like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
There we are. Thank you very much. I would like to address the long-term effects of this bill on the average person or the person who makes less than average income. I even broke ranks with President Trump near the end of his term because he continued to try to write more checks and feel that by having the Fed write checks, somehow that was the road to prosperity. I would hope everybody on the committee understands that you cannot continue to print money and find prosperity at the end of the rainbow. Already we see, to a certain extent for COVID reasons, to a certain extent not, dramatic increases in the price of housing, increases in the price of oil. As we debase the dollar, who pays the price? It's not going to be the billionaires. They'll find a way around it. It's going to be the average guy. Price of travel will also goes up as the price of income goes up. Who lives on fixed income? If you live on investment income, you can find ways to increase it. But fixed income pensions, their value is going to drop as you drive up inflation. If you have small bank accounts, you know you're not getting value there. Those are going to drop. With your minimum wage increase, you're getting rid of the 14C. And by the way, I beg my Democrat colleagues to tour some work centers and see what you're doing when you shut down work centers that rely on 14C and a sub-minimum wage. Those folks, the most vulnerable people in society, are not only going to lose their income, but they're going to lose their socialization as well as you shut them down. So I please ask my Democratic colleagues, I expect you to all vote for the bill today, but sometimes between now and the end of the week, talk to some economists, including your own economists. Like I said, to quote Herb Stein, who is the father of the wonderful Ben Stein, if something can't go on forever, it won't. And you cannot get prosperity by just printing dollar after dollar after dollar and thinking you're making Americans wealthier. You're going to wind up having a huge downturn because of this bill you're passing today. It's going to probably be when Joe Biden is president, and you're going to have to deal with it. But you still have time to hit the brakes, stop before we have a disaster hit. So I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Florida has a minute left. You're muted.
Sorry
Mr.
about
Donald,
that. I'll yield the rest of my time, Mr. Chairman.
the gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Does any member claim time in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to claim time in opposition.
The member from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I find it interesting that my colleagues are so concerned about printing money now. Where was that concern when the Republicans passed the GOP tax scam that increased the deficit by $2 trillion and put all of the wealth into the concentrated wealth into the top 1%? If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are serious about preventing harm to seniors and everyday Americans struggling during this pandemic, then they should actually be supporting this rescue package, as 73% of Americans do, including over half of Republicans. This motion seeks to eliminate raising the minimum wage to 15 for at least 27 million American workers, putting 1.3 million people out of poverty. 500,000 people, Mr. Chairman, have died due to COVID and due to Republicans who have refused to take the virus seriously. Working people are struggling with a crippling recession. But even before this pandemic, too many people had been living paycheck to paycheck, working multiple jobs just to get by. 30% of minimum wage workers who would get a raise if we raise the minimum wage as we're proposing are Black, and 26% are Latinx. The sad fact is that the minimum wage has not been raised a cent, not 1 cent in 12 years. And America can no longer say that if you work 40 hours a week, you can earn a decent living, put food on the table, and have money for an emergency. With the pandemic, it's only worse. These are the exact same workers on the front lines, getting disproportionately killed by COVID and not getting any help or respect for their work. Raising the minimum wage is not just good for those 27 million workers, it's also good for local businesses, communities, and the economy. You see, when the lowest wage workers get a raise, they don't sock away that money to put into stock trades. They spend it. They spend it in their communities, at their small businesses, on food and other necessities. $330 billion in wages would flow right back over 10 years into the economy through these increased wages for minimum wage workers. That would strengthen our businesses and our communities and help us all to build back better. That's exactly what happened when Seattle became the first major city in the country to phase in a minimum wage raise to $15. Everyone benefited. Last month, nearly 80% of Americans were unable to pay their monthly bills, and 30 to 40 million Americans are at risk of eviction. Jerome Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, has argued for this kind of a robust investment, stating that the much bigger risk is doing too little rather than doing too much. So if you care about putting money in people's pockets and strengthening businesses and crushing the virus, it's critical that we invest in this relief package to do just that. Before I yield to a couple of my colleagues, I did want to just remind my colleagues on the other side to stop using inflammatory language that was used in general debate, like China virus, to describe this pandemic. We have seen an enormous surge in hate crimes targeting the Asian community throughout this pandemic that is a direct result of using language that places blame on Asian people. In the last month, as Asian Americans celebrated the Lunar New Year, there were multiple attacks on elderly Asian Americans. An 84-year-old grandfather is dead as a result. So let's please stop using that rhetoric for the safety of all of our communities. And with that, I'd like to yield a minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Jackson Lee.
I thank the gentlelady for her insight. 500,000 Americans are dead. And when you begin to try and undermine those who are living from paycheck to paycheck, who are trying to protect and raise their family members, we are in a very difficult time. I just spoke recently, before getting on this hearing, to a mother who has 3 children, 3, 5, and 11. They have no food. This amount of money increase will help those who work in essential jobs. Consequently, we know that the working class has been exposed to the virus more than anyone else. They are the essential workers. I vehemently oppose this motion to instruct and believe that when you provide the $15 minimum wage, you inject energy into the economy. You circulate dollars in the African American community, Latinx community, and the Asian community, because individuals will help build small businesses because that's where they shop. That's where this mother would shop. So I say to my colleagues, it is imperative that we move on the $15 minimum wage. It will be a shot to the arm of this economy in the right way, and we'll give dignity and humanity to that mother with 3 children who's looking for food right now. I support the opposition. I'm in support of the opposition, and I'm in the opposition to this motion to instruct, and I oppose this motion to instruct. I yield back.
Thank you. I'd now like to yield 90 seconds to my friend from California, Congresswoman Barbara Lee.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding, but also for your persistence and for your tremendous leadership in making sure that this $15 minimum raise in our minimum wage is included in this package. A couple of things. I'd like to associate myself with Congresswoman Jackson Lee's remarks and also with yours. The minimum wage has been at $7.25 for more than a decade. This is the longest period of time without an increase in the minimum wage in United States history. Now, the cost of living and inflation has already severely impacted communities, and now COVID-19 has impacted these communities further. We know, and you've cited the statistics, Congresswoman Jayapal, we know that people of color have been paid poverty wages for too long, which deepens the long-standing racist and economic divisions in this country. And many of these workers have been frontline workers during this pandemic. A worker working full-time for childcare and other expenses with their earnings barely can get by. We know that this is simply not the case in terms of people who are making more money. Workers should not be making poverty wages if they're working, and they should be making a living wage. Now, let me just tell you, I and many have asked me about this, but I actually was a small business owner for 11 years prior to coming to Congress. And I just have to say, as a small business owner, I know, because I paid a living wage, that worker productivity, stability, and in the workforce, and valuing one's employees by paying more than poverty wages is good for the bottom line. People who are working should not have to go to food lines, should not have to apply for SNAP benefits, should not have to apply for Section 8 or other public benefits. That's what happens when you pay $7.25. It's just wrong. These are, in many ways, it's like slave labor. It doesn't, it's wrong for people to work for this amount. So I oppose this motion and hope that it fails.
Member's time has expired. The member from Florida has 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, it's important to understand a couple of things. Number one, there's actually the vast minority of workers in the United States actually make $7.25 an hour. Just because that's the federal minimum wage does not mean that is actually where the bulk of workers in the United States are actually earning. That is simply not true. And to try to put that into the argument, into the debate that forces an increase to $15 an hour is not appropriate. That's one. Number two, the cost of an increase of the minimum wage actually is felt by consumers, and it's felt by business owners as well. And so what actually happens is there are less hours to be worked. You have more automation that happens in these stores. Anybody been to a McDonald's lately? How about a Panera Bread? How about many of the gas stations across the United States that are moving towards automation because they are realizing that it's probably cheaper to go ahead and automate these practices? We are going to see more of that. That does not help workers. That actually hurts them. Number three, a lot of these workers who are making below $15 a minimum $15 an hour now are younger people. They are students. It's not just purely family members. So I think it's important for the members to understand that you just can't say a family of four making $7.25 an hour on the entire whole of what's happening in the United States. That is not factually accurate. Number four.
The member's time has expired, so the member can wrap up.
Mr. Chairman, I never saw the clock run. Mr. Chairman, I never saw the clock actually start.
Well, if you can conclude. No, it was running.
I will say, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last thing I will say is this. This measure of $15 minimum wage has nothing to do with COVID-19 response. This is an economic policy being dropped into a relief package because you could not pass it in regular order. With that, I yield back and I ask the members to support my motion to instruct.
The member's time has expired. All time for debate on this motion has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the member from Florida. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote on this measure.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will hold the roll call vote after debate has been completed on the group of 6 motions. I now recognize Mr. Feenstra for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion at the desk.
Clerk has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Feenstra and Boebert. Mr. Feenstra and Mrs. Boebert move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule providing for consideration of the bill make and order an amendment that would strike all provisions of the bill that are not directly related to the vaccination, testing, or treatment of COVID-19. Those provisions that make up more than 90% of the bill, which are not directly related to responding to the pandemic.
The member from Iowa is recognized for 6.5 minutes. The member will also have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion would ensure that this relief package is targeted response to COVID-19 pandemic. It's frustrating that only 9% of the $1.9 trillion of taxpayer money is being spent in this bill is related to public health and combating the virus. The way the majority has decided to go through this process makes it pretty clear how it wants to govern. I have spoken on the floor about how terrible it was that the Budget Committee did not get to work on the budget framework that started this process. It's even worse that we had 3 committees that denied an opportunity to mark up over $1.5 billion in spending, including a committee that I sit on. Every single bill was written behind closed doors, and it reflected in some of the out-of-touch policies that have found their way into this budget. Let's start with how much funding will actually be spent on COVID-19. That's $160 million. $160 billion of nearly $200 trillion will go towards public health measures, like funding additional testing, contact tracing, and vaccine programs. So let's talk about what else is in this bill. There are provisions in this bill that are just pork barrel spending by the Democrat projects, like the $1.5 million that's going to a Seaway International Bridge in New York. Tell me how that applies to COVID. $135 million for the National Endowment of Arts. Tell me, how does that apply to COVID? $135 million to the National Endowment for Humanities. $200 million to the Institute of Museum and Library Services. Wow. How does that apply to COVID? And then there are examples like the issue of multi-employer pensions. While not related to COVID, this is a serious issue that needs real reform. Congress has previously taken this bipartisan item and worked it out. Fast forward to today, rather than working together, this bill chooses to simply bail out the pension system for $86 billion, using the interest rate lower than what the plan themselves used to calculate their liabilities. This isn't all. We can examine the distribution of funds to see where the money is recklessly being spent. 87% is going to Federal Transit Administration for grants going to cities. Temporary assistance for needy families is being distributed to states based on population, not poverty. Every COVID relief bill has been partisan, bipartisan. Every one except this one. Why are you rushing this bill through Congress when the executive branch can't even find enough ways to spend the resources we currently have sent to them? We know that this is still over $1 trillion that has been unspent. This kind of out of control spending has tremendous consequences. This deficit spending will trigger pay-go and cut Medicare in the middle of the pandemic. And it continues to be poisoning between both sides of the aisle. I would like to now yield 3 minutes to the great Congresswoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
I thank the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for yielding. I strongly support this motion that would strike all provisions in the bill not directly related to the vaccination, testing, or treatment of COVID-19. Mr. Chairman, of the $1.9 trillion included in this legislation, $20 billion is provided to buy additional vaccines and $8 billion is provided to distribute vaccines. While there are a few other COVID-related provisions, nearly $1.7 trillion in the bill has nothing to do with ending the pandemic or helping prevent the spread of this China virus, meaning more than 90% of this bill does not directly relate to addressing COVID-19 and must come out. Since the other side won't tell you about the other 90%, allow me. $270 million is included for the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for Humanities. $200 million is included for the Institute for Museum and Library Services. Billions of dollars are included for foreign aid. Americans need help right now. Are you kidding? $500 billion is included for bailing out blue states and localities that mismanaged their budgets. This is a Biden blue state bailout. The bill also allows benefits to be accessed by illegal immigrants and taxpayer money to be used for abortions. Disgusting, unacceptable. We're coming up on a year into this thing. Remember 15 days to slow the spread? Right, we're coming up on a year. 5 bills, $4 trillion, and $1 trillion still available to be spent today. And yet we're here arguing about another $1.9 trillion, 90% of which isn't even related to addressing COVID. Can we get that cleared? But wait, Mr. Chairman, there's still more. If passed, and it will be, the Democrats have made sure of that. Most of the 90% unrelated to COVID will not even be spent in 2021. Again, are Democrats serious with this stuff? For example, the bill allocates $130 billion for schools. That's on top of the $68 billion previously enacted, of which more than $60 billion remains unspent. According to CBO, 95% of the new school money in this bill would not be spent until after 2021. And there is no requirement that the schools even reopen for in-person learning to access this money, as Joe Biden recently confirmed. Sounds like another payoff to the teacher unions to me. And I hope parents all across America are waking up to this and seeing we need school choice. And those tax dollars, if they're going to be spent, they need to be spent on the students' education, not the teachers' unions. Mr. Chairman, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office recently predicted that our economy will grow 3.7% this year without this bill or any other stimulus. The bottom line is that if taxpayers are going to work for another $2 trillion, they deserve to know exactly how it is going to address COVID-19 and end the pandemic. That is decidedly not the case with this bill, with nearly 90% in unrelated spending that must be removed. This is our responsibility to get this right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The member's time has expired. Does any member wish to claim time in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask to be recognized in opposition.
Member from New York, Mr. Jeffries, is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in opposition to this motion that has been made for a wide variety of reasons. First, there's been an objection to the process that is being used of reconciliation, which I find incredibly ironic, given this is the same exact process used by my Republican colleagues in 2017 to pass the GOP tax scam, shouldering our children, our grandchildren, and our country with $2 trillion worth of debt, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America as part of an effort that was shameful to support the lifestyles of the rich and shameless, without any justification or connection to the working class Americans that my Republican colleagues now claim to want to support. It's also ironic, Mr. Chairman, that the claim is being made that the American Rescue Plan is being done for partisan purposes, when it is one of the most bipartisan supported pieces of legislation in recent memory, supported by Democrats and Republicans across the country, including organizations like the Business Roundtable, a right-leaning organization, or the Chamber of Commerce, a right-leaning organization, or individuals like Jerome Powell, appointed to chair the Federal Reserve by former President Trump. Jerome Powell, of course, has indicated that it's important to go big to deal with the size and scope of the problem that we confront. There are also so-called red state governors like Jim Justice of West Virginia. That's a pretty red state to me, who strongly supports the effort to deal with the challenges in the way that the American Rescue Plan has set forth. Why? Because the COVID-19 pandemic is both a public health crisis and an economic crisis at the same time. And so, yes, part of confronting the crisis is dealing with the testing, tracing, treatment, and vaccinations as included in this bill. But we also have to deal with the economic aspects of the crisis, the recession that was triggered, the dramatic rates of unemployment, the devastating impacts on state and local budgets, which will ultimately hurt all Americans unless we solve it. The rise in food insecurity, the hunger lines that we see in the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. The fact that so many people in red states and blue states are on the brink of homelessness and the need to provide $25 billion in assistance to renters and homeowners struggling to pay their rent or their mortgage. And so, yes, the $1.9 trillion package is absolutely necessary, and that is why it has such tremendous support across the country, from both Democrats, Republicans, and independents. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from the great state of Texas, Sheila Jackson-Lee.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise in great enthusiastic position to this motion to instruct. Let me first give my good friends on the other side of the aisle a tutorial, and that is to indicate how they could, in good faith, good conscience, vote for, some who were here at that time, a $2 trillion tax cut that hardworking essential workers, many of whom who've died from COVID-19, never at that time experienced 1 single cent. You say this is a partisan bill? Are you going to vote against $1,400 of direct payments? That polling shows that 4 in 5 respondents say it is necessary, including 7 in 10 Republicans. Are you going to vote against a bill where more than 7 in 10 Americans back Mr. Biden's plan? And as well, 2 in 5 of them are Republicans and 3/4 are Democrats. The American people have asked us to go big because they are suffering, whether it is COVID-19 and a freeze that has killed many in my own state, or whether or not it's COVID-19 in hard-hit states from Illinois, Ohio, Florida, California, New York, and Texas, red and blue states. This is a pandemic that is impacting all of us. And clearly, organizations like the U.S. Conference of Mayors, representing all cities and all persons, all diversities, all economic levels, have enthusiastically said, please provide us this relief. In addition, Republican Mayor Jeff Williams of Arlington, Texas, noted the pandemic has caused huge problems for his city's budget and stated the COVID-19 relief is the right thing to do. This isn't a red or blue issue. This is an American issue. And so this motion to instruct falls very short of the desires and needs of the American people. With that in mind, it's so very important that we do what is right. We provide the funding for public jurisdictions, state and local governments, and we also provide the funding that is needed for individuals to survive and put food on their table and to get COVID-19 testing and vaccinations and to encourage and to produce ultimately mass immunization. That is why I vigorously oppose this legislation and I am willing at this time. Did I use my 2 minutes, Mr. Chairman? Then I'm willing at this time.
Yes, you did. You did.
Well, let me quickly. I'm at this time to yield back.
But
Thank
it's Mr. Jeffrey. It's Mr. Jeffrey's time.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffries, I yield back.
Unmute, please. Mr. Jeffries, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry, let me now yield the balance of my time to Dan Kildee.
Thank you, Hakeem, or Congressman Jeffries, for yielding. Look, with this legislation, we finished the job to get $2,000 direct payments to Americans, which was supported in a bipartisan fashion. With this bill, we expand the child care and earned income tax credits that people need in a time of crisis. With this legislation, we make sure that families get the help they need. Over 7 million people being lifted out of poverty, 4 million children during a pandemic and an economic crisis. It provides that this credit can be allowed through direct advance payments so people don't have to wait for a lump sum because they need that help now during a crisis. We provide the federal pandemic unemployment compensation of $400 a week during the crisis while they're unemployed to pay their bills. This is directly related to the joint health and economic crisis being faced by Americans. Americans do need help, as the gentlelady said. Americans need help, and this legislation delivers it to them. Your argument is not with us. Your argument is with your own constituents who support this as well. I yield back.
Member's time has expired. The member from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By the way, crickets on the pork bill spending, I guess, huh? I didn't hear anything about you guys identifying the pork bill spending that's in that bill. Obviously, it's absent. There was one bipartisan measure in this bill, however. I passed an amendment in Agriculture Committee that would help farmers hit by the natural disasters in the middle of the pandemic. There are hardworking farmers in Iowa that lost everything. I reached out to the other side and have found common ground with them with this amendment, which would help American farmers. I have also been told that this amendment, the only bipartisan amendment, is likely to be stripped once the bill goes to Rules Committee. We just passed the MTI that would preserve a far more controversial provision, once again highlighting how this is a sad, sad process. After all these markups, the Rules Committee could strip the only bipartisan measure out of hundreds of amendments that are offered. I urge adoption of this motion because this bill fails the American people on many levels. It's not targeted, it completely ignores long-term consequences and reckless spending. It was crafted behind closed doors, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate on the motion has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the member from Iowa. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a record vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will hold the roll call vote after debate has been completed on the first group of 6 motions. I now recognize Ms. Boebert for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion at the desk.
Staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Boebert and Overnolty. Mrs. Boebert and Mr. Overnolty move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the providing for consideration of the bill make and order an amendment to strike any further state and local government bailouts.
Before we start the time, I think somebody has forgot to unmute after that vote, so if you'll please check and unmute. Thank you very much. The member from Colorado is recognized for 6.5 minutes. The member will also have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion would make an amendment that would strike untargeted bailouts for blue states and localities that have mismanaged their budgets or don't need relief. Mr. Chairman, over the past year, Congress has already provided nearly $360 billion for states and local governments through 5 different COVID bills. Much of this relief was untargeted and benefited states like New York and counties like Boulder in my state of Colorado that didn't need or deserve this funding. This bill now presumes to spend $500 billion on the same endeavor. Let me remind you.
If the member can suspend for just a second, stop the clock. Would everybody please check their computer? I think we're getting a lot of background noise. Make sure you're muted. Thank you very much. The member from Colorado may continue.
This bill now presumes to spend $500 billion on the same endeavor. Let me remind you, that amount is nearly 3 times what the bill actually provides for combating the COVID-19 pandemic. Much of this money will reward politicians that have kept in place draconian lockdowns despite scientific evidence and data that proves them unnecessary. To make matters worse, partisan Democrats responsible for these lockdowns have operated under do as I say, not as I do policies. From Gavin Newsom going to a party at the French Laundry with his elite friends to Nancy Pelosi's blowout. Her hair does look nice, by the way. to Denver Mayor Hancock's Thanksgiving Mississippi trip. And we can't forget the Democrats' dear leader, Joe Biden, who just hours after signing a federal mask mandate arrived at the federal Lincoln Memorial maskless with his maskless family. The American people were told that that was fine because they were celebrating. Give me a break. We are tired of elites spitting in our faces. These hypocrites have continued to live their lives and cash their checks. Unfortunately, this is what Americans have come to expect from Democrat-run governments. Lots of never letting a crisis go to waste, lots of waste, and lots of hypocrisy. Meanwhile, lockdowns have caused more than 100 million small businesses to permanently close and contributed to more than 10 million people being currently out of work. Small businesses are the life work of many of our neighbors and friends and the lifeblood of our communities. Many of the restaurants we loved and used to frequent received no bailout and are gone forever. But make no mistake, the cost of lockdowns are not just economic, they are mental and spiritual. Mental health issues and substance abuse have skyrocketed. Education has declined and students have fallen behind. Our youth is suffering from loneliness and depression. Our military suffers from the same. The bottom line is that this bill directs 90% of its money to the wrong targets. It rewards blue states and localities that continue to force unnecessary lockdowns on the American people, that have mismanaged their budgets and simply don't need this funding. With $4 trillion already spent on 5 COVID bills, no one can argue that Congress hasn't spent enough money already. Congress just hasn't spent the money wisely or in the right places, and this bill is no different. We don't need another Boulder bailout. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to pass my motion and stop rewarding those who don't need or deserve this funding and that are causing harm to students, small businesses, and everyday Americans. I would now like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, my friend, Mr. Oblenerty.
I thank the gentlewoman from Colorado for yielding. Colleagues, one of my biggest problems with this act is that it makes no distinction between funding for the states that need help with bailout money and funding for the states that do not. And an interesting example is my own state of California. Now, I may be new to this committee, but I do know something about the finances of the state. For the last 5 years, I've been vice chairman of the Assembly Committee on the Budget in the California State Legislature. So let me tell you about what's going on in California. Last year, the state had a budget deficit, but this year, the state has a substantial budget surplus. In fact, state tax revenues are up substantially this year compared with last year. It's gotten so good that in the last several months, state tax collections have been running over $10 billion more than forecast. And just last month, just the month of January, state tax revenues were over $7.5 billion more than forecast. So the state has enough money that last week, the governor and legislative leadership introduced a package that would authorize direct state payments for coronavirus relief, in addition to the federal payments that are being contemplated under this bill. So the state of California is doing very well. There are other states that are in substantially worse shape, however, and this act makes no distinction between states like California and other states. And let me remind you that every dollar of state and local government aid that we're passing under this act is going to have to be paid back because it's being paid by borrowed money. And I don't feel like we spend enough time in this committee talking about the size of the national debt, but I know it's a concern we all share. And let me remind you that just last year, we passed the dubious distinction of having a national debt that exceeded 100% of our gross domestic product. Colleagues, we have not allowed that to happen in the United States since the end of World War II. And the CBO estimates that on the track we're on, before the year 2050, we will spend over 10% of our GDP just on serving that national debt. That is not a legacy that I want to pass on to my children and my grandchildren. I'm sure it's not one that you want to pass on to. So I urge adoption of this motion, and I yield back.
The member from Colorado has 20 seconds left if she wants to use it.
I yield.
Member yields back. Does anyone claim time in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chairman.
The member from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in opposition to this motion to strike all funding for state and local governments in this bill. And I want to make clear, first and foremost, that I really hope that in this moment where we've lost 500,000 of our American family members, where so many workers and small businesses are struggling, that we would actually take a moment as lawmakers to think about those people that we represent and to not make this political or partisan, but to make it about the people that we represent. This is not about blue states or red states. This is about every state in the United States of America. That we, as members of Congress, have a responsibility to ensure that we are meeting their needs. The American Rescue Plan has broad support across the spectrum. And it includes support from more than 400 mayors, in fact, from throughout the country, as well as the National Association of Counties. Hundreds of governors, mayors, tribal leaders, union leaders, industry officials, public health officials across the political spectrum have endorsed this bill. Why? Because it includes critical funding for state and local aid for who? First responders, frontline health workers, and other essential staff that provide vital services to address issues at the state, local, and tribal level, as well as territories, to ensure that they have what they need to roll out the vaccines and to fight to rebuild Main Street. Now, states and localities lost more than 1.4 million jobs since last February. That's almost 1 in every 15 state job that has vanished. My home state of Nevada lost 3% of our state and local government jobs last year. Colorado, Representative Boebert's home state, had the second biggest loss in state government jobs, losing 17% of its workforce since the start of this pandemic. And California lost 7% of its jobs. The ranking member, Mr. Smith, his home state of Missouri lost 3% of its government workforce. Almost every state, and again, I didn't say red state or blue state, every state, almost every state in this country has lost local and state government jobs due to this pandemic. Yet there are some on the other side who completely want to strip out all funding in this package that would go to help first responders, healthcare workers, and other people who are on the front lines of actually crushing this virus. Now, someone talked about tax revenues. I also came from the state legislature. I served as the state Senate Majority Leader during our state's worst budget crisis. Well, the state revenues across the country fell last year for the majority of states, and the revenues by 10% or more. 43% in Alaska, 17% in Hawaii, 11% in North Dakota, and Texas and Florida lost 10%. In Nevada, because of our reliance on tourism and hospitality, we have been disproportionately impacted. Nevada relies more on tourism than Alaska does on oil, Wyoming does on coal mining, or New York does on the financial sectors. So I urge my fellow colleagues to reject this motion because we need to ensure that we are providing the essential support to our constituents. To Representative Boebert, I want to let you know that your home state of Colorado will receive almost $5.9 billion in state and local funding. Specifically in your district, the city of Pueblo would receive about $34 million in direct support. The city of Grand Junction would receive about $11 million, and the city of Aspen would get about 1.3 million in direct support. Again, for first responders and healthcare workers and others who are vital to crushing this virus. Lastly, let me just say, Ms. Boebert, I take objection to your issue in your motion to instruct around the reference to the Clark County School District, which is located in my district, and using the death of 18 students' lives due to suicide as some basis for why people should support your motion.
I want your words taken down. I didn't mention anything about Clark County, nor did I.
You
No, I want your words
specifically
taken down.
point out that the Clark County School District, which I
I
represent,
make a motion to have the members' words taken down.
It's out of order. The member has a minute to close. You'll have an opportunity to respond.
your motion seeks to take away the funding, denying my district, the school district, the essential funding that it needs to address the very mental health crisis that you claim to care so much about. So let's not make this about politics or partisanship. Let's make it about people. And with that, I yield 1 minute to the representative, Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee.
Let me thank the gentleman, Mr. Horsford, for his passion and his tone. And let me just quickly say that those lost jobs are for those who have saved our lives. 1.4 million jobs will be lost because of the gentlelady's amendment motion to instruct, and they will include teachers, firefighters, law enforcement personnel, and medical professionals. They will include the individuals who had to take an 82-year-old woman out of her home to stop her from freezing, and as well to take her to a hospital and for her to be safe from COVID-19 as well. So I am wholly against this motion to instruct because it is in opposition to my motion to instruct that said, do not take this money out because of all the cities and counties and jurisdictions and school districts that are in desperate need along with states. This is not red or blue. This is about the American people. And this is not about someone that doesn't care. President Biden and Dr. Jill care about the American people. Thank goodness we have someone who cares as opposed to what we had before. I yield back to the gentleman from Nevada. I oppose this motion to instruct.
Member from Nevada's time has expired. The member from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge adoption of my motion to stop using COVID as a cover for rewarding politicians for keeping their economies locked down, schools closed, and their do as I say, not as I do policies. The hypocrisy from the left has been on full display for nearly a year. This bill is filled to the brim with favors to politicians. A blank check to bail out pension plans, $100 million for environmental justice, $30 billion for transit systems, $1 billion for racial justice in farming. Planned Parenthood would be eligible for $50 million and the Title X funding. Do you know what Planned Parenthood has been up to in the past 10 years? Abortions performed by Planned Parenthood increased by 7.7%. Breast exams fell by over 63%. Pap smears fell by over 64%. HPV vaccinations fell by more than 7%. Prenatal services fell by more than 72%. And I think it's been said plenty. We still have $1 trillion unspent. $1 trillion. Do you guys not even know what these numbers mean anymore? They're just so big, you don't have a grasp on them. And it's hardworking Americans that will be forced to pick up this tab. I yield back. Wait, I thank you so much for this time.
Members' time has expired. All time for debate on the motion has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the member from Colorado. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The request for recorded vote. The request for a recorded vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Request a recorded vote. Sorry about
All
that.
right. Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will hold a roll call vote after debate has been completed on the first group of 6 amendments, or 6 motions, which, by the way, is the one we are coming up to. I now recognize Mr. Ovalnoty.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Mike Burgess here. I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
The gentlelady from Colorado had a motion that the gentleman from Nevada's words be taken down. I think it's viable that we consider that.
Thank you.
On what basis would his words have been taken down? Because if we're talking about accuracy, Dr. Burgess, we could have spent the last 4 hours talking about motions to take words down.
But there was a direct allegation that Representative Albert had used an example that she did not use.
It's in section 5G, part 2 of her motion to recommit on this subject.
What was that?
You can just say that the word.
The chairman of the committee is ruling that the words do not have to be taken down. I now recognize Mr. Ovalnoty
Under
for.
what basis? Are we going to examine his words that I asked to be taken down?
The gentlewoman is out of order. I now recognize Mr. Ovalnoty for the purpose of the
Chairman,
motion.
parliamentary inquiry, please.
Oh, come on.
What is your parliamentary inquiry? State your parliamentary inquiry.
I would like to know why the gentleman's words cannot be taken down. There was characterization and intent saying that I was specifically talking about children who had committed suicide in Clark County when I broadly talked about depression and the mental health issues that are going on nationwide.
That's clearly in
your text, Mr.
The chairman has already ruled. That's clearly an interpretation of what you said. That's fair under any notion of fair debate practice. I now recognize
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. The ranking member.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, could we appeal the ruling of the chair?
No, I don't have to recognize under the rules. I don't have to recognize any motion or any parliamentary inquiry. And I'm not recognizing that one. Let's proceed to the 6th.
You're the
motion.
majority, Mr. Chairman. So you have
Those are the rules of the committee. I have that discretion. Thank you. I now recognize once again Mr. Ovalnoty for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion at the desk.
The staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Ovalnoty and Good. Mr. Ovalnoty and Mr. Good move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule providing for consideration of the bill make an order an amendment to strike underlying policies in the legislation and formulas which would, 1, further economically disadvantage rural Americans living near the poverty line, and 2, disproportionately favor large cities.
The member from California, Mr. Ovalnoty, is recognized for 6.5 minutes. He will also have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this motion is about implementing simple fairness in the distribution of funding under this act. If you look at the funding that was allocated by Congress last year and the way it was distributed, even allocating funding straight to states and local governments based on population results in disproportionate allocation of funding to urban areas at the expense of rural areas. In fact, if you look at my own home state of California, the California State Auditor recently issued a report analyzing the distribution of that money that concluded that rural counties, like several of the ones I represent, Mono and Inyo counties, received substantially less funding than urban counties, even on the basis of population. Colleagues, that is simply not fair. The act as it sits in front of us today includes a provision that would weight the distribution of funds to states by other statistics such as unemployment. And unfortunately, unemployment is a statistic that disproportionately favors urban areas over rural areas. There are other metrics that are equally meaningful in this debate, such as the rate of child poverty, that would restore a fairness and an equity in allocation of this funding to rural states. In addition, this motion alters the formula for the distribution of funds for the grant program under the Federal Transit Authority. Now, the act as written allocates $30 billion to this grant program. Colleagues, less than 1% of that funding, less than $300 million would go to rural areas, and all of the rest would go to urban areas. Now, I challenge anyone speaking in opposition to this motion to explain to me how it's fair that 99% of a grant program goes to urban areas and less than 1% goes to rural areas. We could have easily expanded that grant program to include things like roads and streets, things that would be equally stimulating the economy without extending this vast inequity that exists. So I urge adoption of my motion, and I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
I want to thank my friend from California for yielding. When President Biden was campaigning, he promised to be a president for all Americans, Democrat, Republican, rich and poor, urban and rural. He was going to be the uniter and the healer. But sadly, not even 100 days into his administration, President Biden has only offered rural America his devastating job-killing policies wrapped up in phony and empty statements of unity. Today, House Democrats are backing the president's one-sided agenda by pushing through Biden's bailout bill to implement their harmful and partisan priorities, most of which have little or nothing to do with the true impact of the COVID virus. In a bill that would take another $1.9 trillion from overtaxed Americans and further exacerbate our fiscal situation, rural America is treated at best as an afterthought and at worst with deliberate and harmful contempt. My friend from California's motion would seek to remove some of the most harmful provisions in this bill that specifically and most negatively impact rural America. As currently drafted by House Democrats, this bailout bill would amend the metric for allocating state and local aid to further disadvantage rural communities by accounting for both population and unemployment, unlike in previous COVID legislation. Even worse, this bill includes $30 billion in federal transit administration grants and specifies that $26.1 billion must be spent in urban areas, while only $280.9 million can be spent in rural communities. This is a 99% to 1% split. Again, it's $26.1 billion for urban areas and only $280.9 million for rural areas. In fact, Democrats were so generous in this bailout that they were able to spare rural communities a whopping $10 million more in FTA grants than what they allocated for grants for the arts and humanities. Again, FTA grants for arts and humanities, which has nothing to do with COVID, is essentially the same as the amount being spent for rural communities. In the House Education and Labor Committee markup of this bill just over a week ago, I offered an amendment that would have reallocated this $270 million that Democrats want to spend on arts and humanities, instead invest it in rural education, including broadband. Sadly, the amendment was defeated because not a single Democrat on that committee could bring themselves to put the needs of rural education over subsidizing the arts. But rural America is in crisis. A recent report conducted by the Common Sense Media and Boston Consulting Group found that 1.2 million kids still do not have the connectivity they need for remote learning. My own district's rural communities, some which are located as close as an hour from this committee room and some located all the way down at the North Carolina border, are largely ignored in this legislation. Congressman Obernolte's motion would seek to put the needs of rural communities on equal footing with those in urban and suburban communities. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to join Republicans in seeking to address this egregious disparity between urban and rural spending in this bill, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Good. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any member claim time in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to claim time in opposition.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Price is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to assure colleagues that this plan will reach both urban and rural areas with fair and much needed targeted relief. In fact, every state, regardless of population, is going to get at least $500 million. States will also receive aid, yes, based on unemployment. Since when was unemployment not a legitimate indicator of economic distress? But aid for local governments will be evenly divided between cities and counties. County funds are going to be distributed based on population. City funds are going to be distributed according to a modified CDBG grant formula, which takes into account both population and levels of poverty. This formula represents a strong, equitable balance celebrated by governments of all sizes and geographic areas. In fact, I've never heard it objected to until now. There's been objections raised to the Federal Transit Administration aid. Of course, most transit systems are in large cities. That's what transit systems often are designed to deal with. Even so, I'm chairman of the Transportation and Housing Appropriations Subcommittee, and I firmly reject the notion that this is just about big cities or just about major transit systems. In fact, to propose eliminating $30 billion in critical transit funding is a reckless move, and I reject it. Mass transit systems and services in both small and large cities have faced unique challenges during this pandemic, as members surely know. The notion that mass transit funding only goes to large cities is misleading. In fact, communities of all sizes will benefit. It's not limited to a few large cities. Wheeling, West Virginia, over $2 million, and they need it. Missoula, Montana, $3.05 million. They also need it. Interesting entry on the list here, Johnson City, Tennessee. I know all about Johnson City, Tennessee. I grew up 10 miles from Johnson City. And I can assure you, that's not blue state. That's not a big urban area. But I can tell you Johnson City has a good little transit system, and they've suffered like other transit systems. And so they can use that $1.6 million that is in this bill for them. The legislation also includes $281 million exclusively for small rural communities under FTA's Rural Formula Program, $100 million for rural intercity bus routes, special bus service that serves these rural areas, $50 million for paratransit services, and a separate $2 billion set aside for any transit agency, large or small, that's facing special needs, unanticipated shortfalls. So the American Rescue Plan's transit funding will ensure nobody's left behind in rural or urban America. Motion also makes a false assumption by citing a lack of funding for roads in the bill. I want to be clear that while there's no question state highway budgets have faced headwinds, the losses to transit systems have proportionally been far worse. Even so, we don't leave highways behind. To the contrary, the bill includes $300 billion in assistance for states and local governments, many of which will use these funds to offset any gas tax revenue losses. The National Governors Association has indicated this is an acceptable way to help state DOTs. And state DOTs, I remind colleagues, they're the ones who build highways. Congress also provided $10 billion exclusively for state highway programs in the December relief package. Makes no sense to pit highways against transit. It's an old game, but we shouldn't engage in it. No, you don't pit highways against transit. We need all modes of transportation, and we need them healthy. We need to help them get to the other side of this pandemic. We need to help both highways and transit operators. This relief package does just that in a smart and sensible way. Finally, the specter's been raised that we're somehow not supporting rural America. Well, rural and urban residents are equally eligible for benefits, including the $1,400 in direct economic payments, including the enhanced unemployment assistance through August, including the reduced health care premiums, including the expanded child care tax credit. Rural, urban, it doesn't make any difference. If you're in need, that aid is headed your way. The bill also provides billions in funding for agricultural and rural communities and businesses that encourage a rapid recovery, that strengthens supply chain resilience, that advance equity in the agricultural sector. Specifically, it strengthens the American food supply chain by providing assistance to farmers, ranchers, processors, distributors to get food from farms to tables. Importantly, it ensures equitable recovery efforts by supporting Black farmers and other farmers of color, groups that have suffered long-standing, widespread, and well-documented discrimination in farm programs. It also helps keep frontline food and farm workers safe by supporting worker protections. And it funds community facility grants that will enable rural hospitals and rural communities centers to broaden access to health care, COVID vaccines, and food assistance. It's a huge challenge. It's a huge challenge to get the vaccines into these rural communities. We're seeing it here in North Carolina. It requires a special effort. And much of the aid in this bill will go directly to that. That's not urban often. That's people in the rural areas that are very, very hard to reach. It's a focal point, actually, of our efforts in this state and in the kind of aid we need and will receive through this bill. And finally, the legislation does expand internet connectivity for students and teachers without home internet access, including rural areas. And of course, that's a project for the future as well, but we're dealing with it here. So I encourage all my colleagues to reject this rhetorical attempt to pit urban against rural in this country. I don't think it befits us to pit red against blue. I think it's a largely politicized attempt, in some quarters anyway, to discredit this legislation. I hope what I've said is enough to persuade you that that rural areas are addressed equitably and fairly, and certainly I don't need to persuade you that they need the help. Thank you, and I yield back.
The member from North Carolina yields back. The member from California is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this motion does not attempt to pit rural America versus urban America. This is simply a matter of fairness in the allocation of funding. This motion does not seek to eliminate the funding for those projects. It merely says that the funding should be appropriated based on only the criteria of population. Now, it's been pointed out in opposition that unemployment might be a fair metric to use in measuring who is suffering the most from the effects of the coronavirus. But I would submit that there are other metrics that could be used as well. For example, child poverty is a metric that would benefit rural America more than unemployment. So this motion just seeks to eliminate all of that debate and say, let's be equitable, let's be fair, let's allocate this funding on the basis of population and nothing else. And also, no one has explained why it's fair that 99% of transit authority funding goes to urban areas and only 1% goes to rural. I urge adoption of my motion.
The member's time has expired. All time for debate on the motion has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the member from California. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will now have the roll call vote for the first group of 6 motions. Pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement, the committee will now vote on any roll call votes requested for motions 1 through 5 and 13, which is all of them. So there are 6 votes that we will be taking right now, motions 1 through 5 and 13. It's now in order to consider voting on motion number 1, offered by Representatives Hinson and Feenstra. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 1, offered by Representatives Hinson and Feenstra. Mr. Jeffries.
No.
Mr. Jeffries, no. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins of New York, no.
Please, everybody remute yourself after that yeas and nays, and then unmute yourself only when you're prepared to vote. Only when you're called on to vote.
Mr. Higgins, no. Mr. Boyle.
No.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett.
No.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Price.
No.
Mr. Price, no. Ms. Chakowski. Ms. Chakowski. Mr. Kilby.
Kilby votes no.
Mr. Kilby, no. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Horsford.
Horsford, no.
Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Lee.
No.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett, no.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton.
Wexton, no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott, no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Ms. Jackson Lee, no.
Ms. Jackson Lee, no. Mr. Cooper.
Cooper is no.
Mr. Cooper, no. Mr.
No good
Series.
reason to give the Republicans an opportunity to object.
Series votes no.
Mr. Series, no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal, no. Mr. Smith.
Smith of Missouri votes yes.
Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly.
Kelly of Mississippi votes yes.
Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. McClintock.
McClintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman.
Grothman's aye.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Jacobs.
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess of Texas votes aye.
Mr. Burgess,
Chu votes
aye. Ms. Chu, can you please repeat your vote? Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu has not been recorded. Mr. Carter.
Carter of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, can you please repeat your vote?
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein, aye. Mrs. Bobert.
Bobert, aye.
Mrs. Bobert, aye. Mr. Donalds.
Aye.
Mr. Donalds, aye. Mr. Feenstra.
Aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Good.
Good, Virginia, aye.
Mr. Good, aye. Mrs. Hinson.
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte of California, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Mr. Yarmouth votes aye.
Chakowski votes aye.
Mr. Yarmouth votes aye.
Wait, no.
Are there any members who have not voted and who wish to vote or wish to change their vote?
It's an aye? No, it's a no. Excuse me. I wanted Chakowski votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky? No. Mr. Yarmouth, can you please
Did I
repeat your
vote
vote?
Yeah, well. Is there anyone else who has not voted who would wish to record their vote or would change their vote? How was I recorded?
Mr. Yarmouth, you were recorded as aye.
No, I want to vote no. Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth, no. Ms. Chu has not been recorded.
All right. Ms. Chu? Well, if there's no one else who wishes to change their vote or vote who has not voted, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, how is Ms. Chu recorded?
Ms. Chu's microphone is on.
Ms. Chu has not been recorded.
Ms. Chu, would you like to record your vote? She's on. We can't hear you, Ms. Chu. We see you.
Chu votes aye.
All right. Thank you.
Chu votes no.
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no.
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu has been recorded as no.
Chu votes no.
You got it?
We have you recorded, yes.
Mr. Good, still no.
I mean, let's clarify that. Do we have some confusion here with Mr. Good?
That's embarrassing. Mr. Good is still aye.
Okay.
Mr. Good has been recorded as aye.
All right, thank you. Can the clerk report now?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 15 and the noes are 20.
The ayes being 15, the noes being 20, the motion is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider voting on motion number 13 offered by Representative Jackson Lee. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will report the motion and call the vote. Call the roll.
Motion number 13 offered by Representative Jackson Lee. Mr. Jeffries.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries, aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins of New York, yes.
Mr.
Chu
Higgins,
votes
aye.
no.
Mr. Boyle.
Boyle votes aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett.
Doggett votes aye.
Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Price.
Aye.
Mr. Price, aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Kildee.
Kilby votes aye.
Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli votes aye.
Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Horsford.
Horsford votes aye.
Mr. Horsford, aye. Ms. Lee.
Lee votes aye.
Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Chu.
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu, aye. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Wexton.
Wexton votes aye.
Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Scott.
Scott of Virginia votes aye.
Mr. Scott, aye. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee, aye. Mr. Cooper.
Cooper votes aye.
Mr. Cooper, aye. Mr. Series.
Mr. Series votes aye.
Mr. Series, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, your vote has not been recorded.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal, aye. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no.
Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. McClintock.
McClintock, no.
Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman.
I vote no.
Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker, no.
Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Jacobs.
No.
Mr. Jacobs, no. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess from Texas votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Carter.
Carter from Georgia votes no.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein.
Klein of Virginia votes no.
Mr. Klein, no. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes no.
Mrs. Boebert, no. Mr. Donalds.
Mr. Donalds votes no.
Mr. Donalds, no. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, no.
Mr. Feenstra, no. Mr. Good.
Good, Virginia, no.
Mr. Good, no. Mrs. Hinson.
Hinson from Iowa votes no.
Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte votes no.
Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth of Kentucky votes aye.
Mr. Yarmouth, aye.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote who haven't voted or would wish to change their vote?
Yes, Higgins from New York.
Mr. Higgins.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Higgins, you are recorded as an aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, aye.
All right, if there's no one else who wishes to change their vote, then the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 19 and the noes are 16.
The ayes being 19 and the noes being 16, the motion is agreed to. It is now in order to consider voting on motion number 2 offered by Representatives Donalds and Grothman. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on, must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will read the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 2 offered by Representatives Donalds and Grothman. Mr. Jeffries.
No.
Mr. Jeffries, no. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins, no. Mr. Boyle.
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett.
No. Doggett, no.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Price.
No.
I guess I don't.
Mr. Price, no. Ms. Schakowsky.
It's all right.
Kowski votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Kildee.
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Horsford.
Horsford votes no.
Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Lee.
Lee votes no.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton?
Wexton votes no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott?
Mr. Scott of Virginia votes no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee?
Yes, Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee, no. Mr. Cooper?
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper, no. Mr. Series?
Series votes no.
Mr. Series, no. Mr. Peters?
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton? Ms. Jayapal?
Until down.
Chapel votes no.
Ms. Jayapal, no. Mr. Smith?
Smith of Missouri votes yes.
Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly?
Kelly of Mississippi votes aye.
Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. McClintock?
McClintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman?
Grothman, aye.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker?
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Jacobs?
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess from Texas votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein?
Klein, aye.
Mr. Klein, aye. Mrs. Boebert?
Aye. Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert, aye. Mr. Donalds?
Vote here a second.
Mr. Donalds?
Yeah.
Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra votes aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Good?
Good, Virginia, aye.
Mr. Good, aye. Mrs. Hinson?
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte votes aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Yarmouth?
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth, no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote who have not voted or who wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 14 and the noes are 20.
The noes are 20. Did I hear you correctly? I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the noes are 20.
20. The ayes being 14 and the noes being 20, the motion is not agreed to. It's now in order to consider on motion number 3 offered by Representatives Feenstra and Boebert. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. Clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 3 offered by Representatives Feenstra and Boebert. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries, no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins?
Mr. Higgins is a no.
Mr. Higgins?
is a no.
No. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle? No. Mr. Doggett?
Doggett, no.
Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Price?
Price, no.
Mr. Price? No. Ms. Schakowsky?
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky? No. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee? No. Mr. Morelli?
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Horsford?
Horsford, no.
Mr. Horsford? No. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee,
Lee votes aye. No, I'm sorry, no.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu,
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Plaskett,
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton,
Wexton votes no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott,
Scott of Virginia votes no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee, Ms. Jackson Lee, Mr. Cooper,
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper, no. Mr. Series,
Siri votes no.
Jackson
Mr.
Lee,
Series,
can you hear me?
no. Yes, I can hear you.
Jackson Lee votes no.
Jackson Lee, no. And to repeat, Mr. Series, no. Mr. Peters,
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton,
I don't know where my picture is.
Ms. Jayapal,
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal, no. Mr. Smith,
I just want to, first off, Mr. Chairman, I just want to highlight a couple of our members have been kicked off and they're trying to log on to still be recorded to vote. But Smith of Missouri votes yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Kelly,
Kelly, yes.
Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. McClintock, Mr. McClintock, yes. Mr. Grothman,
Grothman's yes.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker,
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess, Mr. Burgess, Mr. Carter,
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein,
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein, aye. Mrs. Boebert,
Aye.
Mrs. Boebert, aye. Mr. Donalds, Mr. Donalds, Mr. Feenstra,
Aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Good,
Good, aye.
Mr. Good, aye. Mrs. Hinson,
Henson, aye.
Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Obernolte,
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Yarmouth,
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth, no.
I'd ask the ranking member, we can hold the vote open a few minutes if we need to allow your members to vote. Are they?
Is Mr. Donaldson recorded? And Mr. Burgess, are they recorded?
Mr. Burgess and Mr. Donalds are not recorded.
Yeah, I would like to hold it open until they can try to get back on WebEx because they've been kicked off of the program and they're texting us.
We'll hold the vote open for a couple minutes to make sure they're recorded.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded, Sheila Jackson Lee?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are recorded as no.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Feenstra. Did you record my vote as yes?
Clerk will report for Mr. Feenstra.
Mr. Feenstra is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I know I have two members that keep trying to get on the program and cannot get on. So we cannot close this vote until they get on.
Right.
And I hope that maybe technology on your end can help Mr. Burgess and also Mr. Donald.
Well, apparently we can see Mr. Burgess but we can't hear him. But we're working on that. We definitely want them to be recorded. Mr. Donald? I see Mr. Donald now is on screen.
But yeah, just got.
How is Mr. Donald's recorded?
Mr. Donalds is not recorded.
Mr. Donalds, do you wish to be recorded? Can I ask the ranking member if he would agree to a unanimous consent that those who are on the screen can hold up one hand for an aye vote and two hands for a no vote? We can see them on the screen, cannot hear them.
I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure my members are recorded,
Right.
regardless of how this technology is turning out as a disaster. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, Mr. Donalds, if you would hold one hand up for aye or two hands up for no, you'll be recorded. You might not be hearing me. Mr. Burgess, could you, if you can hear us, would you hold one hand up for aye and two hands up for no? You've given us a thumbs up. So Mr. Burgess is should be recorded as aye. Mr. Donald?
He's not, his video, there's no video right now.
Should we just log off and try to go back on?
I don't know, that's like the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Donald's in the hearing room, apparently.
Is he in the hearing room?
No, maybe he's not.
You have me now?
Oh, now we have you.
All right, I'm aye.
Mr. Donald's aye.
All right, everyone should be recorded now. All right, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 16 and the noes are 20.
The ayes being 16, the noes being 20, the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 15.
The ayes are 15?
Correct.
Okay, 15 and 20, the motion is not agreed to. It's now in order to consider voting on motion number 4 offered by Representatives Boebert and Obernolte. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 4 offered by Representatives Boebert and Obernolte. Mr. Jeffries.
No.
Mr. Jeffries, no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins of New York, no.
Mr. Higgins, no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett?
Doggett, no.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Price?
No.
Mr. Price, no. Ms. Schakowsky?
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Kildy?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildy, no. Mr. Morelli?
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Horsford?
Horsford votes no.
Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Lee?
Votes no.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Wexton?
Wexton votes no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott?
Scott of Virginia votes no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Oh,
Oh,
sorry. Yep.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
Jackson Lee from Texas votes no. Can you hear
Ms.
me?
Yes, Ms. Jackson Lee? No.
Votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee? No. Mr. Cooper?
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper? No. Mr. Series?
Series votes no.
Series? No. Mr. Peters?
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Moulton? Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal? No. Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith, Missouri votes yes.
Mr. Smith? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Kelly, Mississippi, yes.
Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. McClintock?
McClintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman?
Yep, sorry, aye. Grothman's aye.
Mr. Grothman? Aye. Mr. Smucker?
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker? Aye. Mr. Jacobs?
Jacobs, no.
Mr. Jacobs? No. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Klein?
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein? Aye. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert? Aye. Mr. Donalds?
Aye.
Mr. Donalds? Aye. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra? Aye. Mr. Good?
Good, aye.
Mr. Good? Aye. Mrs. Hinson?
Henson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson? Aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte? Aye. Mr. Yarmouth?
Sorry, Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth? No.
Are there any members who have not voted, who wish to vote, or who wish to change their vote?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett? No.
Any other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 14 and the noes are 21.
The ayes being 14 and the noes being 21, the motion is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider voting on motion number 5 offered by Representatives Obernolte and Good. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 5, offered by Representatives Obernolte and Good. Mr. Jeffries.
No.
Mr. Jeffries? No. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins?
Higgins of New York, no.
Mr. Higgins? No. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle? No. Mr. Doggett?
Doggett, no.
Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Price?
Price, no.
Mr. Price? No. Ms. Schakowsky?
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky? No. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee? No. Mr. Morelli?
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Horsford?
Horsford votes no.
Mr. Horsford? No. Ms. Lee?
He votes no.
Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu? No. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett? No. Ms. Wexton?
Wexton votes no.
Ms. Wexton? No. Mr. Scott?
Scott of Virginia votes no.
Mr. Scott? No. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cooper?
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper? No. Mr. Series?
Series votes no.
Mr. Series? No. Mr. Peters?
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Moulton? Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal? No. Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith votes yes.
Mr. Smith? Yes. Mr. Kelly?
Kelly, aye.
Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. McClintock?
McClintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. Grothman?
Aye, Grove Milton.
Mr. Grothman? Aye. Mr. Smucker?
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker? Aye. Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Klein?
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein? Aye. Mrs. Boebert?
Over, aye.
Mrs. Boebert? Aye. Mr. Donalds?
Thank you.
Aye.
Mr. Donalds? Aye. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra? Aye. Mr. Good?
Good, aye.
Mr. Good? Aye. Mrs. Hinson?
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson? Aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte? Aye. Mr. Yarmouth?
Yarmouth, no.
Mr. Yarmouth? No.
This is Congresswoman Sheila
Are there
Jackson
any-
Lee. Can you hear me? This is Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee.
Yes,
Oh,
we can hear you.
how am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you have not been recorded.
I vote, Jackson Lee votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee? No.
Are there any other members who wish to record not voted or to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make sure I was recorded as a no. I believe I was, but I'm just
Ms.
checking.
Jayapal?
Ms. Jayapal, you are recorded as no.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 15 and the noes are 20.
The ayes being 15 and the noes being 20, the motion is not agreed to. We will now return to considering motions to instruct. I now recognize Mr. Smith for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion at the desk.
The staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Smith and Carter. Mr. Smith and Mr. Carter move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule providing for consideration of the bill make an order an amendment that would reprioritize funding within the bill to, number one, provide direct payments to American workers, including union workers who lost their jobs as a result of President Biden's executive actions, and remove income eligibility limitations for such individuals. And two, require the public disclosure of any individual or entity who donated substantial amounts to Joe Biden's presidential campaign and who directly financially benefited from President Biden's executive order, or as enacted as of February 22nd, 2021.
The member from Missouri is recognized for 6.5 minutes. The member will also have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I go on this motion, I would just like to highlight to the committee, to yourself, and as the world's been watching, the problems we've been having with doing a virtual hearing, with people being kicked out and not voting. Just think how that relates to all of our kids in schools across this country of trying to learn online like this. It's more reason why we need to open up these schools immediately. But unfortunately, this piece of legislation only provides 5% of the $130 billion that's being spent on this bill to actually be spent this year. And it doesn't do anything to open up schools. So clearly, this is the wrong plan at the wrong time for all the wrong reasons. But in regards to my motion to instruct, passing this bill will not only devastate thousands of hardworking Americans, but also serves to endorse President Biden's vindictive and immoral executive agenda. As I am sure you all are aware, Mr. Chairman, President Biden has enacted 31 executive orders and 8 proclamations since entering office, firing millions of American workers with the stroke of a pen, firing millions of American workers. What you may not be aware of, though, is that these executive actions serve to financially reward the president's base of the wealthy elite, allowing solar energy and corporate CEOs and real estate tycoons to make millions. While most hardworking Americans continue to suffer with little to no help. Even worse, while President Biden's millionaire supporters unfairly see their net worth skyrocket and stock portfolios surge, the president's biggest critics now find themselves jobless and in need of dire assistance, directly resulting from his executive actions, his pen, his stroke of a pen. Alarmingly, while state and local governments force local businesses to shut down, resulting in the permanent closure of countless small businesses, America's largest corporations were allowed to keep their doors open, turning record profits, rewarding Wall Street investors, and using the pandemic to lay off hardworking employees. Since these executive actions dramatically favor blue states that lock down and reward President Biden's wealthy supporters with financial interest in solar energy companies, corporations who profit from expanding healthcare, and real estate tycoons with development projects across our southern border, Americans deserve to know, who are these people? How much wealthier did the president help corporate America get at the expense of our hardest working Americans? The American people deserve answers, as well as why the president continues to cater to these wealthy elite and corporate America when working class Americans and small businesses need the president the most. In fact, even though this bill contains 1.9 trillion in spending, only 8% is directly related to combating COVID-19, while more than 90% is not related to COVID-19. To correct this injustice, my motion reallocates funding for Americans who will lose their jobs because of President Biden's executive actions, because of President Biden's pen, and require public disclosure of individuals or companies who contributed to the president's campaign and have immorally profited as a result. Mr. Chairman, I hope we can cooperate on a bill that protects hardworking Americans who need aid the most, and not the wealthy elite and corporate America who donated the president. I would now like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, as the ranking member mentioned, this motion would reprioritize funding in this package, and God knows it needs it, to provide direct payments to American workers who have lost their jobs as a result of President Biden's executive actions. The whole point of a disaster relief package is to get America back on its feet, children back in school, and most importantly, get people back to work. Yet this bill fails to address one of the largest recent causes of job loss in the United States, and that is President Biden's executive orders. Let me name just a few of the casualties of these actions. Rescinding the Keystone XL pipeline, which will eliminate an estimated 11,000 jobs, including 8,000 union jobs. The project would have sustained in 2021. The order enacting a 60-day moratorium on new mining, oil and gas leasing, and permitting on federal lands could result in the loss of approximately 1 million jobs. 1 million jobs. The biggest killer would be the order returning the U.S. to the Paris Agreement of 2015. This order will significantly reduce U.S. competitiveness in manufacturing and destroy American jobs, as industries will move abroad to other countries, taking associated jobs with them. Meanwhile, this agreement gives China free rein to continue increasing its emissions and economy. The last one I want to bring up is the order immediately halting border wall construction on the southern border. This one not only wastes taxpayers' dollars, but results in thousands of good construction jobs. These millions of lost jobs were not caused by the pandemic, but by our victims of political games and partisanship. Consider that less than 9% of the $2 trillion in this bill will go directly to fighting the pandemic. And we should reprioritize funding to directly help American workers who lose their jobs as a result of President Biden's executive actions. Mr. Chairman, I see I'm out of time, so I'll yield back to the ranking member.
Well, the time for the ranking member has expired. You have 1 minute to close, however. Does anyone wish to claim the time in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to claim the time in opposition.
Mr. Price, the member from North Carolina, is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, our country this week has passed the grim milestone of 500,000 deaths from this pandemic. Our constituents across the country are struggling with the dual public health and economic crises caused by this pandemic. So it seems particularly sad and regrettable that in the midst of this, we're faced with this kind of amendment. I think it's the most rhetorically charged one yet, the most purely political amendment yet. Instead of using this time to talk about the crisis we face, we're we're into false narratives and partisan talking points about President Biden's executive actions. For example, the motion resurrects a thoroughly discredited study that claims the Paris Agreement will eliminate 2.7 million jobs. I won't go into the refutation of this, which has been out there for quite a while. That the study makes all kinds of false policy assumptions. It totally ignores any gain in jobs from things like increases in the use of solar power and wind power and other renewable energy sources. It's a thoroughly discredited study. And then of course, we have the Keystone XL pipeline. It's not even part of this relief bill. Nothing in the bill restricts energy production or harms American jobs. In fact, the bill will provide Americans with $5 billion to help pay their utility bills, keep the lights on, keep their homes heated, keep the water running. With many, so many lives and livelihoods on the line, one would think this wouldn't be the time for this kind of partisan point scoring and kind of taking on President Biden's executive actions, which are important. But they have nothing to do with this legislation. Now the motion also raises the questions as to whom the bill helps. Okay, let's talk about whom the bill helps. Let me further emphasize what many colleagues have stated. The American Rescue Plan involves immediate COVID-19 relief to address the broad and diverse needs of American workers across the country. Economists across the political spectrum have called on Congress to act fast with aggressive, bold action in this pandemic, mitigate the economic damage, lay the groundwork for bringing us back to as near full employment as soon as possible. This bill does just that. It delivers immediate direct relief to millions of hardworking Americans through direct financial assistance and improved tax credits for individuals and families. It helps small businesses get back on track financially. Accelerates efforts to distribute vaccines, stop the harmful spread of the coronavirus, get people back to work. We know we need this direct and targeted relief because almost a year into the pandemic, job growth in this country continues to be shaky and slow, resulting in a U.S. economy that has 9.9 million fewer jobs and a doubled employment rate compared to a year ago. Additionally, this motion takes on accessibility to health care. Interesting thing to do in the middle of a pandemic. This motion seeks to eliminate crucial provisions in the bill that will make high quality health coverage more affordable for millions of Americans. The COVID-19 pandemic has illuminated the gaps in our healthcare system that have left affordable health insurance out of reach for far too many. Gaps that have been exacerbated by intentional sabotage of the Affordable Care Act by the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress. So too many of our constituents have lost their employer-sponsored health insurance along with their jobs. Combined with President Biden's quick action to reopen the ACA marketplace for 3 months, a very good idea. This bill now will expand access to high-quality insurance plans, will reduce out-of-pocket premium costs for millions. Why on earth would our colleagues want to take that on? Or for that matter, to claim that this is part of the bill that really isn't pandemic related. Give me a break. This bill allows for the 13 holdout states to finally expand Medicaid. I can tell you in North Carolina, that is thoroughly pandemic related. Should have been done a long time ago, but the fact that we did not expand Medicaid has made our response to the pandemic much more difficult. Another good idea in this bill, it makes COBRA coverage, the coverage that lets people who get unemployed continue the health insurance they had while at work, makes that less expensive for the newly unemployed. So people often say that budgets are statements of our values. I think that's true. And I think this plan shows that Democrats believe that affordable health care is a right and that is particularly important during a global pandemic. So it really is strange, if I may say so, for a resolution in the middle of all this to actually target the healthcare provisions. Not only to treat them as not pandemic related, but to actually seek to remove them. Actually, those healthcare provisions and many other provisions in the bill are vital to the needs of hardworking American families. So I encourage all of my colleagues to vote against this misguided and highly politicized measure. It would serve only partisan purposes. I think it would stand in the way and deny desperately needed relief to our constituents. I know that Sheila Jackson Lee, my colleague, wanted a minute, and I'll give her 50 seconds here to conclude.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Price. It is very important, the words that you've said, but I just want to briefly say that the American Rescue Plan is a lifeline for immediate and urgent COVID relief needs to the broad benefit of American workers. We have a pressing need to act fast with aggressive, bold action. Those of us who've just experienced a dastardly freeze where 11-year-old died understand what this bill does and gives relief to 10 millions or to millions and millions of people with so many lives and livelihoods on the line. This is not a time and place to debate energy policy. What I will say is that the state of Texas failed its constituents by having a fake energy grid that needs to be integrated into the Texas energy grid. I strongly oppose and urge rejection of the Republican motion to instruct, which seeks to eliminate provisions in the bill that make health coverage more affordable for Americans who purchase insurance through ACA markets and who also reallocate funding to increase direct payments to American workers who lost their job. I am glad that President Biden has taken this opportunity to go big, as the chairman of the Fed and the Secretary of the Treasury has said. This is a time that we must help all Americans. This is not a time to seek to undermine bold action that will help end the pandemic, mitigate its economic damage, and lay the groundwork for bringing us back to full employment as soon as possible. I yield back.
The member from North Carolina's time has expired. The member from Missouri has 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my close to the gentleman from Georgia since he expired.
Thank
Gentleman from
you.
Georgia.
Thank you for yielding to the ranking member. Mr. Chairman, as you've heard, this motion would really prioritize funding in this package, and that's extremely important, considering that less than 9% of the $2 trillion in this bill goes directly to fighting the pandemic directly. I don't know what bill the gentleman from North Carolina is reading. It is different from the one that I've read. And I will tell you that it does need to be reprioritized because these people who have been put out of a job as a result of the Keystone XL pipeline being voided, as a result of us going back into the Paris Agreement, as a result of the executive actions that have been taken by this president, who had criticized the previous president, saying that a president who rules by executive orders is nothing more than a dictator. That has put people out of a job, and we deserve transparency. We deserve to know who's benefiting from this, who's benefiting from these priorities that he is obviously putting forth here. And that's what this motion does. And I encourage my colleagues to support this motion. We should be lifting all Americans to overcome this, not just a select few, not just those who this administration, who this president is trying to reward with political favors. Again, Mr. Chairman, I encourage everyone on both parties to vote for this. We need to prioritize. Why would we possibly spend $2 trillion on a pandemic when only 9% of it's going directly to the pandemic? Makes no sense whatsoever, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has
And I
expired.
yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. All time for debate on the motion has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the member from Missouri. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion Is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a recorded vote?
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will hold a roll call vote after debate is completed on the second group of 7 amendments. Now recognize Mr. Grothman for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you. I have Republican motion number 7 at the desk.
Clerk, staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Good. Prior to diving into the motion, I want to respond to something several of our colleagues.
If the gentleman will suspend for a second, the clerk needs to report the motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Grothman and Donald. Mr. Grothman and Mr. Donald move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule providing for consideration of the bill make an order in amendment to, number 1, protect American taxpayers by ensuring no federal benefits in the underlying legislation go to those not holding a valid Social Security number, and 2, strike all sections which do not put American families first and instead send U.S. taxpayer funds to other countries or global organizations.
Thank you.
The member from Wisconsin is recognized for 6.5 minutes, and the member will also have 1 minute to close.
Okay, as I understand it, Representative Donalds, who's also wanted to speak on this, is right now traveling. So if for some reason you hear this, Representative Donalds, jump on in, I'll give you some time. I would like to respond to something first that has been said by members of both sides, and perhaps we can have a hearing later to look into it. There's been a lot of talk about how horrible the economy is and what a striking problem we have. And I do know people who are going through a very difficult time, but states like we've been told, California, Wisconsin, several other states, I don't know what's going on in Kentucky, are running surpluses, surprise surpluses, which would indicate that they are getting in substantially more income tax and sales tax revenue than was anticipated. Not long ago, I was at a social meeting with 3 mid-level management people from all representing maybe mid-sized manufacturers in the state of Wisconsin. All 3 of them had record years last year, which is somewhat not what would be happening if we were having kind of a repeat of 1934 here. So something is not right. And I have a lot of hearings I'd like to have the chairman hold. I'd like to have him hold a hearing, like I said, on the monetary supply. But I also wonder about the disconnect between states getting in more income and sales tax revenue than they thought, and we having this complete disaster that has to be met with a $1.9 trillion bill. So maybe we could look at it because something's not right. Now, as far as the amendment here, this bill is directed to give more money to households in which there are illegal immigrants. And we have 2 problems. First of all, the country's broke, so we have no business giving out money unless it's absolutely necessary. And secondly, we have a problem in this country in that we are inducing people to come here illegally, which is a problem. And one way we induce people to come here illegally is we give them benefits. I think insofar as this bill gives benefits, $1,400 checks to people who are illegally, we send the message that A, we don't care if you're here illegally, and B, people in the future should come here illegally. And I think both to save money and to prevent the message being sent that we don't care if you come here illegally, those provisions should be removed. I'm not a fanatic against foreign aid, but again, we're broke. And because we're broke and because we are using this bill to spend hundreds of billions of dollars around the country, I think it would be a good time not to add additional money in the foreign aid field. So this amendment will remove both of those provisions, and I assume we'll wind up saving tens of millions of dollars in funding, which would be a good thing. I also want to make another statement, if we do have extra money sloshing around, I so far have been very and this is a statement that you can take back, Mr. Chairman, to your leadership meetings. I've been repeatedly disappointed in these bills that for all the money we're spending on CDC and NIH, and I can't turn around in my district without seeing a billboard for masks and wear a mask and save lives. I repeatedly trying to educate people in my district and around the country that experts believe that you could have cut the number of fatalities from this horrible disease by half if the American public would have an adequate amount of vitamin D in their system. And experts feel this way. We've talked about the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who died. I think if the CDC, with all the money they got, would have got the American public to take a little more vitamin D, a little bit outside the realm here, we could have saved all these hundreds of thousands of lives. And I would hope the chairman of the committee, when he talks to the other bigwigs who are going to put the finishing touches on the bill, would do something along those lines and still save tens of thousands of lives. But in any event, I think we haven't used up all my time, but we will reserve the remainder of the time and allow the majority to take a whack at my amendment.
The gentleman yields back. I would just to be on the record, we will be inviting the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, to testify before the committee, the secretary of the Treasury, the director of the CBO, and the director of OMB at some point. And we do intend to have a hearing on the monetary supply and modern monetary theory. So there'll be ample time for you to discuss all of those things you mentioned. I appreciate you bringing them up. Does anyone claim time in opposition?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
The member from California, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this motion, which truly irresponsibly proposes a $750 million cut in essential global health funding. Now, we know that the new dangerous strains from South Africa, Brazil, and the United States exist in the United States. We cannot fight this pandemic alone. With international trade and commerce, we must have a global solution. This is a global pandemic. Also, this motion proposes to withhold benefits from mixed status immigration families. There are millions of children who are citizens but have at least one undocumented parent. Of the 10 million undocumented immigrants, over 5 million are essential workers, working alongside American citizens as farm workers, construction workers, custodial staff, healthcare workers, providing many, and I mean many of the essential services to get us through this pandemic safely. For your constituents, for my constituents, for your families, for my family. We have a moral and public health duty to ensure that everyone in the United States has access to the vaccine regardless of immigration status. If any segment of our population does not get vaccinated, the virus will continue to spread and we will never crush this virus. We must work together on a global level to defeat the virus and not exclude anyone in our own country from receiving it. I urge a no vote on this motion, and I yield now 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington State, Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Lee, for yielding to me. I wanted to speak about the component on immigration here in opposition to this motion. Immigrants are essential. Immigrant workers pick our food. They work in our grocery stores and restaurants. They care for our children and our elderly. They are healthcare workers and so much more. And they have been vital to our pandemic response. I'd like to see one person on the other side of the aisle tell me that you haven't eaten fruit or vegetables or lettuce, that you haven't drunk milk that has been tended to, picked, produced by immigrant workers. You know, in some countries like France, they have actually provided a pathway to citizenship for immigrant workers because they are recognizing they are so essential. We are not even doing that. All we're saying here is that mixed status families and US citizen children of immigrants are included in survival checks. We have to make sure that they are loved by and cared for immigrants and make sure that those immigrants are not punished. And we've also got to make sure, as Congresswoman Lee said, that nobody is discriminated against from getting the treatment or testing or vaccines that they need, because of course we all understand that our public health requires that every single one of us, regardless of citizenship status, has access to that testing, treatment, and vaccine. We cannot call immigrant workers essential and treat them as expendable. And so I look forward to addressing the immigration status issue in future packages, as other countries have done in a humane, caring, and compassionate way. But it is absolutely essential that we defeat this motion, this Republican motion, to exclude immigrants who have been on the front lines of this pandemic. With that, I yield back to the gentlelady.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe there are any other speakers that I need to yield to. So I just want to thank you.
If that's the case, could I have another 45 seconds?
I'll yield to the gentlelady from Washington for 35 seconds.
Thank you so much. I did also just want to say that it's very important to understand, and I think people know I'm an immigrant to this country. I came here when I was 16 years old by myself. There's only 14 of us that are naturalized citizens today serving in Congress. But it's very important to understand that immigrants, undocumented immigrants, are contributing about $15 to $20 billion a year in Social Security payments that they can never recoup. And in fact, Alan Greenspan has said that if it weren't for immigrants, including undocumented immigrants, our Social Security system would collapse. So, Mr. Chairman, I do hope we have a chance sometime with somebody from the budget office to talk about all these contributions that immigrants are providing to our economy when we continue to scapegoat them in the way that some of our colleagues across the aisle do.
Barbara Lee, this is Jan Sikowski. Would you yield to me? Yes, I will yield a minute to the gentlelady from Illinois. Thank you. You know, in the energy, someone's not muted. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, there was actually a suggestion that we somehow discriminate when we do vaccines for undocumented people. What a dangerous proposal that is for the rest of us. It's just really incredible that there would not be absolutely obvious that if we do not vaccinate everyone, and as Representative Jayapal pointed out, people who are often the frontline workers who are going into nursing homes, who are taking care of people at home, that we are all at risk. Fortunately, that ridiculous proposal was voted down, but unfortunately supported on a partisan basis by the Republicans. Come on, folks. We need to spread this vaccine to everyone, or all of us are in danger. And I will yield back.
Rest of her time.
I yield back to Barbara Lee. She's got a.
Recognize who has 1 minute to close.
Okay, a couple comments. First of all, this amendment doesn't deal with vaccines. It's designed to deal with the stimulus checks as far as illegals are concerned. Secondly, usually when somebody comes here and legally and becomes part of our Social Security system, the Social Security system disproportionately benefits those folks, in part because the way your Social Security benefits are set up, you benefit disproportionately if you are not working the full 35 years. So while it is true that if you come here illegally and don't benefit by the system, you're a loser in the system. If you come here and say, begin to start working when you're 45 or 50, you'll disproportionately benefit from the system. But the point of the bill is to say, these are bonus checks, not something that you've earned. Originally, they were started under the Trump administration to make sure there was enough money sloshing through the system. Right now, as I mentioned, with the high numbers in M1 and M2, the monetary supply, that's no longer necessary. And if we are going to be giving out checks, which is probably a questionable idea in the first place, they shouldn't be going to people who are here illegally. I think that's common sense. I yield the remainder of my time.
The motion, the question is on the motion offered by member.
Did you call the vote? I request a vote. I can't hear you, Mr. Chairman. We cannot hear you. Can you just say we'll take a vote? We can't hear you.
In favor, say aye.
Aye.
No. No. No.
I'll just ask for a roll call and we'll leave it at that, okay?
Oh my God.
Mr. Jacobs, for the purpose of a motion.
Yes, I have a motion at the desk. Hello?
Sorry, can no one hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right. Then I'm sorry, I would now recognize Mr. Jacobs for the purpose of a motion.
I have a motion at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you were muted, but I will report the motion. Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered.
Staff has distributed the motion, copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Jacobs and Smucker. Mr. Jacobs and Mr. Smucker move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule providing for consideration of the bill make an order an amendment that would require no allocation be made to a state unless the chief executive officer of such state has submitted to the acting administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services a certification that all data published by the state related to skilled nursing facilities in such state is accurate and will continue to be accurate.
The member from New York is recognized for 6.5 minutes. The member will also have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we meet here today and mark up a $1.9 trillion piece of legislation, it is imperative to ensure that there is accountability and transparency in our government, especially during times like these. There is no greater example of the need for this accountability than what we are experiencing in my state of New York, where there is now bipartisan calls for our governor and his leadership team to be held accountable for their cover-up of the true number of nursing home deaths in New York State during the COVID-19 pandemic. For months and months, so many have requested a true accounting, a true picture of the devastation in nursing homes across our state. They were met with not only obfuscation, but outright hostility from the Cuomo administration, even when these requests were coming from grieving family members who lost loved ones in nursing homes. Finally, our Democratic Attorney General stood up and released 2 weeks ago a bombshell report detailing the dramatic underreporting of data of actually how many have died in our nursing homes. This AG report set off a chain of events, most notably the governor's top aide admitting that the administration deliberately withheld data to avoid scrutiny from federal investigators. Such an admission alone should be enough to warrant a united, loud, and public call for action and accountability, and we are finally seeing that happen. Up until 2 weeks ago, Governor Cuomo claimed only 8,700 nursing home or long-term care facility residents have died. Now, after intense public scrutiny, a court order, and an attorney general report, this number has climbed to 15,000. The commonly held belief is the administration was hiding the real number because it would highlight how devastating a decision made by our governor on March 25th was, an executive order which mandated that COVID positive patients be accepted back into nursing home facilities. This omission of data represents a grave betrayal of the public trust and only makes more urgent the need to ensure our public officials are being transparent with the public. Thankfully, the FBI and the U.S. Attorney have commenced investigations. During these difficult times, it is imperative that the public trust their government and elected officials. In that regard, to assure my state nor any other experience the lack of transparency and accountability we have been experiencing during this episode, I am introducing a motion to instruct that builds needed accountability into the massive funding the majority is proposed to pass in this package to protect those I represent from acts we have seen from our executive, but also any other throughout the country to experience such a transgression. The motion of instruction that I'm allocating would assure that there would be accountability, that any governor receiving funds would submit a written certification that all publicly disclosed numbers of nursing home deaths are accurate and as specific as possible, and any future disclosure is accurate and transparent as well. I agree the aid to support local governments is important, but with these federal funds must come assurance of transparency and accountability at all times from those sworn with the public trust. I urge my colleagues to support what I believe is a reasonable and responsible motion to instruct. I would like to now yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from New York for this motion. It truly is absolutely tragic what we've seen unfold in New York, where the state's attorney general and inspector general literally found that the governor's decision to send COVID positive patients back in the nursing homes was directly responsible for thousands of deaths. Thousands of deaths. And sadly, we've had the same situation here in Pennsylvania, where the governor and the Secretary of Health adopted the exact same measure. One of only 5 states to do that, by the way, and it was in direct contradiction with existing CDC guidance. Yet, here in Pennsylvania, on top of that, the policy apparently wasn't good enough for the Secretary of Health, Dr. Rachel Levine, who took her own mother out of a nursing home and put her in a hotel while she was enacting this disastrous policy. While she was enacting it, she knew the dangers of it. She took her mother out of a nursing home and put her in a hotel. By the way, her reward for this, she was nominated by the president to serve as Assistant Secretary of Health. For months, I've been calling for similar investigations and transparency in this matter, just like we've seen in New York. 2 weeks ago, I spoke in support of and voted for an amendment similar to the motion before us here. And again, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join in my call today for a very thorough investigation and accountability. This is something that we should all be able to agree on. If any actions of elected official has been the most egregious and has resulted in harm, it is of the governors of these states and of the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of this motion
to make COVID relief funding contingent on states certifying that all data published related to skilled nursing facilities are accurate and continue to be accurate. The families that lost their loved ones because of decisions like Dr. Levine's, Governor Cuomo's, and Governor Wolf's deserve this accountability. I urge my colleagues to support this motion, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to claim time in opposition? Member from Illinois?
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. Definitely, I would like to respond.
Member from Illinois is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
You know, we now have almost 500,000 people who have died from the COVID virus. And do you know that about 40% of the people that have died have been elderly, and most of them in nursing homes? There are some states where actually 50% or more of the people who have died from COVID-19 have been in congregate living, have been in nursing homes. This is another example, I think, of the hypocrisy of the Republicans, who are now saying that they want to protect nursing home residents, and the way that they will do it is to withhold funding unless they get what actually is already the law. You might say that in New York, the investigations worked, didn't they? They exposed the problem that was there, but not a problem that is necessarily all over the country, because nursing homes already, as you know, must make public all of this, a variety of information, including the deaths and the people who are returned from hospitals. All of that is already required. And so, yes, we should absolutely enforce the law. But it's the same kind of hypocrisy that is, you know, on the one hand saying you want to really protect the vulnerable people. You want to protect the people who would be subject to unemployment, you say, because the minimum wage would go up. Oh, yes. All those people who are working full-time jobs and living in poverty because they have not seen an increase in the minimum wage. Have you asked them whether or not they want to see it? Have you asked the people in nursing homes if they want to be sure that there is money there to make sure that they are completely protected? Yes, of course they do. Do they want to see the things that happened in New York happen? No, and that's why this investigation has come to light. But let's not then turn around and say we are not going to help the people in nursing homes until we get some kind of certification, which certainly isn't necessary before they get the help that they need. We absolutely want to have strike teams that will go into nursing homes. This is the kind of thing that can be funded. So if there is a breakout in a nursing home, we will have the money and the staff of people to go there. That we will be able to fund the nursing home workers who are, many of them dying, but yes, suiting up every single day and going into those homes. And we want to protect our loved ones and have the kind of money that would allow the technologies so that they can communicate with their loved ones. The package includes $500 million for CVC's data modernization initiative, money that the CDC will leverage to send public health data experts to report entities all over the country. So we understand the problem that you're talking about, and that's what we do in this bill. We address it instead of setting up some sort of a bureaucratic data collection that already exists or can exist when we pass this bill, and put our seniors more at risk, put our workers in the nursing homes more at risk. The Democrats have been working on this issue for months, years, because these problems in nursing homes predate the COVID epidemic. But all you want to do is really to point the finger in a partisan way and say, oh yes, these Democrats just want to cheat and fix the book, cook the books, when we are the ones who are actually attacking the problem. I'm really sick of this kind of partisan finger pointing that will actually diminish the effect of the bill that we are trying to pass and the measures that we're trying to do to help vulnerable people. You know, we heard the hypocrisy over the immigrants, and let's punish them. And at the same time, we watch the Republicans passing a $2 trillion tax cut for the very, very wealthiest Americans. You know, we have to quit these games, and you have to quit these games when you know better. $2 trillion. Did any of that go to help people who are really in need? No, it went 83% to the top 1%. So don't tell us, don't lecture us about how we're spending this money, because this is big and bold and bipartisan. If you ask your constituents, 83% in a CBS poll said they support this legislation. We're going to pass it. And I want to tell you something. Voting against it is a bad vote for you politically, and certainly when it comes to saving lives in this country. And
Will the good woman yield?
Who wants me to yield?
Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Doggett, I yield to you.
Well, thank you very much. First, I want to assure our chairman and the staff as they prepare their report that I remain an enthusiastic supporter of the American Rescue Plan Act. I cast my vote as I arrived hastily from Texas. And while I think it's too late to seek unanimous consent to change my no vote to a yes vote, I am a supporter of the bill. And in part, that is because of the multi-day hearing that we had, the markup we had in the Ways and Means Committee, which dealt with nursing homes. And there are important provisions in this bill that will assist us with regard to nursing homes. I'm concerned about the reports that I hear from New York, just as I was concerned about the failure of the Trump administration to give us prompt and accurate data. And if we're going to look at one failing, I think we need to look at all of them. So I join you, and thank you for this opportunity to correct the record and to respond on the very important matter of nursing homes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Members, the member's time has expired. The member from New York is recognized for 1 minute to close. Is the member from New York the sponsor of the motion? Mr. Jacobs, is that you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. The statement by the gentlewoman that the systems worked in New York State, I just disagree with that. I believe that this is highlighting that the systems did not work, and there needs to be more oversight. I want to make sure this never happens again to grieving family members in my state, but I want to make sure that we learn from this and impart policy in this new legislation and make sure it doesn't happen again. I wanted to be clear that this does not cut or hold back any legislation All this MTI does is ask for some basic accountability. The governor would simply have to certify the nursing home data is accurate and will continue to be accurate. That's all this does. I believe it is reasonable. Thank you very much. I yield back.
The member yields back. All time is expired on this motion. The question is on the motion offered by the member from New York. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
May I have a roll vote?
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will hold the roll call vote after debate has been completed on the second group of 7 motions. I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Smith, for the purpose of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion at the desk.
Staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Smith and Smucker. Mr. Smith and Mr. Smucker move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule providing for consideration of the bill make and order an amendment that would strike all provisions of the bill that, if enacted, would trigger, under current law, cuts of approximately $30 billion to the Medicare program starting in 2022 and every year thereafter for the next 10 years, causing significant harm to America's seniors in order to enact the President's agenda.
The member from Missouri is recognized for 6.5 minutes and will have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to respond to some prior discussion by folks on the other side of the aisle. Maybe our working class in Southeast Missouri is a different economic bracket, but let me tell you what the Tax Cut and Jobs Act did to the people of Southeast Missouri, which is one of the poorest congressional districts in the country and probably the poorest in this committee. A typical family of 4 in my district makes roughly $60,000 a year. Under the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, a family of 4 basically would have 0 in federal taxes after that. You talk to my families back home in Southeast Missouri, and they will say that that is a big tax cut for them, and it's not the wealthy. So unless you think a family of 4 that makes $60,000 is wealthy, then you just clearly are out of touch. But I'll let the American people decide that one. But if this bill passes, it will catastrophically impact America's seniors. And yet you're doing it anyway. Under the Statutory Pay-Go Act of 2010, which I would remind the chairman was a bill passed by a Congress controlled by his party and that he voted for. Passage of the bill before this committee today would set up a huge cut to Medicare, a huge cut to Medicare. In other words, if this bill moves forward in its current form, billions of dollars in Medicare benefits for seniors will be cut. To be more specific, up to 4%, or $30 billion per year, will be cut from the Medicare program starting in fiscal year 2022 and continuing every year for the next 10 years. Every year for the next 10, all because you are choosing to put a left-wing wish list ahead of our seniors, many of whom are struggling to survive on fixed incomes all across our country. Yet in this bill, you're also pushing for a $15 Washington mandate that will drastically affect the purchases of 31 million seniors on Social Security, raising the cost of their utilities, raising the cost of their goods, their pharmaceuticals. You are doing that. Let me put it more bluntly. You are putting the health of millions of our parents, our grandparents, our aunts and uncles at risk to push this progressive wish list. This will not only harm them, it will be devastating to the very frontline healthcare workers you claim you are helping. I offered an amendment in Ways and Means that would have required healthcare providers to at least be notified of these pending cuts. Democrats refused to even consider it. It is abundantly clear your marching orders come from your friends and left-wing activists. As long as they're happy, who cares? How this impacts working class and elderly Americans, right? Wrong. I can assure you they will remember. My motion would direct the chairman to request an amendment be made in order to strike all provisions of this bill that, if enacted, would trigger cuts to the Medicare program. Mr. Chairman, I supported several bipartisan COVID measures last Congress and supported direct payments to millions of working class Americans. I implore you to work with us to pass a bill that crushes the virus and reopens America, and that does not cause billions in cuts to the programs our seniors depend on. I'd now like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Thank you. I'd like to respond as well to the previous speaker and the previous amendment. You know, we have heard a lot today that was partisan. We've heard a lot about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. In fact, Mr. Jeffries said earlier it was passed by the rich and the shameless. I'm beginning to believe that Democrats do not really understand how we help people achieve their own American dream. Government doesn't create jobs. It's unleashing the private sector that builds the kind of prosperity that we've had in this great country that I'm so proud of. You know, what's not to like about rising wages? $5,000 per year for the median income household between 2017 and 2019. What's not to like about the lowest unemployment rate ever? The lowest poverty rate in American history. These were because of the TCJA, not in spite of. My friend, Ms. Jayapal, and she truly is my friend, admonished us earlier to stop using the term China virus because she said it was inflammatory. I want to tell you what she preceded that talk with, and I quote because I wrote it down. 5,000 people died due to Republicans refusing to take the virus seriously. Now, I don't know if that's the way you meant it. You're nodding your head, so I guess you did. I find that offensive. I find that appalling and extremely inflammatory. You know, we all agree that the COVID pandemic has created many hardships for individuals and small businesses. That's why Congress had worked together in a bipartisan fashion to pass 5 relief bills that totaled nearly $4 trillion in aid. It's also why it's amazing, a matter of fact, that we're now vaccinating 1 million people per week for a disease that we knew nothing about just a year ago. And that was developed under a Republican administration. So don't tell me, Pramila, that Republicans don't take this virus seriously.
Well,
you should know better, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Mr. Chairman, he's addressing comments directly to me. I should have a chance.
You should be ashamed of yourself for making that kind of comments.
The gentlewoman will suspend as well. There is a requirement that we observe decorum in the hearing. We should refrain from all personal attacks and stick to the issues at hand. Gentlemen.
I took her comment as a personal attack.
Well, Mr. Smucker, I'm happy to respond to you if you'd like me to respond. Or would you like to just make that statement and not give me a chance to respond?
Gentleman's time has expired, so maybe you can get time from those speaking in opposition to the motion. Does any member wish to claim time in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this motion to instruct, and let me be clear, this bill does not cut Medicare or other safety net programs. In fact, the bill supports Medicare beneficiaries and their families. It includes my legislation that would invest $200 million to provide infection control to support infection control in those skilled nursing facilities that we were just talking about. The bill strengthens the safety net by delivering on President Biden's promise to finish the job of delivering $2,000 in direct payments, including to older Americans. It ensures that unemployed and low-income Americans have access to health coverage through COBRA, through the ACA marketplace, through Medicaid. Expanding health insurance is particularly important during the pandemic. We know that with every 10% increase in a county residents who are uninsured, COVID cases increased by 70%, deaths increased by 48%. This motion sets up a false choice. Either help Americans get through this pandemic and help recover our economy, or support Medicare. That's a ridiculous and a false choice. We will do both. The coronavirus pandemic is a health and an economic crisis. We can't recover the economy until we get the healthcare crisis under control, and that starts first by supporting Medicare and giving people the economic tools they need to survive. President Biden and Democrats in Congress are working to do just that, help struggling families and get this pandemic under control. Again, this bill will not cut Medicare. First, the best way to improve the Medicare Trust Fund is to help our economy recover quickly, and that's what this bill does. Second, let's just be clear about this. We fully expect the bill to be exempted from PAYGO. I will remind my colleagues, we're talking about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You passed that legislation with the full intent of doing the same thing, exempting it from PAYGO. And we, as Democrats, despite the fact that we disagreed with the policy, set partisanship aside and joined you to make sure that we would continue to be able to meet our obligations. We expect Congress will remove the reconciliation bill from statutory PAYGO, and I expect that you'll be there to help us do that because of what you have just said, the desire to not cut Medicare. In fact, Republicans would have triggered $25 billion in cuts to Medicare in 2018 after the $2 trillion tax breaks, which I understand it may have benefited some. It definitely benefited people at the very highest echelons of our economy. So let's just deal in those facts. Back then we said, we'll put the politics of the specific issue aside and make sure that we will get the job done and not damage Medicare. We expect, based on what you have just represented, that you'll be there to do that as well. This is to help seniors. This plan is to help seniors. It includes billions of dollars for testing, tracing, vaccinating, for the public health infrastructure of our country. It puts people in a position where they can take the medical advice they're being given because they have the financial resources to do so. And it has bipartisan support. I think we need to make that as clear as we possibly can. It may not have the support of Republicans in the Congress, but it has the support of Republicans across the country. Republican governors, business people, citizens. I mean, I just had a telephone town hall not that long ago, and what came up over and over again was the need to make sure that we go big and do the right thing and support the economic needs, the healthcare needs of the country at the same time. And the legislation is scaled to the size of the problem. So anyone who wants to be critical of the size of the response has to recognize that what we've been trying to do is scale the response to the magnitude of this unprecedented global pandemic that is literally killing people and choking our economy. So I thank you. I will now yield to my friend, Representative Jayapal, for remaining time.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. I wanted to say something on this motion, but I just have to address my friend, Mr. Smucker, because while you, Mr. Smucker, did post a tweet in April of 2020 advising people to follow the CDC guidelines and wear masks, that is not what your president did. Your president spent months denying that the virus was real, denying that people should wear masks. And in fact, we're still having those arguments with plenty of Republicans across the country in big states where the coronavirus infection is continuing to increase. So not every Republican is to blame in the same way, but I just have to say to you, it is disgusting that we have 500,000 Americans who have died. And you know what? If we had followed, there was a study shown that if we had followed the kinds of guidelines that Washington State put into effect, half of those people would not have died. That's just from following what we put into effect in Washington State. But Republicans, led by Donald Trump, refused to acknowledge that the virus was real. So yes, I do place blame on the Republican Party and all of you that continue to support that president as he continued to deny that the virus was real.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. I will not. And now I'd like to say that in terms of this motion, it's ironic to hear from our Republican colleagues about protecting America's seniors, access to healthcare and safety net programs, when time and time again, they have put forward policies and rhetoric that do just the opposite. When the GOP tax bill threatened to slash $25 billion from Medicare just so that they could benefit wealthy corporations, it was Democrats who made sure that those cuts didn't happen. Trump's last budget proposal included multi-billion-dollar cuts to programs like SNAP and TANF and Medicaid that Republican members repeatedly demanded. We Democrats made sure to provide extra support for those critical safety net programs during the pandemic. And even in the midst of this unprecedented public health crisis and the deaths of over 500,000 Americans, Republicans continued their baseless lawsuits to strip healthcare from millions of people. Now, should Democrats do more to guarantee everyone healthcare, especially during a pandemic? Absolutely. It's why I am the lead sponsor and will continue the fight for Medicare for all. But let's be clear, Democrats have done nothing short of protecting existing healthcare and social benefits, while Republicans have threatened to cut them in the middle of a pandemic. So this amendment's false narrative is an attempt to distract us from their continuous undermining of critical protections for our seniors and our country. I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan's time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri has 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back home in Missouri, there's this word that describes the rhetoric we just heard: hogwash. That's exactly everything that describes what was just said. This bill, regardless how you spin it, because they are doing this in a partisan process through reconciliation by law, a law that you all passed in 2010, which you voted for, will cut $30 billion from our seniors. There's no need to cut the $30 billion from seniors. The issue is we've passed every COVID bill prior to this bipartisan, but you all chose not to. There's more than $1 trillion that has not been spent on the 5 prior bills, but you've just decided you want to bring another $1.9 trillion to have your own slush fund to pass your progressive wish list items, because not even some of your Democrat senators will actually support this legislation. When you're trying to put a $15 Washington mandate on seniors, where they're not going to be able to afford their pharmaceuticals, not be able to afford their heat, not be able to afford air conditioning, it will be you. It will be you taking away from those seniors and making their lives harder. And the American people will see it. And that's why we'll have a Republican majority in 2 years.
Gentleman's time has expired. All time has expired on the motion. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Missouri. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will hold the roll call vote after debate has been completed on the second group of 7 motions. I now recognize Dr. Burgess for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a motion to instruct at the desk.
The staff has distributed copies of the motion, and the clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Burgess and Smith. Dr. Burgess and Mr. Smith move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rules providing for consideration of the bill make an order an amendment to reprioritize funding within the bill to 1, provide for a COVID-19 test performed on any illegal alien crossing the southern border, detained at the southern border, or seeking asylum at our border, and 2, provide personal protective equipment to any such individual, not limited to placing PPE at areas on the border where southern border wall construction has been halted as a result of Proclamation 10142, termination of emergency with respect to the southern border of the United States with redirection of funds to border wall construction.
The member from Texas, 6.5 minutes, and he will also have 1 minute to close. Gentleman's ready.
I think the chairman, this motion would strike funding from the sections on global health and Medicaid for inmates and reprioritize this funding for testing and personal protective equipment along our southern border. In March of 2020, President Trump implemented Title 42 of the United States Code that instructed Customs and Border Protection to prioritize the health of American citizens and reject the entry of anyone who bypassed health screening measures in an attempt to enter the country without authorization. Those who attempt to enter the country in this manner are immediately returned to Mexico. In addition, the Trump administration limited the number of such entries by implementing the migrant protection protocols that allow those seeking refuge or asylum to remain in Mexico throughout their judicial proceedings. These measures successfully slowed the spread of coronavirus into the United States from those entering without authorization. Mr. Chairman, when the unaccompanied alien children crisis occurred in 2014, the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is under the jurisdiction of the Subcommittee of Health, of Energy and Commerce, that office was tasked with the care and placement. And Mr. Chairman, they were severely unprepared. One of my biggest concerns, and I made several visits down to the Texas border to visit ORR facilities, and one of my biggest concerns was that children, after a brief stay at ORR facilities, were transitioned to local communities, and unfortunately, no one was keeping track if they were up to date with their childhood immunizations, or if they'd been tested for diseases like tuberculosis, or even if they'd had a flu shot. Through the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and specifically through my office, the Office of Refugee Resettlement now provides health screenings and vaccinations for all the usual childhood illnesses to all children in their care. Without this same level of attention for all individuals, I do fear that an influx of people along our southern border will quickly overwhelm Customs and Border Protection and lead to the rapid spread of coronavirus. President Biden has already taken action to halt deportations and is considering rescinding Title 42 before this pandemic is under control. Just last week, President Biden released his U.S. Citizenship Act to overhaul our immigration system and provide a path to citizenship for millions of people who are currently in this country without the proper authorization or citizenship. His plan specifically provides immediate green cards for those currently part of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, temporary protected status holders, and immigrant farm workers. For those that follow our laws and apply for a green card, this process typically takes from 7 to 33 months. Under President Biden's plan, those who do not comply with our laws would be rewarded with immediate gratification. In addition, President Biden's law allows all green card holders to apply to become citizens after just 3 years. Currently, an individual must hold a green card for 5 years before applying for citizenship. The plan also eliminates the 1-year deadline for filing asylum claims, meaning any undocumented person currently present in the United States can now decide to claim asylum despite potentially already having been here without the benefit of citizenship for several years. So the plan seeks to address the underlying causes of migration from the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. However, the majority of this bill will only further incentivize further undocumented immigration. By provided expediting paths to green cards and citizenship for those who willingly broke our laws, we are telling others seeking entry in the United States that we no longer have an interest in the rule of law. The rule of law will not be upheld. So this threatens to create a surge of illegal border crossings into the coming months. We're already seeing an uptick in crossings. With the coronavirus still a threat, we must ensure that any and all who reach our borders are not bringing the virus or other diseases with them. The Office of Refugee Resettlement has already seen 2,000 cases of coronavirus in unaccompanied alien children in their care. Luckily, none of these cases has required hospitalization. They've also have been 1,300 cases of coronavirus amongst the staff of the Office of Refugee and Resettlement personnel. Any person taken into Customs and Border Protection custody becomes the responsibility of the United States. If any of them require medical care, they will be transferred to local hospitals, placing an additional burden on our already strained healthcare systems. American citizens should not have to wait for care, potentially resulting in, because of increased case severity, because someone who broke our laws is now taking up valuable resources. I strongly disagree with opening our borders for those without the proper documentation. But if this is to be our new normal, let us at least protect our Border Patrol and our communities. We must test every single person, whether they're arriving with authorization or without, that enters our country or crosses our border. In addition, these individuals must be provided with at least one set of personal protective equipment, an N95 mask, and gloves. It will not only help limit community spread, but will protect the brave men and women on our front lines. And I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. He has 1 minute to close. Does anyone seek recognition in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The member from California is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I oppose this motion, but before I say why, I would like to say how offended I am by the earlier usage of the term China virus to describe COVID-19. This ugly and slanderous term has caused 3,000 hate crimes and incidents to occur against innocent Asian Americans, including a family with 2 children, ages 2 and 6, at a Sam's Club in Texas, who were viciously stabbed by a man who wanted to kill Asian Americans due to coronavirus. Words have consequences, and this term has no place in the hall of Congress nor anywhere. Back to the subject, I oppose this motion not because I oppose providing testing and PPE to immigrants, but because I support doing so for everyone, regardless of immigration status. That is precisely what the American Rescue Plan would do by making much needed investments in our vaccination system, healthcare facilities, schools, childcare, state and local governments, transportation systems, and much more without discriminating based on immigration status. The coronavirus does not discriminate based on immigration status, so it makes no sense from a public health perspective for our laws to do so. This disingenuous motion, just like the countless amendments that Republicans have offered in the authorizing committees throughout this reconciliation process, instead seeks to blame immigrants for the pandemic they failed to contain under the previous president. The Trump administration exacerbated the crisis at the border by keeping immigrants in Mexico instead of providing humanitarian protections. And when migrants come into the U.S., they are transferred to detention centers by CBP and ICE, where transmission rates have been dangerously high. That's why many of my Democratic colleagues and I repeatedly implored the Trump administration to end this dangerous practice during such a dangerous public health emergency. This motion is not only disingenuous, it is also completely counterproductive. By shifting funds away from global health programs, this motion would hurt other countries' ability to address the root causes of migration and could cause more people to seek asylum in the United States. And the motion is duplicative. ICE already tests all detained persons during intake. If the agency needs more resources for PPE and testing, they should make that request to Congress. This motion is designed to scare Americans into thinking that immigrants crossing the border are bringing disease. But of course, there's no evidence that immigrants at the border have contributed to the public health crisis. Making baseless, hateful, anti-immigrant charges does nothing to help our country defeat the coronavirus and end the pandemic. Instead of this misguided motion, we should do what we can during this pandemic to make healthcare available to everybody in our community. We all get sick regardless of where we are born, and we will not beat this virus if some people get medical care while others don't. Immigrants are already heavily restricted from accessing public benefits, and we've seen the catastrophic impact that this has had during the pandemic, especially given that immigrants are disproportionately represented in essential industries. As a result, immigrants are disproportionately uninsured. In addition to undermining testing and treatment, exclusionary policies now undermine COVID-19 vaccination efforts, prolonging the health and economic threat facing us all. It's perfectly clear that policies denying people the basics we all need to thrive based only on immigration status are reckless and dangerous. Now, the Urban Institute has documented that anti-immigrant federal policies have deterred immigrant families from seeking healthcare, food, and economic assistance, even as the pandemic's health and economic burden has fallen so heavily on them. We have to ensure that every person has access to medical care and economic supports without discrimination to end both the pandemic and recession. We cannot adopt a mindset of pitting communities against each other for resources. George Benjamin, the head of the American Public Health Association, says denying vaccination to undocumented immigrants would be wrong from not just a moral perspective, but from a public health standpoint. Even the Federation for American Reform says public health experts should determine who should be prioritized for the vaccine. Such an investment in immigrant healthcare only helps our economy because we know that immigrants contribute enormously to the economy. Each year, undocumented workers and their households pay $79.7 billion in federal tax contributions and $41 billion in state and local tax contributions. These tax dollars fund public schools, infrastructure repairs, and the military. On top of their federal tax contributions, undocumented workers also buoy the social safety net. Their employers annually contribute payroll taxes totaling $17 billion for Social Security and $4 billion for Medicare, for which undocumented immigrants are ineligible. And about 1.7 million work in the food supply, the workers of the food supply are enormous. Nearly 250,000 undocumented immigrants are working also in a healthcare provision role, from 15,000 registered nurses and licensed practical nurses to 19,000 lab and diagnostic technicians to 139,000 home health aides, nursing aides, and personal care aides. But beyond that, another 188,000 undocumented immigrants are working as custodians, food servers, and administrative workers to keep hospitals, nursing homes, and labs functioning. If Republicans were serious about helping immigrants, they would support our legislation instead of offering dishonest, underhanded motions to undermine it. If Republicans were serious about helping immigrants, they should join Democrats in fixing our broken immigration system. Comprehensive immigration reform would only increase economic productivity, reduce deficits, and help shore up Social Security solvency. But the American Rescue Plan will help everyone, citizens and non-citizens alike, to make it through the end of this pandemic. It provides mixed status families who've suffered just like the rest of us with stimulus checks, and extends crucial assistance to the small businesses across the country who employ the immigrants who've kept our country running for the past year. Demonizing hardworking families is wrong. And not only that, it will stop us from defeating this virus. I yield the remainder of my time back.
The member yields. The member from Texas is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do urge adoption of this motion. Look, the committee print reported by the Energy and Commerce Committee is $60 billion below what its instructed level. So there's money in the till. Committee print also included $49 billion for testing, but no money for testing along our southern border. It just simply makes no sense. There is no reason that we should not be prioritizing the health and safety of American citizens. We have to protect America first if we're to emerge stronger on the other side of the pandemic. Look, if the Biden administration is going to open our borders, then we must ensure that all individuals are tested and provided with personal protective equipment. Should be bipartisan and non-negotiable. But I also want to point out in 2014, when President Biden was then the vice president, and we had a surge of unaccompanied alien children come across the border in Texas, it was Republicans on the Energy and Commerce Committee who insisted all of those children be vaccinated with the usual childhood illnesses and a flu shot before they were placed in homes in the United States. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. All time has expired on this motion. Question is on the motion offered by the member from Texas. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
No. We win again.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I think that was a clear miscall on your part, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We'll hold the roll call vote after debate has been completed on the second group of 7 amendments. We have 2 left. I now recognize Mr. Good for the purpose of a motion.
This is mine. Thank you, Chairman. I have a motion at the desk.
Staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Good, Klein. Mr. Good and Mr. Klein move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule providing for consideration of the bill make an order and amendment that would reprioritize funding within the bill that is not directly related to vaccination, testing, or treatment of COVID-19 to provide support or supplement existing resources for Americans negatively impacted by state and local lockdowns, particularly regarding the effects on mental health, substance abuse, and domestic violence.
Member from Virginia is recognized for 6.5 minutes. He will have 1 minute to close as well. You have to unmute, Mr. Good.
Well, the part I said was really interesting, so sorry about that. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. My motion would instruct the chairman to prioritize funding in this bill towards programs that support Americans struggling with the impact of COVID-19 and the harmful lockdown policies, rather than more wasteful spending and federal programs that are completely unrelated to the government's response to the virus. Specifically, this motion would call for reallocating funds from, number 1, increasing the federal minimum wage mandate, number 2, expanding Medicaid eligibility for incarcerated individuals for 5 years after release, and 3, expanding Medicaid for states that have already rejected the Medicaid expansion, and instead fund programs to address mental health, substance abuse, and domestic violence issues. It's time for communities, schools, and states to safely reopen, as everyday Americans can't take much more of these harsh lockdown policies. The true costs of these policies are impossible to quantify, as they are not only economic, they're human. They're mental, emotional, social, and yes, spiritual. Livelihoods have been stolen as businesses have not been permitted to keep their doors open to survive and pay their employees. In fact, in my home state of Virginia, according to the Chamber of Commerce, an estimated 25% of businesses have closed, many of which will never reopen. How tragic for these business owners and their employees. Lockdowns have also helped create a less discussed health crisis, a hidden crisis of despair, as mental health, substance abuse, and other personal issues are on the rise. Student development has been damaged and delayed, academically, socially, and otherwise. In fact, a recent study by the CDC indicated a significant increase in the percentage of emergency room visits from young people suffering from mental health issues. In addition, a survey of 11,000 students aged 13 and up has shown that after school closures began, 38% felt more concerned about their mental health, 51% said they were more stressed, and 39% said they struggle with greater feelings of loneliness. But it's not just the students. The mental health of all Americans has been strained. In June 2020, Calls to suicide hotlines were up 47% nationwide, with some crisis lines experiencing as much as a 300% increase. In fact, the number of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder in January 2021 was almost 4 times that of 2019. None of this truly articulates the profound pain felt by all Americans who have witnessed a loved one in pain or lost someone to addiction or death by suicide during this crisis of despair. On a personal level, one of my wife's and my closest friends tragically took her own life just last week. And the personal disconnectedness from government-mandated COVID shutdowns has been cited as a primary cause of her depression. I would like to now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, my friend, Mr. Klein.
I thank the gentleman for offering this important motion, and I am truly sorry for his loss and, of his friend. This motion would reprioritize funding within the bill that is not directly related to vaccination, testing, or treatment of COVID-19 to provide important support for Americans negatively impacted by state and local lockdowns, particularly regarding the effects on mental health, substance abuse, and domestic violence. As a former prosecutor of domestic violence in the city of Harrisonburg and the county of Rockingham, in my district, I particularly understand the importance of ensuring that domestic violence victims are taken care of. Anyone who's ever been involved with the issue of domestic violence prevention knows that isolation is a major risk factor in domestic violence. Unfortunately, isolation during COVID-19 has been mandated by state governments like mine, like Congressman Goods here in Virginia, throughout the country, which has exacerbated domestic violence cases. In fact, data from a major Massachusetts hospital found a significant year-over-year jump in domestic violence cases among patients, nearly all women who sought emergency care during the COVID-19 pandemic's first few weeks. So rather than increasing the federal minimum wage, expanding Medicaid to include prisoners in states that already have rejected the Medicaid expansion, any COVID relief should be redirected to funding programs that support Americans struggling with mental health issues, substance abuse, and domestic violence. I thank the gentleman and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We yield.
You yield back your time?
Well, we want to keep that minute closed, but.
Oh, you get the minute, absolutely.
Okay, we'll yield back. We'll yield our time.
Great, thank you. Does any member claim time in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chairman. Texas.
From Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Let me first of all indicate my sympathy to Mr. Good for his loss, and express the fact that so many of us have experienced these tragedies. I'd like to, first of all, Mr. Chairman, submit into the record a document, direct city county allocation coronavirus, that deals with the allotment going to counties and cities under this bill that avoids the takeoff that the states do. Ask unanimous consent to put this document into the record.
Without objection.
And Houston, ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
As another document, the CARES funding that shows how counties utilize their dollars for domestic violence, small businesses, rental assistance, and some very issues Mr. Good and Mr. Klein are talking about, and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
And then ask unanimous consent to put into record a letter from the governor of Texas, dated May 11, 2020, shortchanging cities and counties on their funding when we had no direct funding to cities and counties. Ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Chairman, the reason why I asked to submit those documents into the record, because I strongly oppose and urge rejection of the Republican motion to instruct number 11, which seeks to reprioritize funding within the bill that it claims that is not related to vaccination, testing, or treatment of COVID-19, and divert it to provide support or supplemental existing resources for Americans negatively impacted by state and local lockdowns. This motion is disingenuous, is half-hearted attempt to treat the symptoms but ignores the causes of family stress and pain throughout the pandemic. I can assure you the tool that was used reluctantly by cities, states, and counties, local jurisdictions, blue and red, was to save lives and was used immediately when the COVID-19 began to spike in 2020. We know that this procedure was used in European countries, many of whom were able to stop the spread of COVID-19. By not providing relief for the economic harm inflicted by both the pandemic and the inept leadership that was in the previous administration, the Republican motion will further stress families, employers, school systems, first responders, and the providers that help those in crisis. We can't divert these monies that are needed in these local communities. The American Rescue Plan provides critical funding to communities, workers, and families across the country who are ready to get going, to get the economy going, to get back to work, to get back to school, so they can continue to protect themselves as they do so from the virus and safely return to normal activities as conditions allow. This rescue package is exactly what it is, a rescue package. $350 billion in urgent relief to help struggling states and local communities across the country battle coronavirus, restore critical services to struggling families, and help save the jobs. We can't do without this. This is directly related to all the gentlemen are talking about: resources for substance abuse, suicide prevention, domestic violence. Our counties and cities are ready, but they are depleted of funds. To date, state and local governments have been forced to lay off 1.4 million first responders, teachers, transit workers, and public servants due to the pandemic. This administration, and state Republicans ignored the pleas, Senate Republicans ignored the pleas of mayors, governors, and essential workers everywhere. House Democrats are acting quickly to save our communities. House Democrats are following through on helping those that are or underemployed through the pandemic by providing $1,400 in direct economic payments to individuals, increasing weekly enhanced unemployment benefits to $400, extending them through August 21st, reducing healthcare premiums for working families, and expanding the child tax credit to $3,000 per child. We don't need this money diverted. We need this money to go directly to these working families. I don't know if my colleagues are aware of the fact that the majority of Americans support this rescue package. 7 out of 10 support the $1,400 that happen to be Republicans, but 70% of the American public support this package. I think my friends need to get in line with the Americans, Republicans, Democrats, and independents who are crying out for opportunities to build back the economy. If Congress does not extend emergency unemployment relief next month, 11.4 million American families will lose their benefits. Families will be harmed. The American Rescue Plan provides support to hard-hit sectors and to workers so that they can continue to weather the economic storm as vaccinations are ramped up. House Democrats and the Biden administration will provide $50 billion for new and existing small business relief programs and supply small businesses with the support they need to make it through the crisis. I am grateful to President Biden for the emergency FEMA site that has just been set up in my city, called at one of the major stadiums, 6,000 extra doses above what our local community is getting. And this is a pilot for all cities and counties to be able to have access to. That's because of funding that is going to come toward this effort. Targeted relief includes $25 billion for a new program at the Small Business Administration. With over 27 million confirmed cases in our country and nearly 500,000 deaths, we can't wait. House Democrats and the Biden administration provide $800 million towards family violence, child abuse, and sexual assault prevention treatment and services. We need that money to get to our local communities immediately. We do not need to divert dollars under the pretense that we're trying to move dollars effectively to our local governments to help in these very serious issues. Increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour will lift nearly 1 million Americans out of poverty, and 27 million workers would see a pay increase. In the midst of the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, lifting wages for workers and providing assistance to low-income families is more essential than ever. Medicare has provided a crucial safety net, and as millions of Americans have lost their jobs or income during the pandemic, so if all 12 remaining states expanded Medicaid, more than 2 million people currently in the coverage gap would gain access. We're working to change lives and to help bring us back. I believe that this package is the one to do it. This amendment is undermining the very effort that my good friends are speaking of. And I would make the argument to vote against this motion to instruct so that our friends can come back to live. Let me finally join my colleagues on the very difficult language, unfortunate language regarding our friends, our Asian American friends. It is time to stop this kind of attack. We need to prevent the loss of life, and many are suffering through these hateful words and leading to hate crimes. It is something that must stop. I yield back my time.
The member from Texas yields back. The member from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe America should reopen. I believe the Commonwealth of Virginia should reopen. Quite honestly, there's simply no relief package that can replace the American economy, American businesses, or the productivity of the American worker, let alone compensate for our essential freedoms that have been lost during these COVID mandates, lockdowns, and shutdowns. I've introduced other legislation that would address the tragedies caused by endless lockdowns. I've introduced a bill that would prohibit states locking down small businesses from receiving these bailout funds. Of course, the Democrats disagree. I've introduced a bill that would help houses of worship stay open so people can more readily seek the hope that's needed now more than ever, but sadly, not one Democrat has signed on. If under the Biden administration, the only option is more bailouts, endless mandates and lockdowns, and more confiscation of money from overtaxed Americans who are hurting so deeply, then every cent in this bill should be dedicated towards actually combating the virus and the crisis of despair that's worsened every day by these tragic policies. And my motion would seek to do just that, and so I yield back.
All time for debate on the motion has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the member from Virginia. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion
I
of the
request a
chair.
roll call vote, please.
All right, a roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will hold the roll call vote after debate has been completed on the second group of 7 amendments. And now we move to that 7th amendment. I now recognize Ms. Hinson for the purpose of a motion.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion at the desk.
The staff has distributed copies of the motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have at the desk a motion offered by Representatives Donalds and Hinson. Mr. Donalds and Mrs. Hinson move that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rules providing for consideration of the bill make an order an amendment to prohibit any funding provided in this legislation for state and local governments who have failed to reopen K-12 public schools for optional, full-time, in-person learning within 30 days of enactment.
Without objection, the member from Iowa is recognized for 6.5 minutes. The member will also have 1 minute to close.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to my colleagues as well. This motion is to put our kids first. Students across this country are falling behind, both academically and then they're suffering emotionally because of the prolonged COVID-19 lockdown that's kept our children away from their classrooms, their friends, and their after-school activities. In many rural and underserved communities across this country, including in my home state of Iowa, virtual learning is not as easy as just going downstairs and logging onto the family computer. Over the last year, I've heard from so many families who've had to go sit in the parking lot of a local restaurant or a library to get that Wi-Fi access so their kids could complete their homework and participate in virtual lessons. In fact, I just heard from a family that needed to spend hours in the car sitting outside of one of our local public libraries in Cedar Rapids to do just that before the state was able to reopen safely. And I am so glad our state has led the way on this and reopened. Our students deserve better. They deserve to be able to learn in a warm classroom with the direct attention of a teacher and the ability to ask questions instead of typing them into a chat box. In Iowa, our schools are required to have an in-person learning option so parents can make the best decision for their child. Whether that's virtual learning or going back to class, the parents have the choice. And still, I've heard so many parents about the toll this time away from school has had on their children. I can't imagine what parents and students are dealing with in the communities where they have not reopened schools at all. One of the most troubling aspects of this is the stories that I've heard about young people suffering from mental health challenges after all this isolation. The CDC is reporting from March to October of 2020, the proportion of emergency room visits for mental health emergencies increased by 31% for children ages 12 to 17. Our teenagers need our help. They need to be able to socialize and interact directly with their peers. And that same troubling statistic went up 24% for kids aged 5 through 11. Let me reiterate, small children are now nearly a quarter more likely to be rushed to the hospital for a mental health emergency now. We must work together to help our children and prevent this mental health epidemic among youth from becoming worse. We talk a lot about mental health challenges here in this body, and now is the time for us to act. As a mom to 2 school-age boys, 8 and 9 years old, I'm horrified by this, and I think we all agree it's unacceptable for our kids to be on the brink of disaster like we're seeing across the country. And the obstacle to getting our kids back in the classroom is not monetary, as we're here tonight to discuss this. Rather, it's administrative and political. Teachers' unions have tied the hands of our local leaders, setting unreasonable and unscientific standards for reopening. As the CDC stated in its most recent guidance, vaccination for teachers is not a prerequisite for safe in-person instruction. We all agree anyone who wants a vaccine, we want them to get it, but it's not the barrier we need right now for our kids. As a result, it's those in rural and poor communities that do not have in-person learning and will fall the most behind, while families with resources are transferring their kids to private schools or school districts who are actually conducting in-person education. I want to talk to you a little bit about the direct feedback that I got from our local superintendents and schools and students last week as I was on the road. I am so proud of the collaboration and creativity happening in our classrooms that are open in Iowa. Last week, I visited the North Fayette Spark program in my district. These high school students are working together with the masks on to incorporate critical thinking and real-world skills into their academics. I had the privilege of listening to them pitch their ideas to me, things like how to produce a marketing video and also ideas to redo a local baseball field. They would not be able to collaborate like this from behind screens. They would not be able to have these important opportunities if their classrooms were closed, but they're not. The students and their superintendent agreed schools need to be open so our kids can continue to feel that spark. Our motion would require schools to have a reopening plan in place before they could get the extra safety funding included in this package, money that's intended to support safe reopening of schools in the first place. When it comes to our kids' education and mental health, politics should not even be a consideration. So I am hopeful that we can all work together to do what's right for our children, our families, and our teachers across this country and reopen our schools. Measures like this in my Reopen Schools Act have been brought up already in committee and on the floor, and I'm hoping that this time we can have some bipartisan support. And now I'd like to yield time to my colleague from California, Mr. McClintock.
Well, thank you. Placer County Deputy Sheriff told me back in May he was disgusted that everyone was upset about the then 7 people who died of COVID, but nobody seemed to care less about the more than 600 teenagers who openly contemplated suicide in that county. We have stolen a year out of our children's educations and youth that they will never get back. We've completely upended their lives. We've ruined their opportunities for athletic scholarships and graduations and proms, and we've denied them the support network so essential for mental health and well-being, and we're crippling an entire generation. And for what? We've known for many months that COVID poses virtually no risk to children. According to the CDC, the recovery rate for those under 20 is 99.9997%. For that age group, the flu poses a greater mortality risk than COVID. We've also known for many months that transmissions between children and adults are extremely rare. I challenge the anti-schoolers to point to a single study that shows any difference in transmission rates between jurisdictions that have kept their schools open and those that have closed. Private schools are open across the country. I'm unaware of a single mortality that's occurred as a result. Democrats open the damn schools. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, you're on mute, but we would yield our time back.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah, you had 15 seconds left. I apologize for that. Does anyone claim time in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chairman.
The member from Virginia is recognized for 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the motion to instruct. Now, we all want schools to reopen, okay? And I get it too. I am also the mother of 2 school-age kids who at this time are learning entirely virtually. And so I understand the toll that it takes on families and the toll it takes on our kids. And we all want schools to reopen. I acknowledge also that there are other kids who have been even worse impacted than my own and those I've heard about. And those are the kids who are already most vulnerable. Our kids with special needs, our English language learners, and of course our littlest learners who really have trouble accessing the curriculum virtually. But the answer is not a heavy-handed, one-size-fits-all government mandate, which is what the Republican motion to instruct is. Now, it's not just to develop, the motion to instruct is not for localities and school districts to have an opening plan in place. What it says is that state and local funding would be withheld from any school district or locality that does not reopen schools for optional in-person learning full-time within 30 days of the date of the enactment. So, you know, we all want to reopen schools, but we have to do it safely. The CDC guidance, which is cited by the minority in this motion, says that schools should open safely and as soon as possible. And that means safely before they open. That means with testing, PPE, social distancing, and not just social distancing in the school, social distancing on buses as well. Improvements to ventilation, enhanced cleaning protocols, all of those things cost money. For the good part of the pandemic, schools have been on their own with limited federal resources. And despite what my Republican colleagues would have us believe, schools across the country are reopening. In fact, as of Valentine's Day, 2/3 of US students already have the option of some in-person learning. And I'm pleased to say that my son's school district will be one of those as of next week. Also, as of that time, more than 40% of students have the option for 5-day in-person instruction. So it may not be happening as fast as some would like, but it's happening. And the most helpful thing that we can do if we really want schools to reopen is to provide the necessary support from the federal government. We should not be starving our states and localities into submission with no concern for the situation on the ground. That undermines confidence in state and local plans to safely reopen schools at the mercy of an arbitrary 30-day timeline. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, the Dean of the Virginia delegation, the Chairman of the Education and Labor Committee, Mr. Bobby Scott, such time as he will consume.
Well, thank you very much, and I thank you for the opportunity to discuss this motion. This motion is at best unnecessary and at worst dangerous. Everybody, we're not going to get into a discussion about whether or not we should open the schools. Yes, we need to open the schools. From an achievement point of view, all students do better with in-person learning. We know that students do better when they have access to school meals, the nutrition for growing young children. Social skills can be acquired only if you are in school. You don't acquire social skills sitting at home. We've heard many talk about the mental health and problems and child abuse unreported. All of those and emotional problems can only be discovered and dealt with if the students are there. And let's get serious. You're not going to open the economy until you open the schools. So everybody wants to open the schools. And the CDC has outlined exactly what you need to do. My colleague from Virginia has outlined, you need to buy PPE, you need to buy disinfectant, and you need staff because the school isn't going to disinfect itself. You need to spread the students out. This is what the CDC has said. And if you spread them out, you might not be able to get as many in a classroom, so you need more teachers. 1 million education staff have been laid off already because of budget problems. You need more ventilation. You need proper ventilation. You can eat outside in a restaurant, but not inside, because the ventilation will protect you from when you're outside.
a report that we requested came out last spring that showed that 40% of school districts in this country need to repair or replace the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems in more than half their schools. So obviously that's the problem. Vaccination of teachers helps, but the CDC says it's not required, but that costs money to keep the vaccination program moving. You need, in the schools, you need nurses. If a child shows up with a runny nose, who's going to diagnose whether that's COVID-19 or just a regular runny nose? You need more nurses in the school. All of that costs money and resources. Those resources can be found in the legislation. And this motion will actually deny funds to schools that want to open but need the resources to do it. That doesn't make any sense, and that's not helpful. And if we force them to get the money to open before they're safe, that's actually dangerous. And so we need to make sure that we do what we can to make sure the resources are there so that the schools, and everybody wants to open the schools, have the resources, the PPE and the disinfectant, staff to do that, transportation, class size, ventilation, medical personnel. We need to make sure all of that is there so that they can open safely. And the last thing we want to do is coerce them into opening before it's safe, because that's just dangerous. And so I thank my colleague from Virginia for her comments and the opportunity to discuss this, but there is no question, and let's put an end to this, any question on this, we want to reopen the schools. The achievement gap is exploding. All students do better academically when they're in the school, and we need to get these children back in school, but we need to do it safely. And with the resources in this bill, schools can open safely. So I thank my colleague from Virginia, and at this point, I'll yield back.
Member from.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we would yield back as well, with the understanding that this is the final motion of the evening.
All right. Thank you. The member yields back. The member from Iowa has 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to my colleagues as well. I urge adoption of this motion here tonight. There are resources going to schools, $54 billion in December to open safely. We're trying to make sure that there's accountability measures there so that they do use the money to reopen safely. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support this, because it's not a partisan issue. This is our duty to put kids before politics and to ensure every student has the chance to again feel that spark in the classroom. A third of students that are out of the classroom right now, it's a disservice to them to not get those plans in place to reopen. So this is about accountability. We need to protect taxpayers, and we need to protect our students and get them back in the classroom. At this point, the mental health of our next generation is truly at stake. And so I would urge a yes vote from my colleagues on this motion. Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and that's the last one for the evening. Thank you.
The member yields back. All time for debate on the motion has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the member from Iowa. All members should unmute at this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I would request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement. We will hold the roll call vote after debate has been completed on the second group of 7 motions, which has now occurred. So we will move right on to the roll call votes for motions 6 through 12. It is now in order to consider voting on motion number 6, offered by Representatives Smith and Carter. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 6, offered by Representatives Smith and Carter. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries? No. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins from New York, no.
Mr. Higgins? No. Mr. Boyle?
No.
Mr. Boyle? No. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Price?
No.
Mr. Price? No. Ms. Chakowski?
Chakowski votes no.
Ms. Chakowski? No. Mr. Kilby?
Kilby votes no.
Mr. Kilby? No. Mr. Morelli?
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Horsford?
Horsford votes no.
Mr. Horsford? No. Ms. Lee?
No.
Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu? No. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett? No. Ms. Wexton?
Wexton votes no.
Ms. Wexton? No. Mr. Scott?
Out of Virginia, votes no.
Mr. Scott? No. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Jackson Lee votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee? No. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper? Mr. Sears?
Series votes no.
Mr. Series? No. Mr. Peters?
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Moulton? Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal? No. Mr. Smith?
Smith votes yes.
Mr. Smith? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Kelly, aye.
Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock?
Aye. McClintock,
Mr. Mc-
aye.
Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. Grothman?
Grothman, aye.
Mr. Grothman? Aye. Mr. Smucker?
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker? Aye. Mr. Jacobs?
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Klein?
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein? Aye. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert? Aye. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra? Aye. Mr. Good?
Good, aye.
Mr. Good? Aye. Mrs. Hinson?
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson? Aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Yarmouth?
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth? No.
Are there any members who have not voted who would like to record a vote, or members who would?
Mr. Chairman, this is Cooper. How am I recorded?
Mr. Cooper, you have not been recorded.
I'd like to vote no.
Mr. Cooper?
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, this is Doggett. Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett? No.
Are there any other members who need to be recorded or like to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 13 and the noes are 21.
The ayes being 13 and the noes being 21, the motion is not agreed to. It's now in order to consider voting on motion number 7, offered by Representatives Grothman and Donalds. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 7, offered by Representatives Grothman and Donalds. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries? No. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Mr. Boyle.
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett.
Doggett, no.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Price.
No.
Mr. Price, no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Kilby.
Gildy votes no.
Mr. Kilby, no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Lee.
Lee, no.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu.
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton.
Wexton votes no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott.
Scott of Virginia, no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Jackson Lee votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee, no. Mr. Cooper.
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper, no. Mr. Series.
Series votes no.
Mr. Series, no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal, no. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith votes yes.
Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly.
Kelly, yes.
Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. McClintock.
Clintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman.
Aye.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Jacobs.
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein.
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein, aye. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert, aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Good.
Good, aye.
Mr. Good, aye. Mrs. Hinson.
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth, no.
Are there any members who wish to be recorded who have not been recorded or who wish to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, Higgins from New York, how am I recorded?
Mr. Higgins, you have not been recorded.
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins, no.
No other members needing to be recorded or change their vote. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 14 and the noes are 19.
14 and 19?
Yes.
The ayes being 14 and the noes being 19, the motion is not agreed to. It's now in order to consider voting on number 8, offered by Representatives Jacobs and Smucker. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 8, offered by Representatives Jacobs and Smucker. Mr. Jeffries.
No.
Mr. Jeffries, no. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins from New York, no.
Mr. Higgins, no. Mr. Boyle.
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett.
Doggett, no.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Price?
No.
Mr. Price, no. Ms. Chakowski?
Chakowski, no.
Mr. Chakowski, no. Mr. Kilby?
Kildee, no.
Mr. Kilby, no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli, no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Ms. Lee?
Lee, no.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton?
Wexton, no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott?
Scott of Virginia, no.
Mr. Scott? No. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Jackson Lee votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee? No. Mr. Cooper?
Cooper is no.
Mr. Cooper? No. Mr. Series?
Series is no.
Mr. Series? No. Mr. Peters?
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Moulton? Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal? No. Mr. Smith?
Smith votes yes.
Mr. Smith? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Kelly, aye.
Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. McClintock?
McClintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. Grothman?
Grothman's aye.
Mr. Grothman? Aye. Mr. Smucker?
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker? Aye. Mr. Jacobs?
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess, aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Klein?
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein? Aye. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert? Aye. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra? Aye. Mr. Good?
Good, aye.
Mr. Good? Aye. Mrs. Hinson?
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson? Aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte? Aye. Mr. Yarmouth?
Yarmouth, no.
Mr. Yarmouth? No.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote, who have not voted, or who wish to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are recorded as a no.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 14 and the noes are 19.
The ayes being 14 and the noes being 19, the motion is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider voting on motion number 9, offered by Representatives Smith and Smucker. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 9, offered by Representatives Smith and Smucker. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries? No. Mr. Higgins?
3 more after this.
Mr. Higgins?
Mr. Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins? No. Mr. Boyle?
Mr. Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle? No. Mr. Doggett?
Doggett, no.
Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Price?
No.
Mr. Price? No. Ms. Chakowski?
Chakowski, no.
Ms. Chakowski? No. Mr. Kilby?
Kildee, no.
Mr. Kilby? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli, no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Horsford?
Horsford, no.
Mr. Horsford? No. Ms. Lee?
Lee, no.
Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Plaskett.
Wait, hold on a second. Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton.
Wexton, no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott.
Scott of Virginia, no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Jackson Lee votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee, no. Mr. Cooper.
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper, no. Mr. Series.
Series votes no.
Mr. Series, no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal, no. Mr. Smith.
Smith votes yes.
Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly.
Votes yes.
Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. McClintock.
McClintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman.
Grothman, aye.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Jacobs.
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess of Texas votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein.
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein, aye. Mrs. Boebert. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert, aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Oh, I skipped Mr. Good. My apologies. Mr. Good.
Aye.
Mr. Good, aye. Mrs. Hinson.
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth, no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote who have not voted or who wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 14 and the noes are 20.
The ayes being 14 and the noes being 20, the motion is not agreed to. It's now in order to consider voting on motion number 10 offered by Representatives Burgess and Smith. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. The clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 10, offered by Representatives Burgess and Smith. Mr. Jeffries.
No.
Mr. Jeffries, no. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins from New York, no.
Mr. Higgins, no. Mr. Boyle.
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett.
Doggett, no.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Price.
No.
Mr. Price, no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky, no.
Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Kildee.
Kildee, no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli, no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Horsford.
Horsford, no.
Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Lee.
Lee, no.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu.
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton.
Wexton, no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott.
Out of Virginia, no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Jackson Lee, no.
Ms. Jackson Lee, no. Mr. Cooper.
Cooper, no.
Mr. Cooper, no. Mr. Series.
Series, no.
Mr. Series, no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal, no. Mr. Smith.
Smith, Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly.
Kelly, Mississippi, aye.
Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. McClintock.
McClintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman.
Aye.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Jacobs.
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess, aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein.
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein, aye. Mrs. Boebert. Mrs. Boebert. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert, aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Good.
Good, aye.
Mr. Good, aye. Mrs. Hinson.
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth, no.
Are there any members who wish to vote who have not been recorded or who wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 14 and the noes are 20.
The ayes being 14, the noes being 20, the motion is not agreed to. It's now in order to consider voting on motion number 11, offered by Representatives Good and Klein. As a reminder, members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. Clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 11, offered by Representatives Good and Klein. Mr. Jeffries.
No.
Mr. Jeffries, no. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins, no. Mr. Boyle.
No.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett.
Stay unmuted.
Mr. Doggett, can you please repeat your vote?
No.
Mr. Doggett, you have not been recorded.
Doggett votes no.
Doggett, no. Mr. Price.
No.
Mr. Price, no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Chakowski votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Kildee.
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Horsford.
Horsford, no.
Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Lee.
No.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu.
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Plaskett.
Hold on. Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton.
Wexton votes no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott.
Scott of Virginia votes no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Jackson Lee votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee, no. Mr. Cooper.
I was thinking of you when I read it.
No.
Mr. Cooper, can you please repeat your vote?
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper, no. Mr. Series.
Series votes no.
Mr. Series, no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal, no. Mr. Smith.
Yes. Smith, yes.
Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly.
Kelly, yes.
Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. McClintock.
McClintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman.
Grothman's aye.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Jacobs.
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess, aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter of Georgia's aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein.
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein, aye. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert, aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra is aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Good.
Good, aye.
Mr. Good, aye. Mrs. Hinson.
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth, no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded, who have not been recorded, or who wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 14 and the noes are 20.
The noes were what? I'm sorry?
20.
20. The ayes being 14 and the noes being 20, the motion is not agreed to. It's now in order to consider voting on motion number 12, our last vote, offered by Representatives Donalds and Hinson. As members must have their cameras on and must be visible on screen in order to vote. Clerk will report the motion and call the roll.
Motion number 12, offered by Representatives Donalds and Hinson. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins from New York, no.
Mr. Higgins, no. Mr. Boyle.
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett.
Let's stay. Ms. Doggett's no.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Price.
Price, no.
Mr. Price, no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Kilby.
Kildy votes no.
Mr. Kilby, no. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Horsford.
Horsford, no.
Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Lee.
No.
Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Chu.
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Wexton.
Wexton votes no.
Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Scott.
Scott of Virginia votes no.
Mr. Scott, no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Congresswoman Jackson Lee votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee, no. Mr. Cooper.
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper, no. Mr. Series.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Series, no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal, no. Mr. Smith.
Smith of Missouri votes yes.
Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly.
Kelly, Mississippi, aye.
Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. McClintock.
McClintock, aye.
Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman.
Grothman, aye.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Jacobs.
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein.
Klein votes aye.
Mr. Klein, aye. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert, aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Feenstra.
Mr. Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Good.
Good, aye.
Mr. Good, aye. Mrs. Hinson.
Hinson votes aye.
Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth, no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote who have not voted or who wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 14 and the noes are 19.
That concludes our markup for today. I want to thank the ranking member for working with me to make this meeting go so smoothly today. And I would like to commend members on both sides of the aisle for their contributions throughout this discussion. I also want to commend them both the minority and majority staffs and thank them for their work in preparing for today's meeting. We've now had more than 100 total hours of House debate on this COVID relief package. And at the end of the day, we are now much closer to getting the American people the help they desperately need. Next, we head to the Rules Committee and then to the House floor later this week before sending this rescue package to the Senate. The American people are counting on us. Their lives and livelihoods depend on us, and this Congress and the Biden-Harris White House will not let them down. Once again, thanks to everyone for this markup and cooperation in getting it done. And with that, this committee stands adjourned.